Attention, Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority. Priority 1 announcement. A global L-class twist of fate probability failure scenario is presently in progress. For the duration of this crisis, any and all requests originating from ETRA personnel are mandatory directives carrying the authority of Overwatch Command. SCP Foundation personnel with undeclared anomalous conditions declaring themselves to an ETRA representatives at this time will be granted amnesty from containment, amnesticization, or termination. It is vital to this organization's continued survival that all internal probability vectors be identified and countermeasures be developed in timely manner. It is vital to the continuance of the human race that this organization survive. We hold dominion over paranormalcy, and our law supersedes Murphy's. Dr. Dan, Director, ETRA.
Item Number, SCP-7000. Level 3 Confidential. Containment Class, Keter. Secondary Class, Inimical. Disruption Class, Amida. Risk Class, Critical. Special Containment Procedures. All containment efforts respecting SCP-7000 are under the purview of the Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority. Non-ETTRA personnel must refrain from containment activities directly related to this scenario. Footnote 1. Inimical class anomalies are exacerbated by containment efforts and must therefore be decommissioned. All Foundation personnel must consult ETTRA Manual LK4, don't bet on it, assessing your task's probabilistic variable intensity before undertaking their daily duties. Tasks with a probability index above 4.9 must not be attempted except under direct instruction from Overwatch Command, ETTRA, or supervisory personnel possessing security clearance level 4+. A full manifest of known SCP-7000 effects will be propagated daily on SkipNet, and must until further notice be consulted before experiments or operations of any kind are undertaken. SCP-7000-1 is inconsequential and requires no containment. Description: SCP-7000 is a progressive randomization of probability factors and anomalous fortuity on the planet Earth and potentially beyond. The effect is not total. A comprehensive karmic failure would in quick succession terminate consensus normalcy, the SCP Foundation, and the human race, but instead piecemeal. Each factor is randomized to a different extent, for a different length of time, and often with a different geographical radius of effect, corresponding to no obvious logical pattern. Nevertheless, the cumulative impact of many nonsensical and high-profile outcomes to formerly predictable actions is degrading the veil of secrecy at an alarming rate and jeopardizing containment efforts worldwide. The cause of this disruption is, at present, unknown. SCP-7000-1 is Dr. William Wallace Weddle, a white male 54 years of age, presently serving as Deputy Chair of Replication Studies at Site-43. His relationship to SCP-7000 is classified Level 4 Secret. Clearance Level 4+ credentials confirmed. The remainder of this file may only be disseminated with express authorization from the Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority or O5 Council on penalty of death. Addendum 7000-1 Phenomenological Overview. On July 7, 2022, web crawler I.O. Lawrence reported unusual behavior from Random.org, an online number generation service serving as a bellwether for changes in universal probability. Computers can only generate pseudo-random values due to the inherent predictability of programming code. Random.org circumvents this by converting natural atmospheric radio noise, achieving true randomness. I.O. Lawrence issues daily requests for 10 random numbers between 1 in 10, 1 in 100, and 1 in 1000 as an early warning signal for probability collapse. The results for July 6, 2022 had been as follows: 9, 2, 6, 8, 10, 4, 7, 7, 5, 10, 83, 66, 32, 58, 34, 29, 91, 8, 56, 54, 37, 190, 581, 848, 63, 767, 166, 668, 564, 932. The results for the following day were as follows: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 1, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1,000. Meteorological investigation revealed that all atmospheric noise, regardless of weather conditions, now produces non-random numbers in discernible sequence. I.O. Lawrence immediately activated a brute force redirect from random.org's number generator to itself and began generating pseudo-random numbers for public consumption until the anomaly could be identified and contained. The Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority and the Analytics Department were informed, and the latter quickly generated the following list of statistically unlikely events occurring on the same date, testifying to a rapid and widespread ontokinetic event. Analytics Department Report. Item: Infiltrator belonging to GOI 003, the Chaos Insurgency, captured whilst engaged in a series of cryptic acts at Area 150. Infiltrator possessed a partial step compilation, an operational overview prepared by the Insurgency's chief operative, the Engineer, from data provided by an enigmatic stochastic prediction device, the Engine. Step 22 out of 617 suggested travel between two structures via a tarmac path. Infiltrator interrupted by the sudden onset of a violent storm and knocked unconscious by a large hailstone. Reactive action. Subject detained. Interrogation underway. As the Engine's master plan and ultimate goal are never made clear to any individual insurgent, it remains possible that this was the desired outcome. Item: Sudden and wholesale collapse of all extant cryptocurrency markets. Reactive action. None taken. Event fully consistent with long-term probability models. Item: SCP-179 expressing obvious confusion, identifying threats in 8 directions corresponding to the cardinal compass points, though the relationship is purely visual, as SCP-179 is located not on Earth but in close proximity to the heliosphere. Reactive action. Due to the prohibitive expense of replacing solar probes after mishap, no attempt made to communicate directly with SCP-179 until stable probability restored. Area 08-C monitoring remotely. Item: Repeated eruption of the Old Faithful Cone Geyser in Yellowstone National Park every 13 minutes, deviating from a bimodal pattern of approximately 65 or 91 minutes followed since at least 1870. Reactive action. Evacuation of the area and implementation of a scientific cordon to disguise parascientific investigation. Item: Uncorrelated yield curve shifts of multiple low-yield investments by anomalous insurer Goldbaker Rhines Insurance Group Ltd. Adjusted book value now in the hundreds of millions of dollars USD. Reactive action. Goldbaker Rhines representatives respond to all inquiries with the following: We would be pleased to discuss these unforeseen, by you, developments in person, should you wish to trigger an early review of your policies at this time. No action taken. Investments crashed the following day, erasing all gains made. Goldbaker Rhines representatives unresponsive to further inquiries. The Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority declared a state of emergency on July 8th. The O5 Council granted ETTRA amnesty powers over staff with undeclared anomalous conditions to encourage self-identification. Unaccounted for ontokinetic or thaumaturgical factors could theoretically complicate scenario mitigation efforts. Multiple staff members at Site-43 came forward for anomalous classification over the following week. The last was Dr. William Weddle, interviewed on July 13th. Interview log. Officer of Record, Dr. D. Sokolsky, Deputy Director, ETTRA. Subject, Dr. W. Weddle, Replication Studies, Site-43. Excerpt begins.
They've got you doing interviews now? Something happened to the people persons?
Every able-body's got an obligation to help if they can, pal. We're facing an all-hands-on-deck crisis.
Are those getting closer together, or is it just me? I swear we had one only last year.
Okay, I'm gonna skip the boilerplate and level with you. We're extremely busy, what with the world having found a fun and creative new way to end, so don't waste my time. I know you're a time waster and a hypochondriac to boot, but give it to me straight and simple so I can dismiss it out of hand. What anomalous condition do you think you possess?
I'm unlucky.
Jesus Christ.
No, honest, I'm extremely unlucky. Good things don't happen to me, period. Game-changingly bad things don't happen to me either. I'm stuck in a cycle where nothing I do turns out right.
Dr. Weddle, This is a walk-in clinic for closeted reality benders. You realize that? I'm a disaster response coordinator, not a therapist.
You're not listening. I'm in charge of replication studies, yeah? Well, I've done replication studies on myself.
What you do in the privacy of your room...
Fucking listen, alright? Or, you know what, let me just...
Dr. Weddle reaches into his lab coat pocket and produces, in slow sequence, 3 large pieces of pocket lint, a plastic bottle cap, a lab coat button, a push pin with the point piercing his thumb, and a Canadian quarter. He sucks on his thumb for a moment, then places the quarter on top of it.
Gonna call it in the air.
Dr. Weddle flips the coin.
Heads.
The coin sticks to a ceiling tile. Dr. Weddle and Dr. Sokolsky examine it for a moment.
Who puts gum on a ceiling tile?
Alright, doesn't matter. Think of a number between 1 and 10.
Okay.
10.
No.
3.
No.
5.
No.
1.
No.
9.
No.
8.
No, come on.
3.
You said 3.
4.
No.
2.
No.
6.
No.
7.
No, I mean, yes. Jesus, that was entrancing.
Let's do it again.
Let's not. Do you have any other data?
The coin lands on Dr. Weddle's head. He reaches up to remove it from his hair. It is stuck, as the gum is still attached. He sighs.
Coin flip records going back 20 years. I've never called it correctly.
Never.
Never. And this?
Dr. Weddle gestures at his hair.
This is my whole life. Has been since I don't know when. Every decision I make is a mistake. Everything that can go wrong does go wrong. I've been exposed to so many batshit anomalies that they stopped bothering with the 1-week E-class quarantine. I've been kidnapped by VKTM so many times, I've lost count. I've got no agency, I've got no control. Everybody else moves forward, and I stand still because my foot is stuck between the train track boards. I'm a negative probability sink.
Does it affect other people?
I think it can. I make my staff run through a few periodic exercises to reset their luck, which seems to protect them from the backwash. I was gonna write a paper about it. I thought I'd have to write from a containment cell.
Yeah, about that. Why are you sharing this now? You could have kept it secret indefinitely. Folks around here think you're just a clumsy idiot. I thought I had experimental proof you're just a clumsy idiot.
Because if this kind of shit is getting worse, random stuff not being random anymore, predictable stuff going haywire, I'm liable to get pasted by a bus the moment I walk out the topside elevator.
Buses don't run around here.
With my bad luck and our bad luck combined, they might make an exception.
Well, wait a second. You said you've been keeping records.
Yeah.
Any change in the past week?
Nope. Every call goes wrong. Every single one.
Every single one.
Yeah. Why?
There are 136 probabilistic anomalies on record. You just became the 137th.
Yay me. So what?
Well, for the first time in your miserable life, Willie, you're someone special.
Excerpt ends. Dr. Sokolsky developed a tentative theory to explain the above, rejecting some of Dr. Weddle's conclusions out of hand. He engaged in a short program of informal interviews, primarily with the staff of Site-43, to confirm his suspicions. Subject: Dr. Harold Blank. Chair: Archives and Revision, Site-43.
You're friends with Weddle, right?
Gonna tell him if I say yes?
No, Harry, I'm not gonna go out of my way to engage wee Willie Weddle in conversation. Think about it.
Then yeah, sure, we're friends.
And what does that consist of?
He follows me around, I make fun of him, he eventually falls over or walks into something, and I help him get up or call the medics. We've kinda got a give and take thing going, where he gives me headaches and I take the piss out of him. We probably seem like an odd pair.
Oh, no, not really. You kinda look like him.
What?
Big head, weird beard, dad glasses, no style.
Fuck off.
Bet he thinks about that a lot. I could almost be this guy. How come he's got a better job, more friends, and a real human wife instead of a...
However that sentence ends, I do not want to hear it.
Point is, but for the grace of Fortuna, there go you.
I prefer to think of it as the grace of having absolutely any grace. I feel bad for him sometimes, but he lives down to his station. He's an ass.
You ever think there's anything anomalous about his blundering about?
1 or 2 times, maybe.
Spill.
Spill is right. My wedding last month.
Oh yeah, the flood.
First damn day in decades I wasn't wearing work boots.
And the other time?
Have you talked to his ex-wife?
Subject: Margarita Villar, civilian.
I've never heard of Silly Crab Productions.
You will, but we're still finding our knobbly little feet, so to speak.
I guess that explains why you'd hire such a shitty expert. He ever tell you the grades he got at college? They only let him into his PhD program because my father was a donor.
Waddle's a bit of a donor too, isn't he? If you get my drift.
Villar stares at Dr. Sokolsky for a moment, then bursts out laughing.
Alright, that was good. You've got 5 minutes.
Terrific. So, yes, we're doing a background check on him. Want to know if there's any skeletons in the closet so the company doesn't get embarrassed when some paparazzo digs up an old tweet.
Doubt he uses Twitter. He's all thumbs and everything else, but all pinkies with electronics.
That's good, I'll have to remember that one. But, how about his character? What kind of man was your ex-husband?
He was a selfish, worthless piece of shit, Mr. Vaisalyev. And I doubt he's improved much since.
Wow. Not exactly the answer I was hoping for. Care to clarify?
When he accidentally dropped my Nikon off Niagara Falls on our honeymoon, I kept my cool. When he face-planted into my father's cake on his 17th birthday, I took it in stride. When I had to get a second job because he accidentally showed up to the wrong office for 2 weeks, said he never noticed and nobody even told him, and he got fired, I let it slide. But the crash, it's not his fault. The crash was not his fault. I was driving mad. Mad at him, of course. It was always mad at him. At his stupid puppy dog shat on the rug face and oh so believable bullshit about how he didn't mean to cut the bottom of my best jeans with our weed trimmer. It just happened. And then our house... What was I? Yeah, the crash. I was furious with him over some shit, can't even remember. And I saw red. Except not where there was actually red. T-boned a minivan, at speed. Lost my license, lost my car, nearly lost my job. And I lost my husband too. That day after I got out of the hospital, he just fucking left.
Jeez.
Can you imagine? Blaming someone for getting hurt. Couldn't handle the least amount of responsibility. And I was better off without him. Still am. But it sure as hell didn't feel that way at the time. Healthcare might be free in Canada, but down here it can cost you your whole life.
I understand. Rest assured we'll be taking all of this into careful consideration in our hiring decisions.
Good. Because no matter how hard up you guys are for help, you still need someone you can trust. You'll be better off without him too.
Subject: Gabrielle O'Connor, Research Assistant, Replication Studies, Site 43.
Tell me what you think of Weddle. It's okay. This file is above his clearance level.
Wow. That sounds kind of... mean?
Come on, shit talk your boss. I'm giving you a free pass here.
Yeah, I wasn't saying I disapprove. Being mean to the guy is a pretty natural reaction. I have never met a more inconsiderate person, you know? I don't know how many times I've caught him taking the last drop of coffee and leaving without making more.
Maybe he thinks his time is worth... Man, I couldn't even get to that sentence.
No kidding. But no, his excuse was even better. If I made the coffee, you'd probably all get bean poisoning.
Bean poisoning.
Right? Like, that's not even a thing. If you're going to be a jerk, own up to it. Be a jerk about being a jerk. Don't sugarcoat it.
Yeah, no point sweetening jerk coffee. Would you characterize him as, unlucky?
I'd characterize it as karma. But yeah, for sure. You'd want to ask Bast about that, though. He's made a study of it.
Bast.
Researcher O'Connor blushes.
Oh, Researcher LeBlanc.
Subject: Bastien LeBlanc, Research Assistant, Replication Studies, Site 43.
Gabby thinks you've got the scoop on Weddle.
Why are you talking like a 50s newsboy?
He ever tell you about his luck anomaly?
Silence on recording.
He's come clean to Etra for the amnesty.
I kinda didn't believe that was for real. And he's a lot more cynical than me, so he must have been really freaked out.
Does he have a reason to be?
I think so. He thinks he's a bad luck magnet. Got rituals to make sure the luck doesn't rub off on anyone else.
He told me about that. Do you think it's plausible?
All I know is he's worried about it.
Your girlfriend doesn't think he worries about other people at all.
Researcher LeBlanc looks embarrassed.
He have any problem with his employees dating?
It's only been a month, but he's never mentioned it. Why would he? He can be a jackass, sure, but he's not cruel.
You actually like the guy, don't you?
Yeah, I kinda do. He's stuck in a bad pattern, and he's trying to break out of it. He's not all that bad once you get to know him.
I've known him for 20 years, kid. Maybe you don't know him well enough. He spent that entire time talking himself up, trying to get noticed, trying to outdo everyone around him. And it's never worked out. Now, he's too old to change.
I think he has changed. He hasn't been doing any of that for months. If anything, he's been avoiding attention, trying to keep under the radar. What have you been misjudging him for 20 years?
What if he's been misjudging himself?
What's that supposed to mean?
Has his bad luck ever rubbed off on you?
How would I even measure that?
Well, would you say your luck's been bad or good since you transferred here?
I guess it's been pretty good.
Yeah, your girlfriend seems nice. Okay. Replication Studies keeps the accident logs, right? For the whole site?
Right.
Who's logging this week?
Me, actually.
How many accidents have you logged?
None as of yet.
Haven't put the reports in?
Haven't gotten any reports.
Silence on recording.
I'm just now hearing how that sounds.
Don't beat yourself up about it. Absent trends are the hardest to spot.
On the back of these interviews, Dr. Sokolsky approached Dr. Dan, director of ETTRA, with an experimental proposal involving SCP-7000 and Dr. Weddle. The probabilistic breakdown continued to progress, with effects felt most keenly by the paranormal community. Analytics Department Report. Item: Sloth's Pit, Wisconsin in NX-18 ceases to operate according to the rules of narrative logic. NX-18's prime effect being effectively probabilistic in nature, the exploitation of tropes and literary devices consistently producing desired effects. This reduces Sloth's Pit to the status of an average Midwestern American town. Reactive action. Nexus occlusion measures continue in the expectation SCP-7000 will eventually be neutralized and this effect reversed. Counseling provided by Site-87 staff to affected civilians and myth figures in the area. Item: Senior Associate at Marshall Carter and Dark Limited, killed in a folding couch accident. Reactive action. None taken. Folding couch accidents, though uncommon, do occur naturally. Item: Earthquake in Antarctica, the least earthquake-prone continent on Earth. Epicentral investigation uncovers a buried Chaos Insurgency firebase, all 53 personnel dead of asphyxiation. Reactive action. Excavation for future use. Dr. Dan presented a brief to the O5 Council on July 16th. Overwatch Command, O5 Council Minutes. Excerpt begins.
We have to do something about this. It's simply not sustainable. We've got butterflies causing typhoons in the South China Sea, and we've got the asshole who decided that it would be a fun experiment in irons at Area 06. We've got black cats, mirrors and ladders changing the arcs of people's lives out there. We've had to task 2 AICs with sniping eBay auctions because, I don't know if you know this, everybody always labels everything as rare on eBay, but suddenly everything is rare unless it should be. There were 15 auctions for pieces of toast with Jesus' face burned into them when I got up this morning, and only 3 of them were faked. Procurement and liquidation reports that every agent who goes to a garage sale now comes home with a handful of anomalies. Half the kittens in this world are being born polydactyl, 6 or more toes on each foot, and we're going to have to brainwash the entire scientific establishment into believing some bogus argument about atmospheric factors to explain it away. That, or put a lot of cats back into the bag, and the bag into one hell of a deep dark river.
Quite the preamble. Was it worth wasting precious time you could have spent pressing us to a solution?
Yes, absolutely. Because here's the thing about the preamble, not everything I've just told you is strictly probabilistic. Polydactyl is a heritable mutation. Rare items for sale, not talking about the Jesus bread here, have nothing to do with random chance. Probability does not make valuable objects. Man-made valuable objects start existing where they did not exist before, and Hinsty, that just doesn't happen at all, outside of the lab.
You didn't even mention Hinsty.
I haven't mentioned about 500 other things either.
But what you're saying is, this isn't actually a probability crisis.
No, it's definitely that. It's just not entirely that. Everyone who ate the potentially deadly blowfish yesterday lived. Everybody who ate it today died. Dice, come up Snake Eyes today. After 24 hours of natural 6s or 20s or whatever the max is, so many people are catching shiny Pokemon. I could explain to you what that is thanks to my stab, but you don't and shouldn't care that we've had to knock out Nintendo's online services, every fan site, and a few Reddit communities to avoid the word getting round. We've had to slot agents into every extant gaming commission to manipulate their numbers, or where possible just close the casinos entirely on the pretext that it's too dangerous to operate them during COVID.
Which it is.
Which it is. So that's lucky, meaning the disease will probably dry up tomorrow, and we'll need to find a new excuse. And it didn't even take in Vegas, so we had to go wackier still. Site 666 brokered a deal with Under Vegas demons to run fixed games on the strip to hide the fact that honest gambling, to the extent that such a thing exists, straight up doesn't work anymore. They were, I'm sure you won't be surprised to hear, thrilled to help. But that's just a band-aid solution, and since you're gonna absolutely hate my short but a little longer-term fix, I need to make it perfectly clear that we are dealing with an extremely complex constellation of probabilistic and superstitious luck effects that we are calling one anomaly for a lack of better explanation.
Alright, well, rip the band-aid off, Len. What's your terrible solution?
Every probabilistic anomaly in the SCP database is either dead as a doornail or operating wildly outside the established perimeters as of right now. Every single one. That won't be the case when, with your permission, I update the SCP-7000 file to include Dr. William Weddle.
Who's Dr. William Weddle? Did you say Weddle? That's a real name.
He's a low-life lifer at Site 43. You've got very little reason to know who he is, but at this time he is potentially the most important employee that we have. He just self-identified as a serial loser, and experimental data backs it up. This guy literally cannot ever catch a break, which is sad, but what isn't sad is this. He's the only probabilistic anomaly still ticking over.
You're certain?
Absolutely.
Do you know why?
Absolutely not. We haven't had time to study him. All we have is the data to go on, and a hunch from my deputy, but the data is extensive. Wet Willie lacks the imagination to lie, and my deputy knows his shit. As of this moment, Dr. William Weddle is the only reliable probability factor on planet Earth.
Good lord, and what can that do for us?
On the face of it, not much. If he had good luck, well, obviously we could use that, but bad luck, we could let him get corrupted by some GOI or other. Have him fuck him up with his good intentions. But that's a very limited utility in a very wide problem field.
Yes, let's not do that.
If a guy's just plain unlucky, him, personally, it's nothing better than a baseline for predictable probability.
Obviously, you think it might be something more?
I do indeed. There are two theories, Weddle's own and Dr. Sokolsky's. Here's what Weddle thinks. Bad luck clings to him like an ontokinetic cloud. The universe will take any opportunity to get a cheap shot in on him. And if he gets into an overload, it can bleed into his surroundings and cause chaos. This mostly fits with the observed facts.
Dr. Sokolsky's hunch goes deeper, I presume.
A lot deeper. Based on his initial interview with Weddle's colleagues, he had the analytics department compare negative probability events from every facility since 7K started. Now here's what they discovered. Site 43 is the luckiest place on Earth right now. They're still seeing random luck events, but only the good ones. So Sokolsky had them pull older data, and while they're still going over everything, it looks like a general trend. Allowing for the occasional unavoidable cataclysm, Site 43 has always been one of the luckiest places on Earth, and I think that's because of Dr. Weddle.
You don't think his bad luck wears off. You think everyone else's wears off on him.
Precisely. And unavoidable, unpredictable bad luck is presently our biggest issue in dealing with the effects of 7000. We rush in to fix one problem and encounter 3 more on the way. I want to use Dr. Whittle as a stabilizing agent for our spot treatments. Put together a mobile task force, append them to it, and let them swoop in to save the day wherever necessary. Call it MTF something 7000. The Magnificent 7, or something.
Not that.
No, definitely not that. Half of the Magnificent Seven die.
I'm just spitballing. Logistics can come up with something better. We use them for all high-value deployments where possible to ensure success, 6 expert super soldiers and 1 walking time bomb. Let them wander around soaking up all the bad karma while our boys and girls get the job done regardless of probabilistic bullshit. I call it Operation Black Swan.
It's nice to know you had time to name all these things, what with the world falling apart around us.
Not giving them names would be unlucky, sir, and I'm operating under the assumption that at some point fortune will smile upon us once again. I have a theory about that too, but I'd rather not go on the record at the present. Don't want to jinx myself since, well, you know.
I'll allow it. What's your theory?
You can't be serious.
Of course he can't. Ask him what that slide he's been pointing at the entire time is.
I'd assumed it was some sort of chaos theory heat map projection.
I'd assumed he was going to explain it eventually.
Did I not? Sorry. It's my breakfast. Every egg in my house has 2 yolks now. The point is, this is going to affect every aspect of our lives before long, and that means I'm as serious as I've ever been in my life about potential solutions.
I think we know enough to be getting on with. We'll put your Black Swan to a vote. I move to accept. All in favor?
Yay. 05-1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 11, and 12. Nay. 05-10 and -9. Abstain. 05-7 and 05-13. Motion carried.
Thank you for your time. You won't regret this.
The success to failure ratio of that particular statement is
Presently up in the air, like with everything else. With respect, sir.
Excerpt ends. Dr. Dan and Dr. Sokolsky immediately began preparations for Operation Black Swan as the probability collapse continued. Captain Andrea Adams assembled 5 of her top-performing agents to fill out the ranks of MTF Theta 7000, Fortunate Sons, and began a rigorous training period. Despite possessing advanced survival instruction as a consequence of his existing esoteric containment duties, Dr. Weddle scored significantly lower than the previous bottom percentile on all mobile task force training metrics. Analytics Department Report. Item: steady increase in accounts of chickens born with montophyodontic dentition. Reactive action. Creation of a thread on the conspiracy website parawatch.org suggesting that the phrase rare as hen's teeth refers not to a scientific impossibility, but instead a hereditary mutation which the proliferation of genetically modified organisms in modern farmscapes has reawakened. Theory saturates the globe due to predatory news aggregators within 1 week. Item: 3 Chaos Insurgency infiltrators captured attempting to gain access to Site-91. Step 22 of 624 of their step compilation details an up-to-date schema of security patrols. One patrol's route significantly delayed when all 5 officers discover pebbles in their footwear and stop to remove them, leading to a confrontation with no Foundation casualties. Reactive action. Patrols increased at all large containment facilities, resulting in 11 further captures and 6 terminations. Item: SCP-4040, namesake of Sloth's Pit, Wisconsin, transformed from a bottomless pit to a pit of variable depth. Reactive action. As the only civilians aware of the pit's former nature are already residents of the Nexus, response limited to active monitoring at this time. Site-87 thaumaturgist Dr. Catherine Sinclair and Dr. Montgomery Reynolds remained stationed at the pit with radio equipment and supplies for long-term occupancy. Despite the misgivings of his captain, Dr. Weddle was declared officially fit for combat on July 30th. Theta 7000 were deployed to attempt insertion into Firebase 5, a Chaos Insurgency facility uncovered via the accidental encoding of its location on a cognitohazardous carrier wave directed at Site-1. No previous attempt had been made to exploit this information, as the SCP-7000 effect was expected to nullify the professional advantage Foundation agents enjoy over Chaos insurgents. It was therefore deemed the likeliest test case for Dr. Weddle as a field agent. Operation Black Swan's first mission took place on August 3rd. Mission transcript: MTF Theta 7000, Fortunate Sons. Captain Andrea Adams, Adams. Dr. William Weddle, Luck. Agent Daria Ozzles, Chico. Agent Brandon Bruce, Lee. Agent Songjin Han, O'Reilly. Agent Nastya Koslova, Britt. Agent Murad Kuliev, Tanner. Transcript begins. Theta 7000 approached the operational zone in their modified Chinook helicopter.
Sound ready. Ready.
Ready.
Ready.
Ready.
I don't want to be here.
Ready.
Already? Drop.
Theta 7000 rappelled to the rooftop. Adams, Britt, Chico, O'Reilly, Tanner, and Lee land without incident. Luck twists his ankle.
Shit! Fuck!
Breach.
Reaching.
Tanner sets an explosive on the roof as the team heads for cover behind an exterior air conditioning unit. Luck leans on Lee for support. Their helmets strike, and Luck is momentarily dazed.
Get down!
Adams pulls Luck behind the air conditioner. Luck stumbles and falls, losing one combat boot as the breaching charges detonate.
Get his damn boot on.
I'll do it myself.
Not taking that chance. Get his damn boot on.
Lee replaces Luck's boot.
All set, kiddo. Piss off.
Positions.
Theta 7000 take positions around the new ingress point on the roof.
Clean cut. Good work.
Thanks.
A sudden crack appears at the edge of the aperture, and the portion of roof Luck is standing on collapses. He falls into the structure.
Did we lose Luck already?
Move in. Move in now.
Theta 7000 enter the facility via the aperture, which has not collapsed further. Lee finds Luck sprawled on top of a presumed Chaos insurgent, who is now unconscious.
Guess her name means something after all. I don't want to do this!
Theta 7000 are standing in an access corridor. There are red flashing lights and semi-spherical globes on the ceiling, illuminating 2 rows of doors, some open, some closed. Adams gestures, and the team begin cautiously checking each door.
O'Reilly?
On it. O'Reilly locates a wall panel, then pulls on various components until wires are exposed. He retrieves an electronic multi-tool from his belt and carefully affixes the leads to it. Luck twists his other ankle as O'Reilly checks the readout.
Jesus, fuck! All clear ahead, Cap.
They had 3 different gas systems ready to go, if you can believe it. All disabled now. Got a schematic for traps ahead too.
How many?
It's the CI, boss. Over 100 in the next few rooms alone. I've shut down everything that triggers remotely. Just watch your step and you should be fine.
Alright, moving on, people.
Theta 7000 proceed down the hall at a brisk pace. Luck runs to catch up, falling flat on his face twice. The 3rd time he turns in midair, landing on his back. He is unable to right himself.
Halt.
Lee retrieves Luck as Adams bends to examine a metal strip embedded into the floor grouting.
Wired for current. How'd you miss that, O'Reilly?
Sorry, Cap. Wasn't on the schematic.
Fucking CI. Good thing it wasn't active.
Adams glances at Luck. Luck sneezes.
I can't see.
Theta 7000 head to the end of the corridor. The door is ajar.
Cover.
Theta 7000 take cover to either side of the door. Luck crouches down behind Lee. Both microphones capture the sound of fabric tearing.
God damn it.
A series of gunshots ring out, striking the doorframe. The team is positioned such that no round finds its mark.
Dazzle!
Lee throws a flashbang grenade through the door.
Heads down!
Luck begins to sneeze again. His head is raised when the grenade detonates.
Oh! Ah!
Forward!
Theta 7000 enter the next room, a wide T-junction. Luck continues to scream and struggles to his feet.
I can't fucking see!
Theta 7000 subdue 5 insurgents in tactical gear with minimal expenditure of ammunition. Luck staggers along the wall behind them, occasionally walking directly into it with muffled curses.
Where's the main breaker?
Judging by the power draw profile, probably on a lower level.
We need to find some stairs.
Luck walks through a door and directly into the waist-high railing of a wide, well-lit stairwell.
Ugh!
Luck pitches over the railing and falls.
We lost him again.
Theta 7000 rush into the stairwell, foregoing operational caution to retrieve the asset. Luck's belt has caught on a lower railing, and he is hanging with his pants half down.
I don't want to be here.
Get him loose.
Theta 7000 explore the stairwell and attached hallway as Lee detaches Luck's belt. Luck falls to the floor.
I want to go home.
Is your home child-proofed?
Suck my...
Gunfire resumes. Theta 7000 take defensive positions and return fire.
Looks like 2 fire teams, Cap. Stuck in good. Which way's the breaker?
O'Reilly quickly checks his device, then scans the halls. He points.
Take Luck and Lee. We'll hold them off.
I don't want...
Shut the fuck up.
Adams, Britt, Tanner, and Chico provide cover fire as O'Reilly, Lee, and Luck take the indicated door and rush along a new passage. The sound of gunfire recedes. O'Reilly notices a wall-mounted electrical panel.
Here we go.
O'Reilly trips a series of circuit breakers. A distant groaning sound can be heard.
Front door's opening. Send in the cavalry.
Adams responds over helmet comms.
They're jamming our signal.
Damn it. Can't do jack from in here. Ops outside might be able to crack the code, but there's a lot of luck involved in those CI ciphers.
Luck reaches into his helmet to scratch his nose. He is unable to remove it again.
Help.
We got a signal. Control, this is Adams. Send in the ASVs, expect heavy resistance. We'll give cover.
Adams, Britt, Tanner, and Chico advance on the insurgents. O'Reilly suddenly sneezes, removing his hand from the circuit breaker at the moment it begins to spark and catch flame. Luck, in attempting to remove his hand from his helmet, has lodged his index finger in one nostril.
That was a close one.
Ceiling-mounted sprinklers briefly activate, then cease. There is a flash and a muffled explosion beneath their feet.
What was that? Get back here, pronto.
Lee and O'Reilly head back down the hall. Luck trips on a loose floor tile and stumbles through a plate glass office window.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
There is a loud crashing sound from the office Luck now occupies. Lee and O'Reilly rush to the broken window to see that the floor has caved in again, and Luck is gone.
Must have overloaded some system in the floor when the breaker blew.
Lee jerks a thumb towards where the remainder of Theta 7000 are engaging the insurgents.
That stairwell goes down at least one more level.
O'Reilly sighs. The 2 agents return to the hall. Their teammates have pushed into an attached atrium and are trading fire with insurgents now boxed in by more agents advancing from the entrance.
Gonna grab the albatross, boss.
Give him a pat from me. Tell him he's a good boy. Britt, go with them.
Britt, O'Reilly, and Lee cautiously head down the stairs to the bottom level, then proceed along the attached hallway until they reach a large storage facility. Luck is visible in the center, dazed, heading towards a door on the far wall. One insurgent is standing nearby, rifle trained on him.
Shit.
I got this.
Britt advances into the room, taking cover behind wooden crates and steel shipping containers. As the insurgent raises his weapon to shoot Luck, Britt springs out of the shadows and slits his throat at the precise instant the door opens and a second insurgent appears, rifle at the ready.
Bad luck.
The roof collapses. The insurgent is struck by a piece of falling masonry, crushing his helmet and presumably his skull. Luck is covered in debris.
Shit! Luck, are you alright?
I hate...
Luck swallows his helmet microphone and begins to choke. Transcript ends. Aftermath. Firebase 5 was taken with minimal Foundation casualties. Dr. Weddle was treated for a broken collarbone. No other member of Theta 7000 sustained serious injury. Chaos Insurgency losses total 37 individuals incapacitated or killed, and one major supply and repair depot now under Foundation control. 7 stolen SCP objects, multiple vehicles employing paratechnical components, and 3 prisoners recovered on site. Analytics Department review of shoulder camera footage reveals the near absence of anomalous probability factors in the Atrium fight, suggesting Dr. Weddle did in fact absorb all SCP-7000 effects over the course of the operation. In the interim between missions, SCP-7000 continued to take its toll. Analytics Department report. Item: 7 Chaos Insurgency infiltrators captured installing explosive devices at Site-120. All 7 attempted to destroy their STEP compilations before capture. 1 was unable to do so, as her portable lighter would not produce flame. Surviving STEP compilation carried the impression of handwriting, presumably from a note written on top of it on a separate piece of paper. Reactive action. Handwriting decryption leads to the discovery of an insurgency safe house in Poland and the detention or neutralization of a cell of 23 individuals. Item: SCP-3856-1, the multiversal iteration of researcher Samuel Lloyd residing in baseline reality, chokes on a ham sandwich and dies. Reactive action. SCP Foundation placed on high alert for the imminent escalation of the present K-Class scenario, ending with the termination of all life on Earth, the inevitable result of any universe's loss of its iteration of researcher Lloyd. No change in the scenario's course noted thus far. Item: 3 senior Mechanite priests, 1 for each primary faith, killed in freak Murphy bed accidents. Reactive action. Per the Triumvirate Accords, expressions of sympathy made on behalf of Overwatch Command and funeral costs partially defrayed. After a brief recuperative period, Dr. Weddle was cleared for active duty again, and Theta-7000 was officially commissioned. A series of missions over the following weeks served to mitigate the worst of SCP-7000's veil-threatening elements, though the search for a permanent solution remained ongoing. A digest of representative operations is appended below. Operation Theta-7000-4. Situation: attack on Deepwell systems at Outpost 316 by Serpent's Hand agents. Intervention: Theta-7000 repelled the attackers while technicians attempted to reverse thaumaturgical damage and corrupted code. Dr. Weddle supervised. Outcome: only minor difficulties encountered. Operation declared successful. Dr. Weddle sustained a variety of minor injuries. Stubbed toe, 2. Chipped tooth, 1. Broken collarbone, 1. Broken fingernail, 7. Herniated disc, 2. On-site paramedical services returned him immediately to active duty. Debriefing. Due to recalcitrance on the part of Dr. Weddle, researcher LeBlanc was appended to the task force to conduct the asset's debriefings. Partial transcript appended below. Excerpt begins.
But I didn't do anything.
They estimate the damaged code involves some 7 million independent variables. Every one of them was a minute but extent threat to the success of the repair process. You stopped them from going off. You saved a computer system carrying more information than—
I didn't do anything.
Silence on recording.
So, they got me a handler.
I prefer to think of myself as an agent.
If you were my agent, I'd fire you.
If you were my client, I'd get you fired.
I know you would, kid.
Dr. Weddle smiles. Excerpt ends. Operation Theta-7000-7. Situation: expert defusal of an improvised thermonuclear bomb in the free port of 3 Portlands by the Unusual Incidents Unit. Intervention: joint action with the SCP Foundation via the presence of Dr. Weddle. Exhausted from an earlier operation that same day, Dr. Weddle attended in his sleep via the provision of an army cot. Outcome: post-defusal investigation revealed 3 separate anti-tampering measures on hair triggers which had not been tripped. Dr. Weddle swallowed 3 flies during the operation. UIU representatives and Dr. Dan agreed the technician would not be informed of this correlation. Debriefing. Partial transcript appended below.
I did what?
You mean about the
I mean about the bomb!
Excerpt ends. Operation Theta-7000-13. Situation: O5 Council required escort to a classified location on the Asian subcontinent. Intervention: Theta 7000 partnered with MTF Alpha 1, Red Right Hand, to complete the pilgrimage. Outcome: success, with no operational complications. Per regulations, as an active duty anomaly, Dr. Weddle was kept as far distant from council members as was feasible. Nevertheless, O5-1 encountered him in compromising positions on 3 separate occasions. Debriefing. Partial transcript appended below. Excerpt begins.
I don't want to do this.
I know you don't.
The universe has something to say, Bastion, about whether my pants are up or down. It has a lot to say, Bastion, about whether my pants are up or down.
Man, I'm really sorry.
I can't do this anymore. I can't. Don't let them make me.
Okay, I won't. I promise I won't.
What?
I won't let them make you. We'll miss the next appointment. Let them come get us if they want. What are they gonna do? Shoot a researcher and the goose that lays the golden egg? You get it?
Bastion.
Laying an egg. It is slang for messing.
Bastion, you have one job. What is it? To kick my sorry ass in gear. So do it.
Well, I guess I forgot that geese can bite. After you, Dr. Weddle.
They spit too. So watch the fuck out.
Excerpt ends. Operation Theta 7000-27. Situation: SCP-682 breached containment at Site 45 and approached the town of Augusta, Western Australia during a folk music festival. Intervention: Theta 7000 attempted to recapture the anomaly whilst evading the scrutiny of approximately 1,000 people, including media representatives. Outcome: Dr. Weddle was stationed between the operational zone and the festival. As containment efforts failed and SCP-682 approached, he was forced to move into the crowd. The anomaly was finally disabled within 100 meters of the event, an action nevertheless escaping civilian notice, as their attention was fixed on Dr. Weddle's altercation with a rogue kangaroo. SCP-682 returned to containment without incident, while footage of Dr. Weddle being kicked into an industrial barbecue immediately saturated the internet. Debriefing. Partial transcript appended below. Excerpt begins.
This isn't working.
No, but it's helping.
Dr. Weddle spits. It does not escape his beard. He wipes his face with a lab coat sleeve.
Helping. I'm making an all-time ass out of myself to prolong my own worst nightmare.
You're a hero.
I don't want to be a hero.
You're named after William Wallace, Braveheart, one of the most famous heroes of all time. Where would he have gotten without sticking his neck out for others?
Not famous enough, apparently. He got his neck stretched.
Well, he did get a movie.
A Mel Gibson movie. You call that luck? I don't.
Look, I'm sure they have a backup plan. This will only go on for a little while longer.
Why?
What?
Why are you so sure they have a backup plan? When I said this wasn't working, I meant it wasn't working for me. It's working just fine for them.
William.
They're gonna roll me up the hill and let me fall back down for the rest of my life. Like Sisyphus. You know that's true.
For one thing, the myth is actual.
Oh, great, perfect. Change the subject to what a hapless asshole I am. I hadn't heard about that for all of 1 hour. Wow, it's like Harry's right here with me. I bet we soaked up enough bad luck for 10 people just now. Hooray!
Didn't mean.
You having fun writing those reports? I've read them. Really tight phrasing there, Bast. Dry comedy. Bet they get a real chuckle around all the water coolers. But you wouldn't know anything about that, right?
I never.
You remember what I told you? When you said you wanted to be my friend? Well, now I do regret it. So fuck off back to 43 and tell them your next set of funny stories in person.
Silence on recording. After a moment, researcher LeBlanc leaves. Excerpt ends. At this time, Dr. Weddle advanced the theory that the SCP-7000 phenomenon was seasonal and would soon dissipate. Analytics department studies suggested this was unlikely. Dr. Weddle further theorized that SCP Foundation containment efforts might be responsible, as per the discarded allegations leveled by various groups of interest during the SCP-6500 crisis. This too was rejected. Whatever the cause, the actions of Theta 7000 did not appear to neutralize or recognizably worsen the anomaly, merely offsetting its most problematic consequences for the time being. Analytics Department Report. Item: Economics temporarily reflective of actual reality. Reactive action. None taken. The market will correct itself. Item: 2 Chaos Insurgency infiltrators evade capture after attempting to enter Site-79. Chief of Security had changed the daily password on a hunch. Reactive action. 5 days later, Foundation personnel intercept an urgent call for medical aid from a townhouse on the outskirts of Yumagamu, discovering a cell of 12 insurgents violently ill with COVID-19. The agent who had encountered the infiltrators at Site-79 had tested positive shortly after their escape. A series of step compilations found in the townhouse outline a grandiose series of sabotages and thefts to be carried out at Japanese facilities. On inspection, each is found to have been individually impractical due to unforeseeable on-the-ground exigencies. Item: Bunk theory of manifesting, popularized by Rhonda Byrne's The Secret, with no basis in either science or parascience, becomes inexplicably efficacious. Reactive action. None taken. Neither evidence nor the lack thereof have any apparent effect on individual belief in the technique's efficacy, as before SCP-7000. On August 24th, an encoded transmission originating from the Chaos Insurgency's hardened mobile array was received by Overwatch Command at Site-1. Though deemed a low priority at the time due to the Insurgency's vastly reduced profile in light of their recent heavy losses, the ensuing conversation did finally present one possible causal explanation for the scenario itself. Overwatch Command, 05 Council Minutes. Excerpt begins.
Hazard screening.
Active and proactive.
Very well. Let's hear what he has to say.
A white silhouetted face appears on the screen, backlit by a glowing Chaos Insurgency insignia.
Time's almost up, friends. Do you have a response?
To what? Time almost being up? Not as such.
The message. You have less than 1 hour to make your decision.
Should I know what message you're talking about? Because I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage.
The engineer pauses.
The ultimatum we delivered you.
Let me put you on hold for a moment.
What game are you
Any idea what he's on about?
We haven't received a message from the Insurgency in months.
Not unless we're speaking metaphorically.
The engineer's face retreats further into shadow, obscuring his features.
I think he means it literally. Anybody else? No?
Your misguided mission of containment, which you know to be disastrous, and yet...
Sorry, were you still going? Cut you off there. You know we can't see your mouth.
The engineer's silhouette visibly stiffens.
So, this is a little embarrassing, but we're pretty sure we never got any message from you, at all.
Your vengeance has been particularly intermittent of late.
That always bothered me. The word is intermitted. Why even quote it if you're not going to do it right?
You think this is a good time to stall, when you only have minutes to spare?
Please, we didn't receive any message. When did you send it?
On the day of chaos, the 13th of July.
1307. Apropos.
Have we any record of suppressed communications on the 13th, too?
Yes. 13 messages from IP addresses associated with known hackers. The file size and packaging was consistent with random cyber terror attacks originating from the Russian Federation, and as such, the messages were scanned for viral content, returned positive results in each case, and were deleted unread.
What? That's ridiculous. We chose the addresses at random.
Oops.
Oops.
We'll send it again. Don't block us this time.
You could just tell.
The engineer ends the call.
Be like that. 2?
Yes, we've received something. The IP address they're spoofing this time belongs to a robocall center in Mumbai, and our antivirus systems return another false positive. I have examined the file personally, and it appears safe to view.
So, it's a video. Suppose we ought to.
The holographic video screen in the center of the room flickers to life. The insignia of the Chaos Insurgency is displayed. The engineer's voice begins to speak.
What if the breath that kindled those grim fires, awaked, should blow them into sevenfold rage and plunge us in the flames?
Skip.
Video advances 10 seconds.
Long struggle is at an end. The rotten paste of lies of which the false foundation is composed will finally crumble, and all they have built atop will tumble down to dust. For the first time, the numbers are not on their side. For the first time, the red right hand holds all the cards.
Speed it up.
The video plays at double speed for the remainder of the speech. An artifacted image of a large machine appears on the screen.
Preambles are always so damn long. The insignia returns. The video ends.
Bullshit.
The Kismet device looks suspiciously like the CMS muon detector of the Large Hadron Collider.
What's their operational status versus us since the LK started?
Estimate over 200 personnel dead. Catastrophic loss of equipment and facilities. Complete disarray.
Field victories?
Not A1.
They've escalated to open warfare in desperation, and our folks are their betters across the board. It's a foregone conclusion, to the extent that those still exist these days.
Well, I'm glad we didn't get this message on the 13th, Len. That was...
Don't.
I was going to say fortuitous.
Still don't.
But yes, if they're in control of the situation, they've got a funny way of showing it.
Should we call them back?
Let's not.
Excerpt ends. The engineer's explanation for SCP-7000 was filed for further study. Despite the apparent passing of the deadline presented in his ultimatum, however, the character of the LK scenario did not appear to change in the coming days. Analytics Department Report. Item: 7-year-old Stephanie Belanger of Lyon, France becomes world champion in chess, having begun playing for the first time on July 7, 2022. She has never lost a game. Reactive action. Further investigation reveals that Belanger is the grandchild of... encouraged to pursue the game at this time due to his knowledge of the LK class event. Was also responsible for moving the event up from its next planned occurrence in 2023, and his granddaughter's unorthodox inclusion onto the roster. Due to seniority, matter has not been pursued further. Item: predictive meteorology becomes ineffective, beyond the existing alterations to atmospheric noise. Reactive action: none taken. Change has escaped public notice at this time. Item: Site-41 occupied by Chaos Insurgency. The periodic and unpredictable amnestic effect plaguing all facilities and personnel relating to the Anti-Memetics Division strikes the insurgents full force during their occupation. Disoriented, they exit the site and are immediately detained by guards stationed at the perimeter. Reactive action. Foundation researchers repeatedly attempt to further weaponize this anomaly, but are immediately afflicted by the same condition in each case. Having been relieved from his post with Theta 7000 by Dr. Weddle, researcher LeBlanc began a personal investigation into the LK class scenario at this time. After consultation with Dr. Blank, he visited Dr. Weddle's elderly parents in their home at the Foundation-operated retirement village of Sunset Cove, Pensacola, in the American state of Florida on August 24, 2022. Interview log. Officer of Record, Researcher B. LeBlanc. Replication Studies, Site-43. Subjects: Mindy and Simon Weddle. Civilians, retired. Excerpt begins. Researcher LeBlanc is sitting in the living room of a single-story post-war ranch house with the Weddles.
Did you ever get the impression your son was carrying some sort of a burden?
Of course. You know William, always thinking about others.
LeBlanc laughs. The Weddles watch in silence.
Something funny?
No, Sorry. I was remembering something. Yes, go on.
Like I said, he never spared a thought for himself. Spent all his time fussing over what could go wrong with other people, what he could do about it.
What he had to do about it. He couldn't live with himself if something happened, and he'd passed up the chance to help.
I think it started in his 20s. My brother died in 75, and...
No, Simon, it wasn't that. It started much, much earlier, when I was sick.
Sick?
Lung cancer. They didn't expect me to make it. Willie was only 12 at the time.
You're right. That's when it started. He'd stay up at night praying.
He never struck me as a particularly religious guy.
I don't think it was religious. I think... No.
Mindy Weddle taps her temple in irritation.
I can't quite get at it. The destination is there, of course, but the bridge is out.
I don't remember any praying.
I have some medicine with me to help you remember if you're interested.
You mean amnestics?
How did you...
We've taken them before, back in... God, it was ages ago. They were checking up on William after some accident at work, asking if it could have been his fault. If he was reliable. They wanted to know everything about him.
I think about those amnestics a lot, when I can remember it. There's irony for you. Imagine how much good they could do in a place like this.
One of our friends doesn't remember her own children. She remembers me because we go back farther than that. I tried to tell her about the amnestics once, but I can't. The words won't come.
Something to do with where you work, where William works?
Yes, I'm sorry about that, and I'm sorry I can't tell you more, but it's not my secret to reveal, and Dr. Weddle wouldn't want to put you in any danger. In fact, I think this is all about that need to protect people you were talking about. He's trying to protect everyone, and I don't think he even really knows what from. I can't ask him, but...
You can ask me, all right. For William, I'll do it. But you have to promise me something first.
If I can.
You can. Promise me you'll tell him to think of himself from time to time?
Silence on recording.
Well?
Yes, I think I can manage that.
Excerpt ends. Following his return to Site-43, Researcher LeBlanc attempted to make contact with Dr. Weddle. The latter disregarded the former's entreaties, and at any event was rarely present due to repeated deployments with Theta 7000. On August 26th, after his 68th operation with Theta 7000, Dr. Weddle abandoned his post. He was recovered almost immediately by MTF Pi 43, garbage in, garbage out, having failed to either disable the tracking devices installed on his personal telephone or turn the device off entirely. He had recorded the following video during his brief period AWOL. The camera view is zoomed in close to Dr. Weddle's face. He appears to be outdoors in the dark. Inadequate color correction filters are enabled.
So this is it. I'm putting my damn foot down.
Dr. Weddle shifts, as though stamping his foot. His expression darkens. He looks down, then looks back up in obvious irritation and disgust.
You're probably gonna lobotomize me when you get this message. I get that. I don't blame you. Actually, let me Google lobotomies for a second.
Dr. Weddle's hand obscures the camera as he presumably scrolls his screen.
No, but what does it do?
He continues to scroll.
Oh, come on. Can't fucking find anything these... No, yeah, okay. Apathy. That sounds nice. So when you do that, I'll get it. Maybe I'll be a funnier clown when I don't even give a shit that it's happening to me. But I can't keep tripping on my dick so the universe can laugh. This can't be the rest of my life.
Dr. Weddle drops the device. It takes 2 attempts for him to pick it back up.
I mean, it's not like I liked the way my life was going before. This is just more of the same. A lot more of the same. The replication study straight out of hell. You know, when I joined up back in 2000, the director told me something like, "Our world is filled with hidden terrors, strange..." Okay, my memory is crap and I wasn't really listening, but it was something like stranger stuff than you could possibly imagine. He wanted me to know what I was getting into. I told him it didn't matter, that the shit I'd seen was already strange in a real bad way, and I was looking forward to seeing the scary stuff. And you know what happened?
Dr. Weddle shakes his head. His glasses fall off. He retrieves them.
I found out that the scary stuff isn't always different from stupid stuff. And I guess that makes sense. The scary stuff comes out of our fears, our everyday bullshit. And a little bit of everything in the world is already stupid. Why would the scary stuff be any different? I just didn't expect that all the weirdness I'd be seeing would be so fucking dumb. Everybody thinks it's funny what happens to me. It's not funny. And I guess I thought it would end when I joined up. I thought I could replace my bullshit with yours. But it just all ended up in the same pot. And now the pot's filling up and it's coming over the edge. And I'm too old to learn how to mop. I don't know where this metaphor is going.
Dr. Weddle purses his lips.
I am too old for a lot of things. They never get tired of reminding me.
Dr. Weddle drops the device. He is able to retrieve it with only one attempt, though he is forced to bend over again to retrieve his glasses for a second time.
Replication studies. The point, the entire point, is that once you know something's true, you can damn well stop repeating it. But this fucking shit show went on well past the point of scientific proof. I figured fate just wanted me to give up, you know? So I gave up, and it got fucking worse. So what am I supposed to do? Wave at everybody as they pass me by? Wait up for them like I'm their goddamn mom? And die the death of 1,000 stubbed toes for my trouble? Like, fucking fuck! I didn't even get to be the anomaly. I'm not the main character in my own story. I put in my dues all this time, and what's my big break? How do I get to save the day? A goddamn treadmill of Buster Brown. Buster Brown? Is that the right? It doesn't matter. Point is, this isn't how I want it to be remembered. But you don't get to decide that, do you? Everybody else does. And everybody else is an asshole.
Dr. Weddle shakes his head.
I'm 54 years old, and I've been a joke for I don't know how long. Most of that time. And I am done with it. I know it's selfish, but you're gonna have to find some way to fix this shit that doesn't involve me. I'm gonna do the only thing I can do. I'm going to end it all.
Dr. Weddle taps the screen, and the view shifts rapidly. He has presumably placed the device in his pocket after unsuccessfully attempting to cease filming. The view returns suddenly to Dr. Weddle's face.
Okay, that came out wrong. I meant I'm gonna run away. I just heard how it sounded in my head. Yeah, alright, running away for real now.
Dr. Weddle's face is suddenly illuminated by bright lights. Footsteps can be heard approaching.
Ah, shit.
Dr. Weddle was remanded to the custody of the Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority. Dr. Dan requested his transportation to Area 08C for debriefing. Debriefing log. Officer of Record. Dr. Dan. Director, ETTRA. Subject, Dr. W. Weddle. Replication Studies, Site 43. Dr. Dan and Dr. Weddle are standing in Foundation Mission Control. Technicians are monitoring all Foundation probes, stellar phenomena, and civilian satellites or space flights. Dr. Richard Bernard is overseeing operations from the rear.
It's time you had a little perspective, I think. Take a wider view.
Show, don't tell.
Well spoken, for a change. Bring her up.
Her?
The lead technician transfers a specific probe feed to the main board.
Tysh watching over us.
What in the hell is that?
The heavens, actually. Though, no doubt it's hot enough. Her name is Sil Siddle. She stands vigil over the stars, directs our attention to potential threats.
Looks more like she's directing our attention to Chaos Undivided.
What?
Warhammer 40k. They've got a wagon wheel logo. You don't care.
Yeah, no, not really. But you're not the first person to look at this and think chaos. She normally has a lot fewer arms, and they're usually pointing in a specific direction. Or, you know, less specific ones. Most of my colleagues are convinced that LK has driven her batty, and she's just acting out of confusion.
I'm guessing life is confusing isn't the big important life lesson you brought me here to learn.
No, it's not. I do think that her threat compass is on the fritz, but I don't think that's what we're seeing. I don't think this is her equivalent of a blue screen of death.
Hey, did I ever tell you I'm the only guy at the office who can reliably get Windows 10 to blue screen of death?
The point is, I think she's still trying to communicate something to us.
If it's the cardinal directions, someone ought to tell her we already know those.
I think she's pantomiming the Wheel of Fortune.
Silence on recording.
I'd like to buy an explanation.
The Wheel of Fortune is a tarot card. It represents change, the alteration of one's situation. Success, fate.
Luck?
Luck. It's a reminder that there are intractable, implacable, and personable forces constricting and constructing our destinies.
Always seemed plenty personal to me.
Good. That's a start. You're taking offense, which is a first step towards treating this as a conversation with the universe. So, why not raise the tenor? Make it a positive conversation.
I'm stuck in a loop of bullshit, Dan. If fortune is a wheel, I'm strapped to it. And it's spinning. And everybody is chucking knives at me.
What, you think you're being punished? By your own sudden usefulness?
Yes, I do. I liked being useless. Useless people get left alone. You don't know what it's like.
I was in detention for 10 years. I know what it's like to be left alone.
I'd give anything to be a pariah. I'm a laughingstock instead. You can't know what that's like.
Silence on recording.
You wouldn't say that if you knew what was behind the black boxes.
What?
And my name.
Oh, what's with that anyway?
Dr. Dan shrugs.
It's a gimmick. I was at Site 19 in the late 2000s. We all had them. Drek had his camera and hat. Joe drove the way you do everything else.
Clef had a shotgun.
Clef had a shotgun. They'd have told me I could have had a shotgun. I wouldn't have just black boxed my name.
I bet it's something really dumb. What would it take for me to weasel it out of you?
Outsmart me. Now, drop the tangent. We were discussing your chronic inability to accept the attention of others.
Dr. Weddle grimaces.
I've had enough attention for a lifetime. Just once, I'd like to step on a rake without anybody around to point and giggle. I'd just as soon nobody ever looked in my direction again. Blank and LeBlanc want to get fawned over, that's their business.
Those are two different people?
Might as well not be, from my perspective. Everybody else is charmed, and I'm cursed. I still can't believe it.
What?
I swear to God, 2 months ago, I actually said out loud, it can't get any worse.
Dr. Dan considers.
Well, I don't mind telling you. This is the new status quo. We don't see any way out of it. You're going to be working with Theta 7000 for the foreseeable future. At least until we give up and drop the veil.
Give it to me. It'll drop in seconds.
Conversation with the universe, remember? Think bigger.
Dr. Dan points at the screen again.
The messenger of the cosmos is trying to send you, specifically you, a message. And that message is to seize the moment.
You think she's doing hot yoga for me? That's dumb.
Who else would it be for? You're the only one this event has singled out. Just you. Nobody else on Earth has a distinction.
Flare activity. Getting chromatic abrasion. We're about to lose the feed from Discover 2. Back off. We can't afford to lose another one.
Wave goodbye, Dr. Weddle.
She can't fucking see me.
Still, that's only polite.
Dr. Weddle sighs and waves at the main board as the connection deteriorates. Before the transmission cuts off entirely, SCP-179 appears to return the gesture, with all 8 arms.
What the fuck? You trained her to do that.
She's a lookout, not a watchdog. Still think you're nothing special?
Even anecdotal space evidence is still just anecdotal.
God, you really don't see it, do you? This is your debut on the world stage. You're making a positive change, not just for you, but for everybody. For all we know, it's what you were always meant to do. Your destiny.
To fall on my face at the end of the world.
Literally, yes. Metaphorically, you're rising to the occasion. You're the most important man in creation right now. Everybody knows your name.
Great. Everybody knows that I peed myself to prevent an asteroid strike. I'll bet that makes me the toast of the town.
You'd be surprised. People love an underdog. Sympathy leads sympathy. Empathy, well, That can lead to all sorts of complicated relationships. Haven't you been stuck in your simple rut long enough?
Oh yeah, all the ladies love a man who gets kicked in the groin by a horse so another man can pull off a sweet slam dunk with a hand grenade.
Exactly. They love sensitive men.
You think I ought to try enjoying this?
What's the worst that can happen? I'm allowed to say that now, since the entire human race has lost their tempting fate privileges. Everyone except you, of course.
You think I should embrace this insane nonsense? You really think that?
Think of it this way. Have you ever not been miserable?
No.
Have you ever tried?
Silence on recording.
Maybe she's doing a clock face.
Clocks have 12-hour markers. She's only got 8 arms right now.
Oh shit, she's a sundial. You get it?
Sundials are just clocks, buddy.
Dr. Weddle agreed to return to duty with Theta 7000. Captain Adams reported he appeared calm and resigned to his station. Dr. Dan indicated to the O5 Council that his plan for neutralizing SCP-7000 was now in motion. The LK-class event nevertheless continued apace for the following 2 days. Analytics Department Report. Item: SCP-6263, an anomaly formerly triggering spelling and grammar mistakes in all attempts to point out spelling and grammar mistakes, resumes operation for precisely the amount of time required to precipitate, over the course of 3 days, the incarceration of outgoing United Kingdom Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Reactive action: none taken. Item: 3 rogue sharks discovered in Martha's Vineyard. Reactive action: capture and release by SCPS vehicles disguised as American Coast Guard and implementation of a cover story involving filming of the fictitious Jaws 5 return to Amity Island. Item: tactical nuclear detonation detected over the unoccupied Auckland Islands in New Zealand. As no conventional launch was detected, Foundation personnel respond to the scene. They discover the remains of the Chaos Insurgency's hardened mobile array burning in Carnley Harbor. Documents recovered from the site attest to an apparently lost step compilation culminating with a nuclear strike on Site 1. Though the state of the wreckage and unfamiliarity with the platform make precise determinations impossible, Foundation engineers report the likeliest explanation for the apparent accident is a catastrophic launch bay door failure. Further forensic investigation reveals the presence of anomalous components suffused with chronons, antichronons, and tachyons, suggesting the engine itself may have been present on the array at the time of detonation. Reactive action: in light of its recent loss of material and manpower, the Chaos Insurgency's activity class is reassessed from level 5, Varmt, to level 2, Cold. Falling below the Serpent's Hand, each sect of the Church of the Broken God, and Are We Cool Yet, among others for the first time since their respective group of interest classifications. Frustrated with being stonewalled by Dr. Weddle, Researcher LeBlanc confronted him in his quarters on the night of August 28th. Excerpt begins. Researcher LeBlanc enters the dorm room. Dr. Weddle is lying on the couch in his underwear.
I locked that damn door.
Yeah, I figured you wanted to be alone, so I just hit a bunch of random numbers and guess what?
Fuck.
Dr. Weddle laughs.
Yeah, that would work.
So, I've been talking to your parents.
What? Why?
Dr. Weddle sits up on the couch, banging both knees on his coffee table as he does so. The table collapses.
Because you're stuck in a holding pattern, William, and I wouldn't be a very good friend if I left you there.
Oh, I'm a gold medalist at the Shitty Friend Olympics. You don't owe me anything. But why my parents, specifically?
While I was with Theta 7000, I got to see a lot of the SCP file. This is my whole life, has been since I don't know when. If you didn't know, I figured...
Sorry you wasted a trip to fucking Florida, of all places. That's what they call a double waste.
It wasn't a waste. Put some clothes on.
Why?
Because there's places in this site where the cameras don't see, but there's public corridors between here and there, and nobody wants to see that.
Researcher LeBlanc gestures at Dr. Weddle.
No offense.
How would I not take offense?
Excerpt ends. Dr. Weddle and Researcher LeBlanc exited the former's quarters and proceeded into the achromatic abatement section, escaping the effective audiovisual range of the site's surveillance cameras. On returning to view, Dr. Weddle appeared distraught and agitated. He returned to his quarters alone, pacing for several hours before pushing a variety of random items off his bed and lying down to sleep. Just after midnight, he began speaking to himself.
It can't be that simple. It can't be that simple. It can't be. SCP-7000-1 is inconsequential and requires no containment. Exactly. Exactly. That's all there is to it. He's full of shit. He's right, isn't he?
Silence on recording as Dr. Weddle stares at the ceiling for 49 minutes.
Well, what do you want me to say? I've learned my lesson? I'm overflowing with the milk of fucking human kindness here? Fuck you. Fuck you forever. You fucking hear me?
A light fixture detaches from the ceiling and falls, shattering in a hail of sparks as it hits the bed frame.
Yeah, you hear me.
The bed sheets catch fire. Dr. Weddle reported for duty once more the following morning. Captain Adams reported that he seemed refreshed, but also rueful, but also more than a little bit smug, and I don't know why. Updates will be appended as the situation develops further. O5 Council credentials confirmed. The following pending updates to the SCP-7000 file are classified Overseer Eyes only. As Dr. Dan had predicted, following his debriefing of Dr. Weddle at Area 08C, the SCP-7000 phenomenon gradually decreased in severity. Thorough Analytics Department canvassing returned the following new probabilistic effects on August 29th. Analytics Department report. Item: none identified. Reactive action: none required. Probabilistic anomalies resumed their prior functionality at staggered intervals over the course of the day. The narrative returned to NX-18, SCP-4040 regained its former depth, and SCP-179 demanifested 5 arms before resuming her usual routine of threat identification. The SCP Foundation had suffered 38 casualties over the course of the LK-class scenario. Of those killed as a result of the scenario itself rather than direct enemy action, 36 have been posthumously identified as double agents for the Chaos Insurgency. The remaining 2 are under continued investigation. Despite significant global economic reshuffling, structural and material destruction, and immeasurable interpersonal catastrophe, all civilian deaths attributed to SCP-7000 appear to have involved individual moral failing or spectacularly poor decision-making processes. Cover-up operations including smear campaigns against the present generation of mathematicians, fraudulent scientific discourse to account for unusual mutations and atmospheric effects, the creation of the non-existent Sagittarian meteor shower, fabrication of explanations for the total collapse of all futures markets, and the containment of inexplicably resurrected deceased baseball player Lou Gehrig with his sudden appearance at Yankee Stadium explained away as an impersonation in bad taste, will require extensive ongoing maintenance for the foreseeable future. Nevertheless, with the immediate crisis apparently over, Theta 7000 was placed on indefinite hiatus and its members returned to their former stations. The Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority internally declared SCP-7000 tentatively neutralized, and stood down from priority alert after the autopsy of SCP-3856-1, researcher Samuel Lloyd, revealed deviant Hume levels, indicating that he was not, in fact, the multiversal iteration belonging to baseline reality, which was therefore unlikely to collapse. The correct iteration was subsequently located alive and in good health in a Chaos Insurgency safe house after a rash of surrenders and defections during said organization's general disarray in the wake of SCP-7000. Official pronouncement of the end of Operation Black Swan is scheduled for August 30th. Dr. Dan encountered Dr. Weddle at the Foundation-run food and drinks establishment Sam's Canadian Pub in Grand Bend, Ontario near Site 43 on the evening of August 29th. Excerpt begins. Dr. Weddle is sitting at the bar, drinking from a bottle of beer. Most patrons are watching the television, where a news report is detailing the sudden dispersal of 7 large storm systems around the globe.
There's our willy-nilly. Drowning your sorrows?
My sorrows can swim. I'll bet they could drown me.
Where'd you get that one from?
Harry. He writes most of my lines.
Seriously though, how you holding up?
I'm upright enough for a guy with a knife in his back.
Look,
No, I get it. I'm not mad. This is what you're known for, right? You're the guy who doesn't need to play a game of chess to see how it ends. You know how all the pieces move already.
Everyone knows how the pieces move in chess. That's pretty basic.
See? Didn't even miss a beat. That's Dr. Dan.
So I suppose you figured it out then?
No, I didn't. Of course I didn't. I never figured anything out in my life before the other day. Someone else figured it out for me, and then I figured out they were right. Goddamn replication studies all over again.
Who's the someone?
A friend.
And what did your friend tell you?
That this was all about me. From the start, it was all about me. I caused it. This was my crisis.
Did he figure out why?
He did.
You don't mind if I gloat and exposit?
I've had 3 beers. I don't mind much.
It started with Blank's wedding, and your assistant's dating.
It started a long damn time before that.
Sure, fine, but it was the romance that set you off. It's a pretty chummy crowd at 43, and it hasn't changed all that much while you've been there, but now they're all pulling away from you, and you lost your shit.
I wanted to make something of myself. I wanted to be someone. I wanted a wife.
Until you thought you were putting her in danger.
And I wanted a family.
Until you thought your bad luck was contagious.
And in the end, I just wanted everything to stay the same. And I couldn't even have that. So yeah, I lost my shit. I really thought my life would turn around at some point. I thought it for 20 damn years. Everybody says I'm slow, but I guess 20 years is my minimum speed.
You decided you were done. You gave up. You were never gonna be popular. You were never gonna be noticed. You let the universe win.
But the universe wasn't done playing.
You tried to be content with nothing, so your anomaly made you the single most important, invaluable, famous person in the Foundation in precisely the worst possible way, because it wasn't what you wanted.
Uh-huh.
SCP-7000 happened because of you.
I don't even want to know what the body count was.
Universally assholes or idiots, as far as the AD can tell, and a whole lot of other people got a violent wake-up call they won't soon forget. They got a second chance to chart their courses in life because of you indirectly. And that's the key word, indirectly. It's not your fault. It's not like you ever had control over what was happening. Like everything else in your life, it just sort of happened to you. And as soon as you decided you kind of liked it, after our little pep talk, the corner turned again. You're not allowed to enjoy anything too much, right? So it took back everything it gave, turning it back into nothing. No offense.
Nothing is one of the nicest things anyone's ever called me. But yeah, sure, that's a sensible explanation.
I'm pretty pleased with it.
You single-handedly tricked me into ending a K-class scenario.
It's what I do.
You didn't, though. Because you're wrong.
Pardon?
A long time ago, I made a pact with the universe to live a sucky life, but not too sucky. And then I forgot, and then I broke it. This was the revenge.
What are you talking about?
Excerpt resumes 15 minutes after Class X amnestic application.
I remember it like it's happening. Right now. In front of me. It was in our old house on Stockwell Row, back in Peoria. I was going to bed. I'd been smoking in the garage. Simon was already asleep. I thought William would be too, but just as I was walking past his room, I heard him whispering to himself.
And you remember what he said?
I can hear it. He's saying, take anything else you want. Take all my stuff. Take all my friends. Take all my chances. Take everything good and keep it. Just don't take my mom.
Simon Weddle places a hand on his wife's shoulder.
Don't hurt my parents. Hurt me instead. For as long as you want, I can take it. I promise. Please.
Jesus.
Just a boy. He shouldn't have had to go through that.
I never smoked again.
Excerpt ends.
Turns out I was talking to the universe a long time before I met you. I told it to use me as a punching bag, and then I went to sleep. You ever remember those late-night thoughts the next day? I don't.
So what, you're a two-time reality bender? Or you prayed to the ceiling and Fortuna heard you?
Something heard me, and it took me up on the offer. It got good value for the next few decades, and then... well, you got one thing right. Everybody else was moving on and up, except me. Everybody else had change in their lives. I wanted that. I needed that. And on some new, unmemorable night, half drunk, lying on my couch in my dorm in my underwear, I asked for it out loud. I didn't even remember until my friend thought to check the security feed.
Let me get this straight. You think you caused your own luck anomaly, and you think you made it worse by breaking the terms, and then what? Deciding you liked it wouldn't fix that problem.
No. Sorry, buddy.
Dr. Weddle pats Dr. Dan on the back.
You're talking to the guy who beat the no-luck scenario, because I decided I didn't like it. Didn't like being important at everyone else's expense. You should try introspection sometimes. I'm new to it and it's a rush. So I did something about it. Because it turns out I might be fat and dumb and slow and a magnet for other people's bullshit. But I am not helpless.
Wait.
I thought this was all happening to me, right? I thought I was stuck, but it was me all along. My life might be fucked up, but it's my life. I'm in control. I set the terms. I just never knew it until now.
What else? Are you saying that you intentionally set the things back to normal? Made your deal with the devil again? You spoke to the ceiling and the ceiling answered?
Pretty much. Your speech did help though. Too flowery, but the sentiment was nice.
Have you grasped the full implications of this yet?
Dr. Weddle shrugs.
A lot of things, I guess. What's on your mind?
You, Dr. William Weddle, destroyed the Chaos Insurgency.
Every clown has his day.
You're back to mixing metaphors.
Yeah, well, that's one of the perils of writing your own script. Oh, hey, wait. There's another implication, too.
Which is what?
I outsmarted you. Well?
Well, what?
Well, what's behind the black boxes? You promised... Huh? I can't hear you.
Daniels!
The other patrons turn to look at Dr. Dan, who is now standing with his arms in the air. He glances at them, then sits back down sheepishly.
Daniels.
Yeah.
Dr. Dan Daniels.
Yeah.
Dr. Daniel Daniels.
Yes, go on. Have your guffaw.
Dr. Weddle extends his hand.
Dr. William Weddle.
Dr. Dan raises an eyebrow and considers Dr. Weddle for a moment before taking his hand and shaking it.
I told them you were more than just a gimmick, you know. I wasn't wrong about everything.
Dr. Weddle finishes his beer.
So, are you gonna reclassify 7000? Neutralized?
You know what? I think I have a better idea.
Yeah, you shit. I'll bet you do.
Two individuals take the bar stools beside Dr. Weddle and Dr. Dan.
How you losers doing?
Sore.
Who's buying? Flip you for it.
Dr. Dan presented a brief on the future of the SCP-7000 file to the O5 Council the following day. Overwatch Command, O5 Council Minutes. Excerpt begins.
So that's what I think. We do that, and we reclassify the LK scenario as 7000-D, and the invisible powers that be should be happy.
You're absolutely certain these are the explanations you want on record?
Definitely. And it takes all the credit away from Weddle, which ought to satisfy his flagellistic urges of his anomaly. And it's not like the CI are in any position to argue. If I'm right, and minus one very embarrassing incident recently, I always am. We should never have to go through this ridiculous rigmarole again.
It all makes a certain hideous kind of sense.
I understand the D proposal, but I'm interested to hear your rationale for the new 7000 file. You don't think this risks tipping the balance back in his favor, causing another crisis?
No. I think the loss of prestige ought to counterbalance it. I've run the whole thing past the analytics department, and they concur.
Still, why do it at all? He was never that important. Never will be again.
I think we owe it to him, don't you? You know, for being such a good sport.
Once again, I move we accept in toto. Sound off?
Yay. 05-1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Nay. None. Abstain. 05-7 and -13. Motion carried.
It's been decided. Weddle will go along with this, freely.
I'll be happy enough. After all, he had a hand in it. Did you see the new file photo for 7000?
Excerpt ends. Per Dr. Dan's request, the SCP-7000 file will be forked into 2 new database entries. Barebones drafts are presented below for review. Item number: SCP-7000-D. Level 3 Confidential. Containment Class Decommissioned. Special Containment Procedures. The remains of SCP-7000-D-1 are undergoing investigation at Site-19. No further containment measures are necessary. Description: SCP-7000-D was a progressive probability failure on the planet Earth during July and August of 2022, precipitated by an ontokinetic eigenweapon known as the Kismet device, or SCP-7000-D-1. The device was destroyed by the SCP Foundation via tactical nuclear deployment. See Operation Nelson's Revenge for further details. As the effects of the probability failure have subsequently receded, it is presumed that the device's ongoing intervention in baseline reality was required to sustain it. Contact the Analytics Department for a full accounting of known and suspected SCP-7000-D effects and occurrences. Item number: SCP-7000. Level 2 Restricted. Containment Class Euclid. Secondary Class Mamet. Disruption Class Kennick. Risk Class Caution. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-7000 is responsible for its own containment. No experimentation involving this anomaly is authorized without the explicit consent of the Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority or SCP-7000 itself. There is no relationship between SCP-7000 and SCP-7000-D. Description: SCP-7000 is a probability sink concentrating local misfortune on its own person, Dr. William Wallace Weddle, Deputy Chair of Replication Studies at Site-43. Item number: SCP-001. Object Class Embla. Containment Procedures. SCP-001 is contained on the grounds of Site-0 in upstate. A fence has been constructed around the perimeter of SCP-001's observed effects. In addition to Site-0's security, no fewer than 5 armed guards are to be present at all times to prevent unauthorized entry. The adjoining physics laboratory will be manned at all hours, studying any anomalies. A small metal plaque bearing an inscription will be maintained in good condition. Any damage is to be immediately reported to maintenance. Description: SCP-001 is a circular gravel path in a wooded area. When traveled in a counterclockwise direction, the trail is continuously uphill even after reaching the original point. When traveled in a clockwise direction, the trail shows the same amount of uphill and downhill travel as expected. Level 5 clearance is required to access SCP-001's experiment log. New members of Overseer Council are required to read Document 001-05. Document 001-05. If you're reading this, then congratulations. One of us has died. Something killed one of us. A monster, perhaps, or a rival from the GOC. Or maybe we just got a little close to the flame, like Aaron. Not old age, of course. We took care of that, didn't we? Anyway, one of the old guard is gone. Maybe Jason, maybe Agnes, maybe me. Hell, I'd be surprised if I wasn't the next one to die. I always was the most expendable. I'm going to write this to you as though you were a human being. It will be the last time anyone extends you the courtesy, so I hope you appreciate it. Whoever you are, whatever you did before, you must have been high-ranking when you were pulled into this. You must have noticed the discrepancies, the inconsistencies. I don't know how much you've been told already, or how much you've pieced together. The crux of the matter is this. The retrievals and recoveries of SCP objects are staged, or made up whole cloth. We have never discovered an SCP in the entire history of the Foundation. I should start from the beginning. Let me tell you a story. Aaron Siegel was a physicist, studying at Cornell in 1891. He was a truly gifted individual, and had his life taken a different path, I believe his name would be there with Edison, Einstein, and Hawking. I knew him very well. He was, and may still be, my brother. He was also an avid amateur naturalist, and enjoyed hiking through the woods. One day, while visiting our family home in Essex County, he came across a gravel path. He decided to follow it for a time, and noticed that it kept climbing uphill far longer than it should have. It should have taken him above the nearby hills. Instead, he found himself back where he'd started, without a foot of downwards travel. Another man would have assumed his senses were faulty and left. Aaron, however, was a stubborn man. He investigated further. He found the path did not conform to the pure geometry of Euclid. Like Sakari before him, he had found something abhorrent to the nature of straight lines. He studied it. The equations he derived are part of the file you've received. You'll learn them by heart eventually. He built a small shack nearby which served as a makeshift laboratory. His first experiments produced a key capable of opening any lock, now contained as SCP-005. He brought in others. As his brother, I was one of the first he contacted. I was a medical student at Harvard at the time. I initially thought he was mad, but when he showed me the path, the key, I had to learn more. There were others with us, other friends and colleagues. Most of them are gone now, but we were the core. We created the Foundation from around ourselves. In the beginning, it was just about discovery, about finding the things we could do. We had such high hopes, such plans. We were going to change the world. We were going to save it from itself. We could feed the hungry, shelter the homeless, heal the sick and dying. Thomas Carter found us money. We were none of us poor, but we ran through our fortunes quickly. Thomas used his connections on Wall Street and in Washington to fund us. He showed them the least of what we could do, and promised heaven against the threat of hell. Agnes Peterson, my brother's fiancée, was the administrator. We knew nothing of how to run an organization. We were a herd of cats running to and fro, and she turned us into a foundation, putting us dreamers and madmen to the same yoke. We soon had a facility built, but we were still so secretive. As much as we wanted to shout from the rooftops what we had found, we were frightened too, that it would be taken from us. We told ourselves it was just for the interim, until we were sure of our footing. We'd show them, eventually. We'd show them all. We were careful, at first. We made small, inoffensive, or even helpful items. The Fountain of Youth, the bouncing ball, the Civil War statue. We grew more confident, and we started working on humans. The concrete man. He volunteered. Or the man with the abdominal planet. Just a drifter, but we made him something special, didn't we? It was all so easy. Perhaps it seems absurd to get so many things from that one little break in reality, but it all flowed, one discovery to the next. It almost seemed like something was helping us along. But then, things started going a bit wrong. While he was playing with his equations, Aaron accidentally derived the missing number. In my laboratory, I found I'd made the zombie plague, but we were too invested in our projects, so we pushed ahead. Then came the pipe nightmare and the stairwell. We knew we'd need more help. Thomas showed what we'd done to the military, told them we'd found these things, discovered them. We made up names like Prometheus Labs and the Chaos Insurgency. They gave us funding, personnel. We built up and expanded outward. We repeated the cell in other countries. Some listened, some didn't. Enough did. We became an international organization. We brought in more researchers, though very few ever suspected we were the source of these items they studied. Sometimes we would arrange for an object to be found by a field team. Sometimes we would simply write the reports. We generated the paperwork, and we were the oversight. If we said a thing was, it was. It still is. There were still problems, of course. Jeremy and Thomas took one of our experiments and ran off with it, creating the ridiculous club. One of our researchers grew mad and started worshipping machines, escaping with enough knowledge to be dangerous. We still deal with the fallout of these splinter groups. So we contained them. We handled them. We couldn't stop. Surely you can see that. Rather than more cautious, we grew bolder. I cut a little boy up and turned him into the flesh that hates. There were reasons. There were always reasons. 231. We created her and her sisters. We took them from orphanages and arranged for what followed. And it was no accident. We knew what we were doing. There was a reason for it once, but I'll be damned if I can remember it now. None of us do. Except maybe my brother, whatever he is now. We keep moving forward, even after Abel, after the blood pond, after that damnable reptile. We still move forward with our work. What else can we do? Our only hope to survive the events we've set in motion is to understand better, to learn more. We're on the back of a terrible beast, and if we try to jump off now, we'll be crushed beneath. But that's not what frightens me, and it isn't what should frighten you. We've maintained our foothold for over 100 years. The things I really worry about are the anomalies we didn't create. No, I was telling the truth the first time. We didn't discover any of them, but some of them, they aren't our work. They just were one day. They were in containment, and they'd always been in containment. Don't you see? We're not in control anymore. We never were. Item number, SCP-209. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-209 is to be held in a 0.5 meter cubed pressure-sealed storage locker, insulated to prevent any potential aroma from release to the surrounding area. Access to SCP-209 is limited to a single Class 2 or higher staff member for any transport. A standard security detail should accompany any transport of SCP-209 at a distance of at least 23 meters. No more than one human subject of any classification should be within the minimum safe distance of 20 meters of SCP-209 at any time outside of a research trial setting. As current hypotheses regarding the function of SCP-209's active phase indicate enticement to use through olfactory manipulation of some kind, any staff assigned to research trial or security detail should be equipped with personal air filtration devices rated at Foundation standards of at least Euclid 3, HEPA filter, oil resistant. Research has approved the use of the prototype modular keycard system SC Passport for SCP-209's storage locking mechanism. The keycard for SCP-209 storage is modified with a proximity alarm and deactivation protocol to enforce the single-user-only containment mandate. If more than one human subject is detected in the proximity of both the keycard device and lock, a Level 1 containment breach alarm will be sounded and the locking system disabled to prevent removal of SCP-209 from its storage locker. Description: SCP-209 appears to be a single malt Scotch tumbler, 10 centimeters in height and with an 8 centimeter diameter at its widest point. The tumbler shows no manufacturer's marks, but does indicate signs of moderate to heavy use and light wear, including a small chip missing from the rim. When not in the possession of a human subject, the tumbler contains approximately 88 to 91 milliliters or 3 ounces of an unknown golden brown translucent liquid. This liquid cannot be siphoned, spilled, drained, evaporated, or otherwise removed from SCP-209 by any means other than a human subject taking hold of the tumbler and consuming the liquid. All activator subjects debriefed following a sampling of the liquid produced by SCP-209 report it to be alcoholic in nature and providing a sense of warmth, self-assurance, and general well-being. This effect has proven to be highly addictive, with methadone therapy currently holding the highest rates of success for detoxification from SCP-209's effects. For SCP-209 to enter its active phase, 3 conditions must be met. At least 2 human subjects must be within 20 meters of SCP-209. At least one of the human subjects must have a normal functioning sense of smell and detect SCP-209's aroma. Anosmic test subjects have been unable to initiate the active phase. The subject who first detected the odor of SCP-209 must take possession of the tumbler and consume any amount of the liquid within it, hereafter activator subject. Once these conditions are met, SCP-209 enters its active phase. The activator subject will immediately seek a relaxing or comfortable position in which to finish the liquid in SCP-209 at a leisurely pace. Any other human subject within 20 meters of the activator subject, hereafter prey subject, will be locked into 2 distinct physical parameters for the duration of the active phase. Prey subjects will be physically incapable of moving more than 20 meters away from the activator once ingestion has begun. Prey subjects will be physically incapable of moving closer than 1 meter to the activator once ingestion has begun. All current attempts at moving any prey subject beyond these boundaries while living have met with failure. Any human subject entering the 20-meter sphere of SCP-209's influence after the activator and prey subjects have been established are not affected. Any descriptive word or phrase used in reference to SCP-209 by the activator subject during the active phase will physically reflect upon the prey subject in a variety of ways. See Experiment Logs 209.6.2 through 209.33.8 for details. Activator subjects seem aware of both the boundary restrictions imposed on prey subjects as well as the physical effect of their descriptive language, but no matter the scale of physical harm or distress inflicted upon prey subjects, activator subjects seem to retain a light, amused demeanor. It is theorized that the effects SCP-209 inflicts on prey subjects is intended as a form of entertainment for the activator subject to enjoy while experiencing SCP-209's intoxicating effects. When the activator subject has consumed all the liquid within SCP-209, both boundary parameters are nullified. If still capable of motion, former prey subjects can and do flee the area with as much speed as possible. The activator subject will immediately become confused by the now empty SCP-209 and attempt to refill it with any available liquid. If the activator is successful in filling SCP-209 with approximately 88 to 91 milliliters or 3 ounces of any liquid, it will transmute into another glass of golden brown translucent alcohol, and the cycle begins again, provided there is another potential prey subject in range. If prey subjects or others disable or remove SCP-209 from the activator before they are able to refill it, SCP-209 will exit the active phase and remain empty and inert for approximately 79 hours before refilling itself by unknown means to potentially begin a new active phase. Addendum: Experiment Log 209.18.4 3D class subjects appropriated for testing. 25 by 25 by 6 meter room furnished with a single steel folding chair and SCP-209. Activator subject designated D-Act. Prey subjects designated D-Prey-1, D-Prey-2. Log begins 122 seconds following D-Act ingestion of SCP-209. 122 seconds. D-Act seats himself in the single chair provided in the room. D-Prey-1 approaches D-Act. D-Prey-2 begins exploring the room's boundaries. 188 seconds. D-Prey-1 discovers the inner boundary and is unable to approach D-Act. 194 seconds. D-Prey-2 discovers the outer boundary and is unable to reach the eastern wall. 227 seconds. D-Prey-1 begins shouting obscenities and attempts to strike D-Act. No effect. D-Prey-2 attempts to map the outer boundary. 255 seconds. D-Act describes SCP-209 as smoky. 258 seconds. D-Prey-1 begins coughing violently. D-Prey-2 approaches. 284 seconds. D-Prey-1 collapses, racked with violent coughs. An unknown black smoke-like gas is expelled from his mouth with each cough. D-Prey-2 attempts to approach D-Act. 299 seconds. D-Act describes SCP-209 as smooth. 302 seconds. D-Prey-2 appears to begin sweating profusely. D-Prey-1 continues coughing spasms. Expulsion of smoke-like substance continues from mouth, nose, and eyes. 363 seconds. D-Prey-2 exuding a thick layer of a viscous, near-frictionless substance from all pores. Substance has eroded clothing and apparently the first layer of epidermis. D-Prey-2 is unable to remain standing, falls, and attempts to staunch the flow of the unknown substance from his pores. D-Prey-1 apparently expired. Smoke-like substance continues to vent from mouth, nose, and eyes. D-Act applauds intermittently. 484 seconds. Viscous substance exuded from D. Prey 2 has eroded 2 additional layers of skin, wounds approximate to 2nd and 3rd degree burns. D. Prey 2 expresses desire to be terminated. Request denied. D-Act appears fixated on the remaining liquid of SCP-209. 522 seconds. D. Prey 2 expires. Substance appears to cease exuding from pores. D. Prey 1 ceases to expel smoke-like substance. D-Act continues drinking SCP-209. 948 seconds. D-Act consumes the last of SCP-209. Immediately stands and rushes to the body of D. Prey 1, begins clawing at the corpse with left hand while maintaining hold of SCP-209 with the right. 954 seconds. Researchers determine that D-Act is attempting to refill SCP-209 with blood from the corpse of D. Prey 1. Per orders, one security staff member enters and neutralizes D-Act, recovering SCP-209 still in its empty state. Item Number: SCP-3299. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Major internet advertising agencies are to have their output automatically monitored by I/O Beholder for instances of SCP-3299. Footnote 1. I/O Beholder, automated filtering and classification software specifically designed for the detection of cognitohazards and memetic digital media. Any such detected instances are to be deleted using previously installed Foundation Trojan software, and attempts to track their source should be made. Any individuals discovered to have been affected by SCP-3299 are to be detained and treated on a case-by-case basis. The preferred treatment is the administration of amnestics and then release, but more invasive options are available as necessary, including but not limited to corrective surgery or permanent containment in the anomalous humanoid wing of Site-17. Description: SCP-3299 is a series of cognitohazardous internet advertisements of a style that is colloquially referred to as clickbait. Individuals who follow the link in the advertisement and read the headline and full body of the associated article are subject to its effect. When its effect is triggered, the affected individual is subject to one or more mental or physical alterations associated in some way with the headline and contents of the SCP-3299 instance they were exposed to. These alterations appear to be irreversible. Amnestics have had no success in removing mental effects, though in minor cases, physical alterations can be masked with surgery. To date, there have been 247 different recorded varieties of SCP-3299. Their content varies significantly, but in most cases tends towards the absurd. Refer to Table 3299-1 below for a list of examples. The origin of SCP-3299 is unknown, but attempts to trace its source have resulted in a pattern of inconclusive data matching that of SCP-2964. Table 3299-1. Examples of SCP-3299. Headline: This woman's one weird trick will make you younger. Doctors hate her. Content summary: includes details on a facial ointment supposedly made from household goods with the implied effect of making a person look more youthful. Effect: subjects not educated to a PhD level visibly de-aged by between 20 to 30% of their current age. Subjects with a PhD became irrationally angry at the woman mentioned in the article, ultimately developing a crippling obsession that prevents normal functioning. Headline: This intense footage will shake even the most skeptic non-believer. Content summary: a short video of maintenance lights flashing in an underground train line tunnel that briefly synchronize into the vague shape of a human face. Effect: immediately following the conclusion of the video, the subject's body begins to vibrate at a frequency of between 800 Hz and 2.3 kHz, causing them to produce the associated audible tone. This effect is permanent. Footnote 2. It has also been observed to continue following the death of the subject, but has as of yet had no significant long-term health impacts on the subjects. Headline: This uncomfortable video of a clam will irreversibly change you. Content summary: An article featuring several photos, but no video, of Mercenaria mercenaria, hard clams, in various stages of their life, with descriptions of the life cycle of said clams. Effect: approximately 6 hours after reading this instance, subjects undergo rapid and extreme morphological changes. Their hands form into solid structures resembling bivalve clamshells, and their legs fuse into a single large appendage resembling the foot of a clam. Addendum 1. On November 3, 2017, a new strain of SCP-3299 began appearing on websites served by popular advertising services. These new instances typically consist of only a headline and an image or video. In instances that contain text, the text is frequently nonsensical strings of random words. Additionally, reading the linked article itself is no longer required to trigger their effects. Reading the headline and viewing the associated images or video is sufficient. Table 3299-2 contains examples of this new strain. IO Beholder has been updated to check for potential future strains of SCP-3299 in addition to its usual monitoring activities. Table 3299-2. Headline: This is not a joke. You may laugh, but you shouldn't. It's quite horrifying. Content summary: 7 close-up photos of the faces of 7 unidentified individuals, each accompanied by a block of text consisting of random combinations of letters. Effect: whenever the subject laughs for any reason, an incorporeal entity with a significant resemblance to Judith Scheindlin manifests within a 2-meter radius of the subject. The subject will claim to hear the entity berating them and gesticulating aggressively, though observers only see the entity standing still with a dour expression on its face. The entity demanifests 5 minutes after the subject stops laughing. Headline: These confidence tips will help people see you differently. Number 3 changed my life. Content summary: a 40-second video clip of an unidentified man making random sounds as unrelated words flash up on the screen. The words appear to be different with each viewing. Effect: the subject begins to experience pain whenever another individual looks at it. The location and severity of the pain varies, but increases over time. After approximately 5 accumulative hours, the subject's skin will begin to harden when they are looked at, and after approximately 20 accumulative hours, the subject's skin completely transforms into a substance that superficially resembles concrete, preventing all movement. These changes completely revert once they are no longer in the direct line of sight of another individual, though each change has been described as extremely painful. Headline: If your body suddenly jerks while falling asleep, this is what it means. Content summary: an image of an unidentified woman laying on a bed with a shocked expression on her face. Effect: whenever the subject experiences a hypnic jerk, they disappear from their current location and reappear at exactly 9:14 a.m. the following day at a new location, between 0.5 and 1.2 meters above the ground. Footnote 3. 9:14 a.m. local time in the location that they reappear. This location is typically one that the subject has visited within the previous 48 hours. Subjects are unable to account for the lost time. Headline: This local woman lost 20 kilos in a month. Click to find out what 2 ingredients she used. Content summary: the image of a slender woman wearing a pair of denim jeans several sizes too large for her, holding the waist away from her abdomen. Text of the article features the word feed repeated 713 times. Effect: subjects gain an immediate craving for and the ability to metabolize common lawn grass and kerosene and lose the ability to digest all other foods. If the subject goes for a period of longer than 3 hours without consuming one of these 2 things, their body begins converting muscle and bone into fat cells. This process is irreversible, but can be stopped temporarily by eating the necessary products. Headline: She pulled it out thinking it was a blackhead, but it was something else. OMG. Content summary: a 21-second clip from a nature documentary of bees smothering a hornet to death, slowed down to be 10 hours long. Effect: when the subject suffers any damage to their skin sufficient to draw blood, including ruptured epidermal blemishes, the wound will begin to disgorge arthropods in large numbers. The number depends on the size of the wound, but in each case will continue for 32 seconds before stopping. The skin may be distended during this, but will suffer no additional damage beyond the original wound. Over 5,000 species of arthropod have thus far been cataloged. Item number: SCP-6397. Level 2 Restricted. Containment Class: Euclid. Disruption Class: Vlam. Risk Class: Caution. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-6397 is to be stationed under MTF Kappa 9 Bad Boys so long as good behavior is maintained. If SCP-6397 begins to show signs of disloyalty to the Foundation, SCP-6397's service under the Kappa 9 Division will be temporarily suspended until a proper evaluation is determined. A tracking device has been implanted into SCP-6397's left ear and is to be replaced if ever broken. SCP-6397 is to be stationed at Bioresearch Area 12 for 1 month every year for physical examinations. SCP-6397 is not to be in the presence of any bird under the Corvus family. Footnote 1. This includes all crows, ravens, and rooks. If an interaction is deemed unavoidable, personnel are not to interfere with SCP-6397 and the animal until the altercation has ceased. Description: SCP-6397 is a large female Canis lupus familiaris. Footnote 2. Dog. Of the Golden Retriever breed, SCP-6397 has 8 invisible tentacles originating from its body. While invisible to all spectrums of light, Footnote 3, including visible, ultraviolet, and infrared light. These tentacles persist in casting shadows onto surfaces. These tentacles have a strong connection with the physical plane and are frequently used by SCP-6397 to pick up objects, climb up walls, attack hostile entities, and use tools it otherwise would not be able to with its paws. SCP-6397's tentacles measure an average length of 1.5 meters and have the strength to lift objects weighing over 150 kilograms. These tentacles have a squishy velvet texture, and the lower half of the tentacles are covered with strong suction cups similar to that of Octopus vulgaris. Footnote 4. The common octopus. SCP-6397 has the ability to regenerate its tentacles if said appendage is completely severed from the body. The time it takes for tentacles to regrow ranges anywhere from 2 weeks to 3 months, depending on the severity of the injury. SCP-6397 is strictly carnivorous, refusing to eat any plant-based food. In addition to this, SCP-6397 also refuses to eat meat of any land animals, instead only eating crustaceans, fish, and gastropods. Discovery. Following rumors circulated around the town of Charleston, Oregon about a supposed demon hound stealing large quantities of seafood from local fishing markets. Foundation operatives stationed in the area were sent to investigate the situation. SCP-6397 was found on the beaches of Sunset Bay State Park. It was reported to have been gnawing on a dead crow, and several dead raven carcasses laid on the ground around it, some being held in the air by SCP-6397's tentacles. Addendum 6397.01 Intelligence. SCP-6397 has shown intelligence levels far surpassing the average canine, understanding some human languages and basic mathematics. SCP-6397 had a base understanding of Spanish and English prior to containment. It is unknown how SCP-6397 learned these languages, but it is estimated that it learned by observing humans. This theory has been supported by the fact that SCP-6397's level of English has improved by a substantial margin since initial containment, while SCP-6397's grasp of Spanish hasn't improved. SCP-6397 cannot communicate directly with humans via verbalization. Footnote 5. When SCP-6397 talks, it is only able to verbalize barks, whimpers, growls, and other sounds that an average canine is capable of producing. Instead, the only method of communication from SCP-6397 is via writing. Foundation staff have taught SCP-6397 how to use a keyboard and write using pens and pencils. Footnote 6. SCP-6397 uses its tentacles to type and write instead of using its paws. Addendum 6397.02 Interview 1. The following log was transcribed from a conversation between SCP-6397 and Dr. Hathaway. All phrases by SCP-6397 were typed into a keyboard using its tentacles. The keyboard was placed in its containment chamber and displayed on a monitor in the accompanying research lab. The conversation was held in the early weeks of SCP-6397's confinement, with its ability to write limited. Begin log.
Hello, 6397. My name's Dr. Hathaway. I've been told you know how to work a keyboard. Can you show me?
SCP-6397 walks over to the western wall of its containment chamber and retrieves the keyboard provided. It then returns to the glass separating it from Dr. Hathaway.
Yes, I know how to use a keyboard. Do you have fish? I hungry.
Yes, in fact, I have some fish right here with me. And no, you can't have it yet, 6397. Only good girls get to have the fish. If you answer some of the questions I have for you, then you get a treat.
More questions? I told you a lot. What more do I have?
Well, we are a little confused by some of your statements yesterday. Apparently you've been telling staff that you're an octopus. Is that right?
Yes, that is right. I am Octopus. What is confusing about?
Dr. Hathaway laughs lightly.
Yes, well, you are aware that you look like a dog, right? We've done a lot of tests on you. They all show that you are, in fact, a dog.
SCP-6397 walks over to a wall in its chamber and begins to float upwards. The keyboard is also raised higher into the air. Shadows of the tentacles originating from SCP-6397 move in a muddled pattern, affixed to the wall. When SCP-6397 stops its ascent, the tentacle shadows appear erect and stable.
I am a octopus. Levi raised I and friends. If I was not an octopus, how is I be do this?
Well, if you are an octopus like you claim, why is it that you can't breathe underwater? You lost consciousness after being submerged in our tank for only 40 seconds.
SCP-6397 whimpers and hangs its head down towards the ground, avoiding eye contact with Dr. Hathaway.
I know. I am sad about still. I cannot breathe again until mission is finished.
A mission? What do you mean?
SCP-6397 raises its head again to look back at Dr. Hathaway.
I have to defeat winged menace. My people are count on me to defeat them. If I can't, we won't be the next you.
Next you? What do you mean? You mean me?
I want my fish, please. I hungry and tired.
End log. SCP-6397 refused to communicate with any Foundation staff members for the remainder of the day. In the morning following said interview, SCP-6397 resumed normal behavior. A connection between SCP-6397 and SCP-2967 is currently under investigation. Addendum 6397-03. Incorporation into the Kappa 9 project. During an assault by the Chaos Insurgency, SCP-6397 managed to breach containment. Despite having a clear opportunity to escape, SCP-6397 aided in evacuating personnel to safe locations and later engaged insurgents in combat. These actions appear to have been done entirely of SCP-6397's own volition. Following this, SCP-6397 has undergone several Foundation loyalty tests and has scored amongst the top 1%. Because of these factors, SCP-6397 has been cleared for its incorporation into the Kappa 9 project. Mobile Task Force Kappa 9, Bad Boys. Mobile Task Force Kappa 9, otherwise known as Bad Boys, is an MTF comprised in its entirety of K9s. Members of Kappa 9 specialize in reconnaissance and physical combat. Kappa 9 is only to be called in as a last resort, in situations where human intervention is deemed either impossible or likely to negatively impact containment efforts. Addendum 6397.04. Notable Incident Report. The following is a catalog of notable events undertaken by SCP-6397 during its service under MTF Kappa 9. MTF K9 MO326397. During an assault, SCP-804 was stolen by the Chaos Insurgency. Kappa 9 was called in to combat the insurgents and retrieve SCP-804. Said insurgents made it 8 kilometers before succumbing to SCP-804's mimetic effects. Using currently unknown anomalous methods, said insurgents managed to alter SCP-804 to make it last longer before breaking. SCP-804 remained in effect for the following 10 hours, with its area of effect increasing during this time. SCP-6397 retrieved SCP-804 during this time and traveled with it into the away from human civilization. SCP-6397 traveled over 30 kilometers through the sub-zero environment before SCP-804 ceased function. 5 of its tentacles had to be amputated due to frostbite and the loss of 1 digit in its front left paw. The redaction of SCP-804's location is now mandatory to prevent similar incidents from occurring. MTF-K9 MO96-6397. During a routine training exercise on Level 0 of Bioresearch Area 12, a flock of crows began gathering in the area. SCP-6397 became aggressive towards the birds, growling and barking at them, ignoring orders by instructors. When SCP-6397 ran over to the crows intending to harm them, the crows descended upon SCP-6397 in an organized group. SCP-6397 managed to capture 3 crows within its tentacles before being overwhelmed by the birds and falling unconscious. The murder of crows lifted SCP-6397 into the air and carried it away into the adjacent woodlands. MTF-Kappa-9 pursued the murder for a kilometer before the murder descended and flew into a cave. When entered, the cave was discovered to be an immense labyrinth, with Kappa-9 losing sight of the murder and SCP-6397. SCP-6397 was later found deep in the cave with deep lacerations on its upper body, heavy bruising throughout, and all of its hair shaven off. A note was found stapled to its back, reading the following: "You have lost your way, little one. Working with your jailer does not set your people free." MTF-K9 M361-6397. During the months of March through May 2020, MTF-Kappa-9 was stationed in 3 Portlands to maintain some Foundation presence. Footnote 7. Due to the mass outbreak and quarantine during the early months of 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, no Foundation staff was allowed in the 3 Portlands. Kappa-9 became very popular with the locals around Prometheus Plaza during this time. SCP-6397 would climb up the sides of buildings to greet the local children when they were quarantined. The local raven population in 3 Portlands decreased substantially during this time, largely in part due to SCP-6397's actions. On May 17, 2020, a large migration of ravens took place, with several conspiracies relocating to the area surrounding Portland, Maine. Since then, the migration of ravens has been permanently altered to no longer arrive at 3 Portlands, despite SCP-6397 and Kappa-9 being no longer present on site. How future generations of ravens know to avoid 3 Portlands is unknown. Addendum 6397.05 Interview 2 Level 4 access required. The following is the video recording of a psychiatric evaluation conducted between Kane Pathos Crow and SCP-6397. SCP-6397 made use of a keyboard and monitor to communicate. Begin log. SCP-6397 is seen escorted into the psychological room holding a keyboard. SCP-6397 takes a seat on a couch opposite Kane Pathos Crow by a glass table. SCP-6397 plugs a keyboard into a monitor affixed to the wall behind it. The guards that escorted SCP-6397 in then left the room.
Hello, SCP-6397. I heard you had a little incident today. Do you mind telling me what happened?
Who are you? You aren't a member of my squad.
You can just call me Kane. I'm just a scientist. This is beside the point, though. Can you tell me what happened today?
We were being attacked. Those vermin were all over the place. If I didn't act fast, we were good as dead.
You were attacked. I was told you attacked them.
Okay, well, technically, I attacked them first. But they were going to hurt us. I can see it in their eyes.
What do you mean you could see it in their eyes?
They're disgusting. They want to be the next people. That's not going to happen. We'll be the next them.
What do you mean by that? We. What are we going to be?
Sorry. Not we. I mean, we as in my kind, not your kind.
Kane Pathos Crow is quiet for the next few moments, with a confused expression on his face.
I think you've lost me. Who is we? Do you mean us dogs as we? Are you talking about the Golden Retriever breed specifically?
SCP-6397 whimpers quietly.
How many times do I have to tell you people? I am not a dog. I'm an octopus. I was raised in the ocean by my family. I know this. I was there.
Cain Pathos Crow gives off a loud howl and pants lightly.
What? Do you truly think that you weren't always a dog? Oh well, I can certainly relate to that. I wasn't a dog growing up either.
SCP-6397 begins wagging its tail and barks with what appears to be a smile.
What? Are you serious? Gilbert, is that you? What's going on? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be at home protecting the family?
What? Who are you talking about now? I thought I already told you. I'm Dr. Crow. Cain Pathos Crow. I was once...
SCP-6397's behavior and demeanor change seemingly instantaneously. It jumps to its feet, sinking its claws into the couch cushions underneath. It lowers its head and bares its teeth toward Cain Pathos Crow. It proceeds to let out a deep growl. Cain Pathos Crow yelps in response to SCP-6397's behavior and gets to his feet.
Whoa!
SCP-6397 throws the keyboard at Cain Pathos Crow with its tentacles. Cain Pathos Crow ducks his head down to avoid the keyboard, missing his ear by only a few centimeters.
Hold on there. What's wrong, girl?
SCP-6397 leaps across the room, grabbing Cain Pathos Crow with its tentacles in a matter of seconds. Cain Pathos Crow claws aimlessly as he is suspended up into the air. Cain Pathos whimpers, gasping for air as he is being strangled by SCP-6397's tentacles. The door to the room is slammed open and 3 security guards rush into the room.
Drop it! I said drop it!
The 2 guards situated at the front, Agent Bailey and Agent Plague, are knocked into the nearest wall by an unseen force. Agent Bailey is lifted up and his head is slammed into the wall in quick succession over the following seconds, losing consciousness as a result. Agent Columbo draws a modified hatchet and thrusts it downward into the open air between SCP-6397 and Cain Pathos Crow. Cain Pathos Crow falls down onto the sofa, gasping for air. SCP-6397 lets out a howl, and blood leaks from unseen points in the air around it before being pushed into the glass table, shattering it.
Down! Down, girl!
All individuals are covered in blood, with a large amount secreting from open cuts in the air, where Columbo had severed SCP-6397's tentacles. Even with significant blood loss, SCP-6397 is able to get to its feet in a fast manner. SCP-6397 once again throws itself toward Cain Pathos Crow. However, its trajectory is interrupted when Agent Columbo kicks it in the stomach, sending it hurtling across the room and into the wall. End log. Cain Pathos Crow and Agent Bailey were rushed to the infirmary. Cain Pathos Crow suffered a minor green stick fracture on his left scapula. His fore and hind limbs suffered acute muscle strains along with his neck. Due to the power of SCP-6397's suction cups, large patches of skin had been removed from Agent Bailey's scalp and neck. Agent Bailey also suffered a concussion. SCP-6397 deployment in Kappa 9. Following Interview 2, SCP-6397 was temporarily suspended from MTF Kappa 9 and a re-evaluation of its continued employment was undertaken. After a thorough investigation, SCP-6397 was allowed back into MTF Kappa 9, as its skills have been deemed a valuable asset, and it has persisted to score in the 95th percentile in Foundation loyalty tests, despite the violent altercation with a Level 4 Foundation researcher. SCP-6397 was reintegrated back into MTF Kappa 9 after 14 months of confinement. SCP-6397 and Cain Pathos Crow are not to make contact again, with SCP-6397 not allowed onto any site if Cain Pathos Crow is present. Item Number: SCP-7300. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-7300 is contained within the Site-438 pond. In events of extreme weather, an object locker with a grow light has been prepared. SCP-7300 currently meets with Dr. Joanna Goodman weekly, both for mental health screenings and physical inspection. Description: SCP-7300 is a freshwater phytoplankton. Footnote 1. pleurosigma helioplankton. While SCP-7300 is able to photosynthesize energy, it can also ingest organic matter. SCP-7300 is also capable of speech. Footnote 2. Fluent in both English and Swedish. At average human decibel levels and has substantial knowledge of human society. Discovery. SCP-7300 was discovered by Wilson's Wildlife Solutions during a routine blue-green algae test in the Stotts Lake of Eugene, Oregon, where it was reportedly sobbing and begging for forgiveness. In accordance with the boring agreement, SCP-7300 was promptly transferred to Site-438. Following a brief observation period, an interview was conducted by Dr. Wexler. Begin log.
Hey, fuck, man, God. Thanks for moving me to a room with windows. I mean, artificial light is nice and all, but nothing quite replaces the real thing. But maybe shitty light is just my destiny, because I'm a shitty—
SCP-7300, please stay on track. I've brought you here to answer some questions, and hopefully we can figure out what happened to you, okay?
That's the thing. I think I was always like this. A shitty fucking mite.
I'm going to have to ask that you remain calm. I sympathize with your situation, I really do. I got turned into a mosquito once, and let me tell you, it wasn't very fun. But I got turned back. We can help you.
Okay. Fuck.
Thank you. To start off, what all do you remember?
A lot. My memories are kind of hazy. I remember being born and feeling like something very wrong was happening. Couldn't quite place it at first. It just felt like a square peg in a round hole, you know? Then I realized I was actually a guy peg in an algae hole.
Plankton hole, actually.
I'm a fucking plankton? Like SpongeBob?
I mean, I guess you're a part of the species that inspired the character?
Man, I should build a robot. Robot wife. Fuck yeah.
Sure. So, you mentioned SpongeBob. Do you have any other memories of human society?
Yeah, tons of them. I watched so much cable TV. And I know how to do taxes, like really well. I'm thinking I was an accountant. I had a wife, and kids, and a kidney stone, and an ex-wife. Turns out divorce papers are harder to fill out than Form W-9s. Way harder. I don't remember their names. We lived by a river. Had to move in with my parents later. Then I must have died. That's about it.
That's a lot. But you're saying that you were once a human, correct?
I was, I think. I don't know what god I pissed off for this to happen, but I've been thinking, and it's really not that bad. It's like I don't have to eat. I mean, I can, but...
But?
I just want to know if this is like a curse, or some kind of cosmic level fuck up, or like... God. I don't know. I'm sorry. Shit.
It's okay. You've given me a lot of information to go off of. We can give you a happy life here for now. There's a nice pond near here. Maybe I can see if we can put you there?
I guess. Ponds are nice. Do you have frogs there? Ducks?
Yeah, a duck recently laid eggs. We're expecting little chicks to pop up any day now.
Oh my god. Really?
Really?
That's, I don't really know what to say. But, I've got one more worry.
What is it? If the pond isn't to your liking, we can try and...
No, the pond sounds great. Wonderful, even. It's just, if this was some kind of cosmic fuck-up, where, like, my guy peg got put into an algae hole, then what happened to the algae peg that got put into a guy hole?
That's... we don't even know if that's what happened.
No, I've got a feeling that is what's happened. I'm a victim here. My body is very much my concern, because it's mine.
You're drawing unfounded conclusions and...
There's some fucked up baby out there that's eating light and has, like, 0 brain function. Plankton don't think. I've tried talking to them, to my brothers and sisters. They really don't. They get eaten up easily, and they don't even think to just swim away. Maybe I should just embrace my position in the food chain and...
Calm down. Please, just take a deep, photosynthesis. Do you want to go see the pond?
Do I? Yeah. Fuck yeah. I fucking love ponds.
Great. Just out the window. You can actually see it from here.
Oh, fuck. That's a good pond. Shit, dude. It really is, huh?
Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Oh man, you know what? I take it back.
The pond, or?
I love being a plankton.
End log. As of May 1st, 2022, SCP-7300's morale ratings are at an all-time high. As such, investigations into the origins of SCP-7300 have been placed on low priority indefinitely. SCP-7300 psychologist Dr. Goodman expressed support for this action, stating the following. In this case, doing anything more is unnecessary, and perhaps even harmful. SCP-7300's mental state practically crashes every single interview. Right now, it's finally doing better than ever before. The best we can do is give it a happy life, and we're doing just that currently. If you've spoken with SCP-7300, you can tell how it feels. It just really loves being a plankton. That's it. Item number: SCP-7450. Level 1 Unrestricted. Containment Class Esoteric. Secondary Class Megiddo. Disruption Class Amida. Risk Class Critical. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-7450 is uncontained. The SCP Foundation, in its current iteration, no longer possesses the resources or personnel required to contain SCP-7450. It is unlikely that any third-party paranatural classification and containment organizations would, if they indeed still exist, be capable of containing SCP-7450. Due to the critical threat that SCP-7450 poses to sentient life forms, all Foundation personnel are subject to the requirements of the Magog Protocol. The full requirements can be found on the Central Foundation data server. The primary tenets are as follows. 1. Under no circumstances are any personnel permitted to leave the confines of their local Foundation site during a transience of SCP-7450. 2. Under no circumstances are any personnel permitted to travel to an area that will be in the path of an SCP-7450 transience within 72 hours. 3. Under no circumstances are any personnel permitted to look at or listen to SCP-7450. By order of the Foundation Overwatch Administrator, any personnel found to have purposely or unintentionally violated one of these requirements is subject to summary execution by any other member of the SCP Foundation. Adherence to these requirements is paramount to the successful continuance of the human species. As a result of the Foundation's inability to contain SCP-7450 and the resultant circumstances that arose following its ascension, the SCP Foundation Classification Committee has ruled 3-0 to update SCP-7450's containment designation from the Apollyon class to the Megiddo class, to distinguish between entities or anomalies that will inevitably result in the end of the world and those that already have. Description: SCP-7450 is the group designation for 4 massive humanoid eigenweapons that ascended to godhood on the 13th of December 2028. The ascension of SCP-7450 was predicated by the arrival of the celestial 981 Ajax entity on October 14, 2025. The end product of the interaction between 981 Ajax and SCP-7450 was the utter annihilation of 981 Ajax, and immediately following that, the rapid escalation of an XK-class end-of-the-world event caused by the cognitohazardous and catastrophic ontokinetic effects of SCP-7450's presence on Earth. SCP-7450 entities range between 18.9 and 23.5 kilometers in height. They are humanoid in appearance, with 6 large avian wings emerging from their upper and lower back. SCP-7450 entities have a single arm and hand on their right side, in which they carry a short, curved sickle. Footnote 1. Short relative to their overall size. The entities have humanoid legs which terminate at the ankles and are seemingly incapable of locomotion, instead moving by way of levitation, though the legs do move as if ambulating. Surviving descriptions of SCP-7450 indicate other possible animal characteristics, such as claws, feathers on the arm and legs, serpentine tails, etc. They are named in descending order of size: Pallas, Judith, Rachel, and Argine. Accurate depictions of their facial features are infeasible to gather. It is currently impossible to obscure images of the entities' faces to a sufficient degree to allow for visual assessment while also negating their cognitohazardous properties. Similarly, audio recordings of SCP-7450's vocalizations cannot be reviewed by sentient observers. Both human and sentient AI listeners are subject to the cognitohazards present in SCP-7450's voice. Since the moment of their ascension, each of the 4 instances of SCP-7450 have been in constant circumnavigatory transience of the planet. Each of the 4 moves at slightly different speeds. Rachel is the fastest and transits the globe once every 416 days, whereas the slowest, Pallas, completes the passage in 468 days. Sentient creatures exposed to the visage or voice of any instance of SCP-7450 will immediately become compelled to follow it in its transit of the planet. Once an individual has been affected, they are unrecoverable. Subjects who fall under the effect of SCP-7450's compulsion will make every possible effort to avoid anything that would impede their ability to join in the mass following of SCP-7450, and cannot be deterred short of the total destruction of their body. Affected persons undergo changes over time to their physiology. They cease to age, their bodies become more resistant to damage and decay, and their features slowly begin to resemble the SCP-7450 instance they follow. They will walk behind their instance of SCP-7450 until their feet wear down to their ankles, at which point they will begin levitating alongside other similar subjects. Lastly, these subjects mimic the vocalizations of SCP-7450. And while exposure to these vocalizations by non-affected persons does not have the same immediate compulsory effect as SCP-7450, they will nonetheless experience the same end condition after a short period of time. Addendum 7450.1 Foundation Overseer's Address, November 2nd, 2025. This is a public notice from the Office of the SCP Foundation Overseer Council regarding the celestial entity appearing over the South Sky on October 14, 2025. Dated November 2nd, 2025.
Good evening. My name is Mann, an overseer of the SCP Foundation. We are an organization that seeks to categorize and contain anomalous entities and phenomena in our world. We have operated in secrecy for the last 200 years, maintaining our world's status quo. As of the night of the 14th, we are no longer able to maintain that veil. An entity has appeared over the southern sky. An entity we have identified as 981-Ajax. It's a hostile extraplanar entity currently intersecting our reality. The disaster ongoing in Johannesburg is evident to the entity's catastrophic potential. There have been many questions about the tragic footage that has made global news these last few weeks, and about the person hanging in the sky now over that city. We cannot speak with full certainty of their fate, but they are in our hearts. At this time, we are urging calm and caution. We understand you are afraid. Rest assured, we are currently cooperating with world governments and other organizations like our own to determine the best path forward. We have technology that is not available to the rest of mankind, and capabilities beyond what is commonly accepted as feasible. We will, as we always have, stand as a stalwart shield between our world and the unknown. Thank you. Mann, 05-1.
Addendum 7450.2 Foundation Overseer's Address, December 11th, 2028. This is a public notice from the Office of the SCP Foundation Overseer Council regarding Ajax, dated December 11th, 2028.
Over these past 3 years, myself and my predecessors have made every attempt to be as transparent as possible with you about our efforts to defend mankind against the ongoing threat of Ajax. Today, I will do the same. This will be our final communication. We have expended every possibility and all of our resources. We have broken up our containment cells and released every possible horror onto the world in the hopes of balancing out the threat of Ajax. We have failed. Ajax will soon open its final eye. and we will not be able to delay it. In truth, we never have. Take this time to be with your families. We have preparations in place that will, God willing, ensure the hopeful survival of our species. These preparations are buried deep within the earth and may survive the eyes of Ajax. Please, pray for their survival. These last 4 mothers of humanity, someday they and their children might awaken and walk on an earth free from this nightmare. I wish you all peace. Good night. Riz Olson's 051.
Addendum 7450.3 Personal Journal Entries. Personal Journal. Date May 14th, 2032. Got the news today I've been expecting for a while. Judith ended up too far east and passed over Site 43. I finally got into the Site AI and got the same stream of nonsense as the others. It's not cognito-hazardous itself, thankfully. A good canary to see if a place is worth visiting. Didn't sleep well again. I've got Henderson locked up in the cell a floor below me, but sometimes he just starts howling. I need to go change out the gag I had on him. I suspect he's chewed through it. Another letter in today, from Sophia. Blessings are few and far between, but they're still blessings. Says she's down to just 23, but they're still working. 23. I haven't had 23 in 2 years. She's worried about us. I didn't tell her about Henderson, but I told her it's still too dangerous to come over here. Rachel is crossing in 3 weeks, and we might catch Judith if she straightens back out. There are still some stragglers up there too, ones who haven't caught up with the floaters. Maybe in a few months. We'll see. It's agonizing, though. It's been a long few months. I thought at first having Henderson's voice would be enough to keep me sane, but since I snipped him, he doesn't sound much like a person anyway. And even then, he's not saying anything that would be a comfort, just shrieking and gnashing his teeth. Seeing another person would be nice. Personal Journal. Date, June 3rd, 2032. We're holed up tight this week. Rachel is passing right now. The last week, Henderson has been frothing at the mouth, probably because she's the one who turned him. I scoped him out week before last, just to make sure he was still good and tied up in there. Cell was a mess. He got out of his straps at some point and started scratching at the walls. He made decent progress, and he turned his hands into stumps. Maybe he thinks he'll be floating around on his wrists. Sound cancellation is still holding up. When we lost Site 8, they were about 16 meters down lower than us, and Palace still got all of them. That was a close call. I was on the phone with Harold Bates and he just starts crying. I threw it across the room and stayed out of there for a week. When I came back, the phone was still on. Total silence on the other end. But all this time buried down here has given me time to work. I found another one of the training satellites we used to use. It won't give us much coverage, it's only got 2 working cameras, but we might be able to get eyes on Argine. Haven't seen her since she passed Tokyo last year and went into the ocean. Computer keeps reminding me to check my update requests. Last time there were 8 sites reporting back. I know that there are probably more than that, but even thinking about opening that file makes me clammy. Need to think about more productive things. I'll check the update request tomorrow. Personal Journal. Date, June 4th, 2032. Only 3 sites updating. I shouldn't have checked. Rachel is taking her fucking time. Personal Journal. Date, July 29th, 2032. I let Henderson out earlier. I don't think there's anything left to learn from him, and he was a nice enough guy. He's got a lot of walking to do until he catches up with one of them, but he seemed happier. Still writhing and screaming, but in a more pleasant way. First time I've been outside in a while. It was really nice out. Sun was shining, and it's starting to warm back up again. The sky was mostly clear. If I had to guess, most of whatever was left of Ajax has his atmosphere by now. Might be some left up there, but I didn't see any. After I came back inside, I just sat around a little. I've been trying to keep busy, but I don't feel like it today. Haven't heard from Sophia in a while. Thank God for Alto, still sending me his daily updates. A picture of his face, once a day, every day. Not exciting, but it's something. Personal journal. Date, September 2nd, 2032. Still nothing from Sophia. Personal journal. Date, December 14th, 2032. 4-year anniversary. Nobody responding to update requests anymore. We must be getting near the close. I went back and read the rest of this file, hilariously abridged. We had such high hopes in the beginning, and then nothing. Planning committees and emails of encouragement. We made it out better than most. That first day they started crying out we couldn't hear it from so deep underground. 64 sites, 47,000 personnel. Why did it take us so long to learn how to stay alive? We're paying a price for Ajax. Ajax! What's the point of the secrecy now? What's the point of the updates and the status reports? Who's left to read this? I'll tell you what happened. If you're reading this, then you're whoever is left than me. There aren't many of us now, if any at all. Maybe it'll be Alto. In 1996, we buried 4 girls at 4 different deep well sites, a preparation for the end of the world. They'd had a close call with 239 and wanted to make sure they had a contingency plan. This is before we found 2000, so it became moot after that point. The project was more or less scrapped, but they didn't dig those girls up. I wonder sometimes if there was ever a meeting about it, or if they just forgot that they were there. Anyway, they were buried under a mountain of sorcery and technology and given wombs that would operate for 1,000 years. For 3 decades they were down there until Ajax showed up and turned 2000 into a smoking wreck. Suddenly, we need another option. And look at that. Kane finds those 4 girls and starts the machines up again, and we have our parachute again. But then, Armand tells the entire world about them as he's letting everyone know that we're going to die. All our best laid plans, all our world religions, suddenly only one thing mattered. Mankind had seen us calling real nightmares up from the bowels of the earth, powers they had never dreamed of, and suddenly we're telling them it's all over. Except, wait, there are these 4 girls who can save us. What did we think was going to happen? Had we really not learned about what belief does? So, they woke up, and that was it. 8 billion humans crying out for a god to save them. 8 billion humans screaming, crying, begging. Our city walls fallen and our idols smashed against the ground. Ajax. I don't even remember what Ajax looked like, to be honest. Preparing to open his last eye, and people were afraid. We lamented our shared fate, and our gods woke up. But they weren't built to be divine. They didn't know what was going to happen to them. The Foundation found them on a street corner somewhere, cleaned them up, put $10 billion of tech into them, and then sent them to bed. When they woke up, they were gods. They were 13 years old. 8 hours. We had 8 hours, Alto. 8 hours to plan before Palace cracked open her mouth and began screaming. Were they scared too? Were they afraid of what they'd become? Their first action was a reaction, I'm sure of it. Ajax came at them and then they scattered it across the atmosphere. Their next action was fear. Gods need worship and worshippers. It didn't take long. They blew through our cognitohazard defenses in seconds, like rice paper before a blowtorch. And now, it's been 4 years. Half of us we lost to the sisters, another third to exhaustion. Tired, scared, defeated. They would put down their work, walk out the door, and then wait for a sister to come calling. I don't know what the point of this was. I don't know what we accomplished here. Did we succeed in our mission? Did we plan enough? Do we still have work to do? Did we ensure the survival of our species? I don't know. I'm tired too. We wept when skies opened up and Ajax opened its first eye, and all the eyes afterwards. We lamented our grim misfortune and prayed for an end to our suffering. Why haven't I gotten the message yet? Now there's nobody left to lament but me. Personal journal. Date, September 1st, 2035. I hope it was easy for you, Sophia. I hope you found something like a new life out there. I won't be far behind. Personal Journal. Date, April 19th, 2036. My last journal entry. Out of food, and the water doesn't work anymore. Palace is getting close, but I can't wait any longer. I'll die down here if I don't leave. I can make it to Site 89 and then to Site 104. They'll have resources I can use, and maybe research I overlooked. If Palace catches me, then that's the ball game. I'm not willing to give up yet, but I can't wager the survival of our species against goggles that might slip or earplugs that don't work the way they should. I thought burning out my eardrums would be the hard part, but with the benefit of hindsight, I should have foreseen how bad it would be to take my own eyes out. Hindsight. A dark joke. I never truly appreciated the dark until now. I've spent too much time on this dumb shit to give up now. I don't care if it takes a life living in darkness. I'll figure this out. And if you ever get around to reading this, Alto, you can kindly go fuck yourself. 2 years you had my heart leaping at the sight of a cardboard cutout. Motherfucker. No time to cry. Wish me luck. Troy. Item number, SCP-6145. Object class, neutralized. Special containment procedures. Having been publicly discredited as a hoax by embedded physicians and medical practitioners at King James Medical College in 1749, no further containment of SCP-6145 is required. The remains of all 6 instances of SCP-6145-1 have been preserved and are presently on display at Site-24's Biological Containment Wing. Description: SCP-6145 was an anomalous occurrence on May 30th, 1749, wherein Virginia Croft, a resident of Wayford, England, gave birth to a set of 7 non-anomalous Eryctologous caniculus, European rabbits, designated SCP-6145-1. Both Croft and all SCP-6145-1 instances survived this process. The incident received significant coverage from the British press and was successfully contained by His Majesty's Foundation for the Secure Containment of the Paranormal, or HMF SCP. Footnote 1. Foundation Precursor Organization, active primarily in the United Kingdom and Ireland between 1738 and 1918. In November 1749, through implementation of a cover story. History: Virginia Croft, a 29-year-old widow who had previously survived 7 miscarriages, was unable to offer an explanation for SCP-6145. She reported that roughly 1 month prior, she awoke during the night to discover a mature male rabbit perched on her abdomen, which immediately departed. She further noted that in the weeks preceding SCP-6145, while exhibiting no typical symptoms of pregnancy, she experienced an unusual craving for grass, shrubs, and leafy vegetation. Croft, who had no known living relatives at the time of SCP-6145, did not initially inform any other persons of the occurrence. On August 12, 1749, Wayford physician Dr. Gordon Whiteley witnessed Croft breastfeeding several instances of SCP-6145-1 outside her home, whereupon she confessed to the extranormal circumstances of their birth. While initially skeptical, Whiteley later testified that he was intrigued by the rabbit's behavior and requested to perform a cervical examination on Miss Croft. Croft agreed to this procedure under the condition that Dr. Whiteley inform no others of his findings. This examination confirmed Croft's claims to be accurate. The following week, Whiteley informed several of his colleagues at King James Medical College of Croft's claims, which included several of Britain's most prominent physicians of the time. The resulting media fixation on Croft's claims attracted the attention of HMF SCP, who interviewed Dr. Whiteley and determined his findings to be credible. As this incident occurred over 2 centuries prior to the development of amnestics, His Majesty's Foundation instead focused on discrediting the anomaly. Miss Croft was asked to make a public statement, confessing that the events of SCP-6145 had been a hoax orchestrated by herself alone. Croft refused to comply with the Foundation's demands, unless all instances of SCP-6145-1 were returned to her possession. Unbeknownst to Croft, by this point all SCP-6145-1 had been transported to Facility Alpha for vivisection and were awaiting further testing. Footnote 2. Facility Alpha, since designated Site-24. On November 3rd, HMF SCP agent Dr. Philip Strangerson issued an official statement to King James Medical College, reporting that no evidence had been found to support Croft's claims. Strangerson further testified that based on their interactions, he believed Croft was likely to be suffering from grief-induced hysteria following multiple miscarriages and the death of her husband from tuberculosis in 1746. No further investigation was conducted into SCP-6145, and Dr. Gordon Whiteley resigned his position at King James Medical College in January 1749. Miss Croft was later admitted to a private psychiatric institution, where she died of undisclosed causes on November 10, 1753. She was buried in an unmarked grave in White Lake Cemetery, several kilometers outside her hometown. On November 10, 1754, a small group of mourners attending a funeral at White Lake Cemetery reported witnessing several dozen juvenile rabbits belonging to a variety of species assembling at a point facing the graveyard's west entrance. Each instance was reported to be carrying a single flower in its mouth, which was deposited before departing in unison through the west gate. Subsequent exhumation of this site revealed the presence of human remains, which were later confirmed to be those of Virginia Croft. In order to prevent similar occurrences in the future, Croft's corpse was removed and transported to Facility Alpha for incineration. No further anomalous activity has been reported in Wayford since. Addendum. In 2003, Site-24 Director Jacqueline Fleming issued the following statement regarding SCP-6145 and the circumstances which followed. Throughout this organization's history, countless men and women, field agent and civilian alike, have endured untold sacrifice for the sake of preserving normalcy. Few of these cases, however, have garnered the same level of notoriety and intense scrutiny over the ensuing years as that of Virginia Croft. Miss Croft lived in the tumultuous and uncertain era of our forefathers, who were only beginning to probe the mechanics of the impossible. They did not have access to such conveniences as the modern amnestic techniques we take for granted. As a result, they had little choice but to resort to less scrupulous methods of containment, leading to unfortunate and often tragic consequences. Bearing this in mind, I am pleased to announce that Site-24's forthcoming nature preserve, dedicated to the care and study of anomalous wildlife in all its forms, will hereafter officially be known as the Croft Wing. Secure, contain, protect. Classified by authority of the SCP Foundation Overseer Council. This document and all associated documents are the property of the SCP Foundation and are subject to the classification requirements and restrictions therein. This document may or may not contain lethal memetic defense measures. Attempting to access or disseminate this document without proper and sufficient authorization is punishable by death. Item number: SCP-6224. Level 2 Restricted. Containment Class Safe. Disruption Class Flam. Risk Class Notice. Assigned Site: Site-26. Site Director: A. Keeger. Research Head: T. Spanu. Assigned Task Force: Not applicable. Special Containment Procedures: Personnel who have watched or read officially licensed Neon Genesis Evangelion branded media are barred from employment at Foundation Site-26. This information is to be garnered through pre-employment interview screenings and the effects of SCP-6224 itself. Memetic Complex Absolute Taste Field has been proliferated throughout Site-26 for the purposes of discouraging viewing of Neon Genesis Evangelion and adjacent media. Personnel found to have consumed violating media are to be transferred to a secondary site chosen by Site-26's Re-employment Coordinator. Update: following Incident 6224-01, Site-26 has been reclassified as a low-threat containment zone. Research efforts to combat SCP-6224 have been prioritized. Description: SCP-6224 is a phenomenon localized to Foundation Site-26, wherein any and all inanimate objects placed within a 25-meter radius of the facility will instantaneously alter their physical appearance and properties to become Neon Genesis Evangelion branded. Footnote 1. Neon Genesis Evangelion is a 1995 Japanese science fiction animated television series revolving around artificial humanoid robots and their pilots. Objects affected by SCP-6224 are designated SCP-6224-A. This process has occurred since May 13, 2006. SCP-6224's changes are superficial and do not alter the object's original purpose. SCP-6224-A largely retain the functionality of their original form, and no instances of an object's conversion have resulted in a non-working object. While most SCP-6224-A instances are not based on existing Evangelion-branded products, some bear a strong resemblance to ordinary merchandise available for purchase. Examples include pencils, food products, dehumidifiers, and power washing equipment. Footnote 2. A complete digital and physical archive of Evangelion merchandise is being constructed for cross-referencing purposes. Complications due to the scale of this project have moved its expected completion date to 2031. SCP-6224 has demonstrated a capacity to alter paratechnical objects or other Foundation-made equipment, such as containment cells, weaponry, and uniforms. SCP-6224 has not altered any anomalous objects or entities in containment, nor any living things within its proximity. Due to the largely unobtrusive nature of SCP-6224 to the functionality of Site-26 as an extension of the Foundation, the decision was made to continue operations as normal. Personnel who have viewed Neon Genesis Evangelion-related media. Footnote 3. The axiom this property is based upon is poorly understood, and what constitutes viewing has proven inconsistent in testing. And retained an emotional connection to the franchise are susceptible to a dazed state upon viewing an SCP-6224-A instance, which can last from 1 minute to 6 hours. Personnel in this state often fixate upon the object while relating a verbose, extended tirade regarding the show's importance to them or the world at large. Attempts to interrupt this process are typically met with success, though doing so often results in minor hostility and annoyance directed towards unaffected persons. This state is induced in less than 0.2% of encounters between subjects and an SCP-6224-A instance, but the high volume of instances inside Site-26 has led to an intrusive and distracting presence in the work environment. Addendum 6224.1 Instance Log. Examples of notable SCP-6224-A instances are listed below. SCP-6224-A Log. Object altered. 2006 Porsche Cayenne, personal automobile of Site Director Keeger. Description: SCP-6224-A129 has been altered to include a decal of Evangelion character Misato Katsuragi wearing a swimsuit in a suggestive pose across the left side of the vehicle. The hood has been decorated with the show's logo. A decal on the right side of the car reads, "I love Major" in a white font, decorated with numerous red hexagons. Object altered. 4 Hartnell water coolers, located in each of Site-26's break rooms. Description: the plastic jug of SCP-6224-A781 through A784 bears a nerve insignia. Liquids placed in the coolers take on an orange coloration through the use of several filters and coloring dyes pumped into the object. This does not affect taste. When water is released through the use of the handle mechanism, a speaker attached to the bottom of the object will play the series' opening theme song, A Cruel Angel's Thesis, at a volume of 95 decibels. Cessation of playback until the song has completed is presently impossible. Object altered. Site-26's Director's Boardroom. Description: the entirety of the boardroom has been altered to reflect the meeting room of the villainous organization Zila as it is depicted in the show. In place of chairs, several large monoliths have appeared, which users may speak into through use of a speaker and vocal encoding mechanism. Attempts to replace these monoliths have resulted in their reappearance. Object altered. Physical photographs. Description: any and all physical photographs exposed to SCP-6224 will be altered to depict Evangelion's characters in place of ordinary people. Characters are depicted performing the same actions and taking the same positions as those originally in the photo. This effect is not applied to digital photographs, leading to the use of digital identification badges site-wide. Object altered. Physical media, such as DVDs, books, and video games. Description: physical media is altered to become Evangelion-related. This effect applies to the contents of such media as well. Live-action films become animated and feature heavy alterations in script to include a narrative involving Evangelion's characters while still retaining the tone of the original media. For example, a copy of How the Grinch Stole Christmas 2000, when played, depicted Evangelion's Asuka Langley Soryu in place of the Grinch, with Shinji Ikari taking the role of the Grinch's dog, Max. Similar alterations were found in a copy of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, which now featured the cast of Evangelion as playable characters. This effect does not apply to digitally streamed media. As a result, all physical media has been barred from Site 26. Object altered. Vinyl recordings of music. Description: similarly to other media, vinyl recordings are altered to reflect Evangelion's narrative and characters. This is most obvious in the alteration of vocals, but also in lyrical content, which reflects the series. An example includes American industrial rock collective 9 Inch Nails' Downward Spiral album, which is now vocally delivered by English Evangelion voice actor Tiffany Grant, and features songs titled Big Man with an Ava and Laying Unconscious on a Hospital Bed. This property does not apply to digitally streamed music. Addendum 6224.2. Additional information. An example of SCP-6224's mind-altering properties can be found below. Agent Eli Stain, who is familiar with Evangelion, used Elevator 127C on June 1st, 2006. The elevator had been altered to include 2 statues of characters Asuka Langley Soryu and Rei Ayanami. What followed is behavior typical of those affected by SCP-6224. Stain enters the elevator and gasps. He immediately moves towards the statue of Asuka and traces its outline with his hand. The agent begins to cry.
Oh my god. It's Asuka. From Evangelion. Asuka Langley Soryu. I'm so... fuck, I don't know. She's right here. Asuka. My fucking god. In real. In the elevator. Wow. Asuka Evangelion. Well, you seem a bit upset, but let's not pay that any mind. I'm just happy you're here, and I'm happy you're doing alright. It's rough out there, but I'm proud of you. We all are, just for moving forward a little bit each day.
The elevator opens and researcher Crone enters.
Oh god.
I'm less ashamed of who I am because of you, Asuka. I really mean that. Evangelion.
Eli, come on.
Stain takes notice of Crone, seemingly for the first time since he's entered the elevator.
What do you want?
You're doing the thing again?
Can't you ever let me enjoy something?
Hey, I finally looked into this fucking show. Why do all the kids wear skin-tight suits? Kinda weird.
The sexualization is the fucking point, you absolute moron. Maybe if you used more than 2 brain cells when analyzing media, you can come to the conclusion that it's an intentional critique of Japanese otaku culture's sexual hang-ups and is meant as a trap to lure viewers in under the guise that the show is an ordinary anime. Did you ever think of that, you shit clown?
Alright man, relax. I'm messing with you. Should I leave you 2 alone?
Shut the hell up. This show's had more impact on the world than your collective family lineage, and you're just jealous of Anno's genius, you fuck. If you don't understand Evangelion, then I truly pity you.
Section cut for brevity. Over the next 2 weeks, Stain engaged in several similar outbursts, often while performing Foundation duties. This led to an on-site detainment. A portion of his interview has been transcribed below. Several minutes of prior interrogation cut for brevity. Throughout the interview, Stain frequently glances to his side.
Look, it's not affecting my job performance. I perform my job very well, and the few times I've gotten distracted, like they weren't my fault, okay? I can't help not being affected by an anomaly I'm susceptible to.
You've had the most hostile reactions out of everyone here. Over a children's cartoon, might I add. Do you see how this looks?
The interviewing agent sips coffee from a mug shaped like Evangelion Unit 1's head.
Well, it's not a kids show, but there's like 20 of us here affected by 6224. You're really gonna transfer everyone?
We don't have a choice.
All we do is talk about the show. It's no different than an ordinary conversation, and we snap right out of it. It does not affect me, and it doesn't affect my job here. I'm perfectly fine.
We're not sure how else SCP-6224 affects the mind, and quite frankly, we don't have the resources available to dedicate studying an anomaly this mundane. Transfers are easiest option.
Stain is visibly sweating and frantically glances to the right-hand corner of the room.
Agent Stain?
Stain mouths the words, "I'm sorry."
Eli?
Asuka says that if you transfer me, she'll stop being my friend.
Huh?
The day of the impact draws near.
Following this interview, current containment procedures forbidding personnel who had viewed Evangelion from Site-26 employment were put into place. Several other personnel affected by SCP-6224 admitted to viewing hallucinations of Evangelion's cast, but did not view this as concerning or information relevant to the Foundation. All mentioned a forthcoming Day of Impact, an event of unknown composition and indeterminate time frame. Agent Stain and 18 other affected personnel were transferred off-site. They have exhibited no further signs of SCP-6224 related behavior. The Foundation Benefits Office has relocated and provided a plush toy of Rei Ayanami as a support object to all SCP-6224 affected personnel. Addendum 6224.3 Incident 6224-01 On September 1st, 2007, the appearance of all SCP-6224-A instances were altered to reflect the art style of the Evangelion New Theatrical Edition film, which was released on the same day. Since this incident, all SCP-6224-A instances will reflect the characters as they appear in the rebuild of Evangelion films as opposed to the original television series. Furthermore, a change in SCP-6224's mind-altering effects was noted. Instead of affecting individuals who were familiar with the franchise prior, SCP-6224 now targets all individuals who view SCP-6224-A instances, regardless of their history or lack thereof with Evangelion. Affected individuals have reported desires to consume Evangelion-related media or purchase merchandise. While the hallucinatory properties of the anomaly are still believed to be present, no affected personnel have admitted to experiencing them. A decision has been made to continue Site-26's operation, now reclassified as a low-security facility. Further action is reliant on pending research efforts to combat SCP-6224 or possible evolution of SCP-6224's effects. Item Number SCP-7930 Level 2-7930 Classified Object Class Keter Threat Level Yellow. Special Containment Procedures. In the interests of budget, SCP-7930 is to be forcibly acquired and operated by the SCP Foundation. Operations personnel are to keep on the premises a database of all known adult movies, updated daily. Should a theater room host a film missing from this database, personnel are required to purchase all available tickets. The Ethics Committee forbids the viewing of unknown movies. Potential instances of SCP-7930-1 are to be logged into a secured database. When the current instance dies or otherwise disqualifies themselves, Mobile Task Force Theta-36 Swedish Rhapsody is to conduct a search of adult theaters near the primary residence of potential instances. To ensure efficiency, Foundation personnel who fit the SCP-7930-1 profile are to be barred from working with the containment project. The SCP-7930 containment team is to ensure as little contact as possible between SCP-7930 and instances of SCP-7930-1. Per Ethics Committee ruling, this applies even if they're authorized to be aware of the anomalous. To this end, packages sent from SCP-7930 are to be destroyed. Description: SCP-7930 is a migratory adult theater, presently named the Whole Story Theater and located in the Brighton Beach neighborhood of Brooklyn, New York. SCP-7930 is in universally poor physical condition. Outside signage is often crooked or tattered and frequently misrepresents its current showings. Bathroom facilities such as toilets and faucets have been found to activate without warning. Mixtures of confectionery and human bodily fluids have been known to accumulate on theater floors, even those barred from the public. Despite this, SCP-7930 universally complies with local code and appears capable of independently contracting labor and showing rights. In addition to non-anomalous adult films, SCP-7930 reserves at least one theater room for SCP-7930-A. Instances of SCP-7930-A are adult films featuring the current instance of SCP-7930-1. The circumstances of SCP-7930-A's are anomalous. To date, no instance of SCP-7930-1 have been directly involved in their production or promotional materials. Instances of SCP-7930-A are otherwise non-anomalous. Instances of SCP-7930-1 are universally male to female or equivalent transsexuals in the process of transition, most of whom have previously entered or walked past SCP-7930. Upon the disqualification of the previous instance, a new instance of SCP-7930-1 is picked randomly, and SCP-7930 will abandon its previous location and migrate to a space near SCP-7930-1's primary residence. Since 1968, SCP-7930 has additionally attempted to send promotional materials to SCP-7930-1. SCP-7930-1 may be disqualified under the following circumstances. The current instance of SCP-7930-1 turns 32. The current instance of SCP-7930-1 undergoes gender reassignment surgery. The current instance of SCP-7930-1 dies. Incident: 7930 C.H. Hodge. On January 18, 2001 at 10:58 p.m., 31-year-old Hodge, then SCP-7930-1, disguised herself as a cisgender male and entered SCP-7930. Ms. Hodge purchased a ticket to the Packers Part 2/My Little Sissy showing room before proceeding further into the theater. Between then and 11:21 p.m., her movements are unknown. At 11:21 p.m., screaming was heard from SCP-7930-A's projector room. Security personnel arrived to find Ms. Hodge attacking the projector with a hatchet, having already destroyed much of its connective wiring. Footnote 1. The hatchet was presumably smuggled into the premises under her coat. By the time she was subdued, the upper and lower magazines of SCP-7930-A's projector had been hacked off, and its lens was irreparably cracked. The source of the screaming, which continued well after Ms. Hodge's ejection, remains unknown. Since the incident, SCP-7930 has experienced several significant changes. Packages sent from SCP-7930 have increased significantly, with destinations including SCP-7930-1's family, lovers, and places of employment or education. Spots of human blood have been found on theater floors and bathroom facilities. Speakers in SCP-7930-A's showrooms play significantly louder, and audio suggests that SCP-7930-A's content has grown substantially more violent and taboo. Disqualification criteria for SCP-7930-1 has since shifted to the following. The current instance of SCP-7930-1 is murdered, executed, or commits suicide. The current instance of SCP-7930-1 otherwise dies and is disavowed by their family. The current instance of SCP-7930-1 socially and medically detransitions. Item Number: SCP-7759. Object Class: Pending. Special Containment Procedures: Not yet finalized. SCP-7759 represents an ongoing containment crisis. Information regarding the anomaly's case file shall be restricted to L4 clearance until further notice. The profile of SCP-7759 is presently being developed by the Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority, or ETRA, and Project Heimdall's staff. Update: 10/23/43. All Foundation sites possessing radio receivers have been placed under indefinite lockdown. Incoming signals, regardless of their apparent source, are to be treated as hostile anomalous vectors. Description: SCP-7759 refers to the former FSS Hades-1, a Foundation-built space station located in the Kuiper Belt. SCP-7759 was originally intended to function as a containment site for particularly high-risk SCP objects, as well as a forward operating base for acquisition and study of other extraterrestrial anomalies. Initial construction and crewing of SCP-7759 were performed in 2034, and the station operated without issues for nearly a decade. However, in late 2042, a disaster of unclear nature occurred aboard SCP-7759. The inciting event appears to have been a modulated radio transmission received by SCP-7759's telescope array. Shortly after the signal was reported, outgoing missives became fragmentary and panicked, seeming to imply the sudden invasion of an unknown agent which was causing mass structural damage within the station. All contact with SCP-7759 was lost shortly thereafter. In order to determine the cause of these events, High Command authorized an exploratory probe mission. This resulted in a catastrophic loss of assets. As the probe approached SCP-7759, it was rapidly subsumed and destroyed by an indistinct mass which emerged from nearby docking ports. It is presently believed that SCP-7759 has been integrated with or assimilated by a swarm of extraterrestrial nanotechnology. These devices are self-replicating at a rapid rate and drastically altering SCP-7759's layout, repurposing existing infrastructure in addition to fabricating entirely new additions via raw materials from nearby asteroids. The full extent of SCP-7759's modifications are unknown, but the following has been ascertained. SCP-7759's exterior has been heavily reinforced with layers of metal shielding, presumably sourced from ore-rich asteroids. Numerous clusters of radio equipment are installed across the hull of SCP-7759. It is estimated that 50% of these emitters are active at any given time and broadcasting to unknown parties. Notably, some are similar in design to the standard comms package used by Foundation exploratory probes. Certain sections of SCP-7759's hull are perforated by deep, perfectly rounded holes which emit high quantities of black-body radiation. The exact function of these holes is not yet known. They may represent a form of heat waste disposal or camouflaged weaponry installation. All viewports have been occluded from the interior by a dark substance, which appears to be in constant motion. Flashes of red light can occasionally be discerned. SCP-7759 as a whole has grown in size by approximately 30%. New modules are fabricated and incorporated into the structure on a bi-monthly basis. While the purpose of these modules is uncertain, they appear to follow standard Foundation construction guidelines. Analysis of what is occurring inside SCP-7759 has proven highly difficult. Remotely operated probes are typically only able to submit small amounts of information before they are destroyed. Recovered images appear to show large-scale industrial operations using a mixture of unknown devices and modified Foundation technology. It is unclear if this indicates higher intelligence on the part of SCP-7759 or is simply programmed behavior. Curtailing the anomaly's expansion, in particular before it develops spacefaring capabilities, is considered an urgent priority. Addendum 1. Firefly Project. The primary obstacle to directly exploring SCP-7759 is signal lag. Any information transmitted to or from the Kuiper Belt is subject to a severe delay. As a result, probes sent to SCP-7759 cannot be operated in real time. Any successful exploration would require instant communication between the exploring agent and mission command. Recent breakthroughs in paratechnology yielded one possible solution: an experimental psionic interface which, allows complex machinery to be operated through a mental link with a living being. The consciousness of the operator essentially inhabits the device in question, permitting exchange of observations and instructions with no delay. While not yet approved for widespread use, this technology was deemed of interest to the containment of SCP-7759 and ultimately implemented into an unmanned space probe codenamed Firefly. The probe's primary mode of thrust is a pair of contained ion drives. To ensure its survival within SCP-7759, it is electromagnetically shielded and equipped with EMP saturation weaponry. The Firefly probe was launched in September of 2043 and reached its destination in October, at which point it was inhabited by a volunteer on Earth. Consult Addendum 2 for findings. Addendum 2. Exploration. Initial stages of the mission proceeded without issue. As it approached, Firefly reported unusual but ultimately harmless phenomena. 13 minutes. Devices arrayed around primary docking port of SCP-7759, resembling weapon embankments. Was tracked by said devices during approach, however no shots were fired. Experiencing a sensation of being watched, most likely psychosomatic. 15 minutes. Red light visible within SCP-7759. Source unknown. Proceeding with caution. Initially, Firefly's EMP weaponry proved highly effective against the nano-constructs inhabiting SCP-7759. The probe was thus able to largely avoid damage. Over the course of its exploration, it noted a number of unusual occurrences. 23 minutes. Layout highly variable. Station modules are relocated frequently, often with no regard for their inhabitants. 31 minutes. Behavior of SCP-7759 nanites inconsistent. Some constructs passively observe. Others respond to my presence with overt hostility. 39 minutes. Pass through Botanical Bay. Hydroponic planars apparently being maintained meticulously. All empty. 44 minutes. Almost all heavy containment cells vacant. 2 in use. Sole contents were inert piles of regolith. 53 minutes. Several humanoid constructs occupying Research Bay, engaged in mutilating one another with makeshift tools. 55 minutes. Correction to previous report. Constructs appear to be mimicking a dissection. SCP-7759 began to exhibit increasing hostility over time, apparently taking more drastic measures to destroy the Firefly probe. Reports became brief and vague as the danger of the situation escalated. As such, many of the ensuing events are still under investigation. 1 hour 4 minutes. Widely distributed swarms being deployed. EMP saturation only effective at close range. Outer chassis incurring gradual erosion damage, apparently on a molecular level. 1 hour 27 minutes. Traveled through data center. All computer servers subsumed by metallic growths, composed of interlocking plated segments and lengths of fiber optic cabling. Presumed large-scale nanite construction. Growths appeared to slowly undulate. Possible visual artifact. 1 hour 43 minutes. Rightmost sampling arm severed by abruptly closing bulkhead. 1 hour 45 minutes. Attacked by roughly 200 fabricated copies of own sampling arm, emerging from wall seams and exposed circuitry. Heavy damage. Repairs urgently needed. Fleeing to auxiliary airlock. 2 hours 13 minutes. Unable to find auxiliary airlock. Restructuring of station layout presumably responsible. 2 hours 24 minutes. Entered unknown module. It is believed that this module was the station's fabrication plant, extensively modified from its original form. A spike in the subjectivity of reports was noted at this point. 2 hours 25 minutes. Visibility suboptimal. High density of nanite swarms and macro-scale constructs, some appearing similar to lost sampling arm, restricting my movement and gradually pulling me forwards. Glaring red light ahead. Request assistance or guidance. 2 hours 27 minutes. Light source is a massive pillar composed of nanites. Surface of pillar is shifting and rippling. Fabrication devices appear to have been integrated into its interior. Constant activity producing the red light seen earlier. Occasional bright flashes accompanied by high production of nanites. Request assistance urgently. 2 hours 30 minutes. Center of pillar is opening. The arms are lifting me towards it. Request assistance, please. Further details could not be obtained. At this point, the Firefly operator on Earth began to seize and thrash uncontrollably. Subject was quickly restrained by attending personnel so as to prevent self-injury. It was found that, due to an unprecedented amount of negative sensory input, the operator's mental link with Firefly could not be severed without risking severe psionic backlash. They were remanded to the medical wing and kept under watch. The subject remained entirely unresponsive to outside stimuli, displaying only brief periods of lucidity during their seizures. Coherent excerpts are attached below. There's probably a good reason you haven't brought me back yet. I get it. I can't see, Command. 1,000 needle teeth are eating me alive. I can feel them in my head. I've lost 3 birthdays already. My father's face, my all my water egress training. How long will... They didn't kill the crew, you know, just repurposed their bodies. What they had in their heads was more important. That's what they want, don't you see? They want to understand us, and they're devouring us to do it. I get it now. Secure, contain, protect. Of course, they'd try to do things our way. They wanted us to send them our best tech. It was a sampling transect. We're so stupid. So fucking stupid. God. You start to see the predator's point of view. Way down in its digestive tract. They've lived for longer than we can imagine, riding the signals, seen everything. Living nebulas, moons covered in black mold, and they want more. They're so hungry. So hungry. Parabolic arc, slingshotting off Jupiter's Lagrange point. When can I go home, Command? If you turn your ears to the sky, you'll understand. The singing in the stars, all for them. Listen.
Further attempts at communication were ineffectual. In the interest of denying SCP-7759 further access to Foundation intelligence, the subject was terminated via gunshot. The remains continued to spasm until incineration. Addendum 3. Urgent update. SCP-7759 has begun to accelerate out of the Kuiper Belt and directly towards Earth. Its method of thrust is unclear. However, particle emissions have been observed which are consistent with controlled ion propulsion. Orbital trajectory measurements indicate that the anomaly will reach its destination within 6 months. Concurrently, a number of Foundation facilities received transmissions from SCP-7759. These facilities are now under Class NK quarantine due to the rapid appearance and spread of hostile nanotechnology, evidently originating from on-site fabrication plants. Reclassification to Keter is pending. Item number: SCP-3856. Anomaly Class: Keter. Threat Level: Black. Special Containment Procedures. Baseline Researcher Lloyd, SCP-3856-1, is to be housed in a self-sufficient maximum security bunker, restrained to avoid any potential acts of self-harm and shielded from any possible detrimental influences. The death of SCP-3856 must be prevented at all costs, and any personnel acting in a way that might kill, maim, or otherwise damage SCP-3856-1 will be summarily terminated. Note that attempting to gain access to SCP-3856-1's chamber without authorization is considered an act of potential harm, and will be handled as such. As SCP-3856-1 has already been treated with all low-risk life-extending techniques currently available to the Foundation, no further efforts to extend SCP-3856-1's natural life are to be attempted without unanimous Level 5 approval. Should the probability of SCP-3856-1's imminent death rise above 0.01 at any time, the instance is to be immediately ejected to the nearest inhabited universe. The handling of any non-native iterations of Researcher Lloyd will be undertaken on a case-by-case basis by staff with Level 4-3856 clearance or higher. Description: SCP-3856 is a probabilistic anomaly affecting all iterations of Foundation researcher Samuel Lloyd across all known variants of the Foundation in all known life-supporting universes. There is currently no known way to subvert, permanently delay, or otherwise prevent the effects of SCP-3856, though research is ongoing.
Cross-testing with other anomalies known to manipulate chance has yielded a null result in all cases, suggesting SCP-3856 manifests as an intrinsic property of the metaphysical nature of researcher Lloyd. Footnote 1. Dependent on his existence as an individual, though not his continued employment by the Foundation. Removing researcher Lloyd from his post as Foundation staff has thus far failed to avert the associated apocalyptic event. The full range of SCP-3856's effects are not known, but the primary element appears to be the fact that any iteration of researcher Lloyd will inevitably... Footnote 2. 100% chance, no observed margin of error. Cease brain activity only following the elimination of every other extant human. Footnote 3. Defined as a non-anomalous instance of Homo sapiens native to the relevant universe. From the universe in which they currently reside, in circumstances where researcher Lloyd would ordinarily be killed before this event, SCP-3856 appears to have the secondary effect of hastening a large-scale K-class end-of-the-world scenario. While this event is invariably caused by external forces and is frequently predicted or registered long before the initial recognition of SCP-3856, attempts to prevent it have thus far met with failure in all cases. Observation of terminated universes containing an iteration of researcher Lloyd reveals that the severity of the apocalyptic event caused by SCP-3856 is inversely proportional to the number of sapient individuals residing within the affected universe. To clarify, while a human population of several billion will result only in the worldwide extermination of said humans, the death of researcher Lloyd within an uninhabited or sparsely populated universe risks a high-level Yggdrasil severance event and the subsequent collapse of adjacent dimensional regions. SCP-3856 has led, indirectly, to the establishment of communications with a growing network of Foundation-positive universes, with the shared goal of minimizing SCP-3856-related casualties. Despite the formation of a semi-informal regulatory body, no consensus has yet been made. Addendum 1. Event 3856-Alpha. Despite agreed-upon travel protocols, a single instance of researcher Lloyd manifested within Site-54, equipped with standard Foundation provisions and equipment, circa 1880 AD. The entity was later determined to have originated from U-4046Y and had been relocated via ectodimensional way generation by SCP Foundation 4046Y. SCP-F4046Y refused to communicate with baseline Foundation personnel following this incident, and subsequent investigations revealed that the probability of their instance dying from natural causes had been steadily increasing for some months previously. The instance, designated SCP-3856-4046Y for clarity, was taken into custody and treated with standard life-extending techniques. A more permanent method of processing is currently in development. The following message was found attached to the instance upon manifestation. We are sorry to burden you at this time. We cannot risk further detriment to our citizens. We are sure you will understand. Due to the potential for retaliation from hostile sources, we will be closing down all external transfer channels. All existing trade routes will be terminated. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. The Sovereign of Keralis Pralrite. Addendum 2. Update. Following the manifestation of a further 6 instances of researcher Lloyd, of which 2 were shown to exhibit life-threatening wounds, the decision has been taken to transfer 3 instances, SCP-3856-03B54-193FF and -73E2M, to low-volume floater universes accessible via SCP. This is expected to act as a temporary buffer until a more permanent solution can be devised. All other instances have been housed in maximum security bunkers at undisclosed locations, with the exception of SCP-3856-OPD31, who went into cardiac arrest shortly after manifestation. They were cryonically frozen using experimental techniques shortly after this, and are expected to survive for another months without medical intervention. Given UB9PYB's attempt to conceal an instance of researcher Lloyd in a scheduled shipment of precious metals, the decision has been made by the O5 Council to close all exo-universal trade routes. Talks with alternate foundations are ongoing, but have been somewhat strained following the spontaneous collapse of universes O3B54, V4L2K, OI010, and 5FIVF. Exo-universal elections are due to be postponed until a practical solution to issue MU-3856 SCT Lloyd can be found. Addendum 3, Log 3856-F. The following log is a severely abridged list of Researcher Lloyd instances currently known to the Foundation. Due to the situation's current rate of escalation, it is expected to undergo frequent changes. Instance designation: SCP-3856-LPN4R. Summary: Instance had apparently been converted to a mechanized form, in line with GOI 004B, the Cogwork Orthodox Church's standardization process. Due to a lack of ordinary senescence, it is believed the instance will be capable of surviving near indefinitely. The instance has since been terminated via the addition of an irregular logical construct into their system. Foul play is suspected, but unconfirmed. Current status: extant, deceased. Instance designation: SCP-3856-SMRC3. Summary: resided for 4 years in what is either a non-existent fictional construct or region of the Anatolian Peninsula, depending on sources. Expired due to starvation following an abnormal resurgence of mimetic phenomena and the deaths of 99.97% of the human population from cerebral hemorrhaging. Current status: deceased. Instance designation: SCP-3856-770R2. Summary: Instance was retroactively eliminated prior to their birth by their iteration of the Foundation, resulting in a successful negation of SCP-3856's effects. U-770R2 maintained societal stability until the year 8620, at which point the aforementioned Foundation adopted a policy of retrocausal containment, eliminating anomalies before they could appear. The device used to terminate SCP-3856-770R2 was removed during this process, and SCP-3856-770R2 was caused to have expired from radiation poisoning following global thermonuclear war. Current status: deceased. Instance designations: SCP-3856-FI7EN and -YUE4K. Summary: both instances fled their host universes due to persecution from hostile anomalous organizations in the case of FI7EN and a hostile Foundation analog in the case of YUE4K. Currently residing in a post-extinction iteration of Earth and expected to survive together for up to 2 decades before expiring. Current status: extant. Instance designation: unknown, presumed upward of 5,000 instances from various sources. Summary: instances were transferred en masse to U01HF2 as an effort to reduce total casualties. Retaliation from U01HF2's inhabitants saw a large portion of the instances dispersed among adjacent universes. 7 were accidentally killed during this process, moments after the relevant universes experienced spontaneous vacuum decay. Current status: majority deceased, estimated 98 instances still living. Addendum 4. Update. Due to the low availability of floater universes, 12 of the 48 Researcher Lloyd instances currently in Foundation possession are to be shifted to the nearest available universes with low probability of undergoing K-class events. Apologies have been preemptively made to all involved parties. As a show of good faith, baseline Lloyd will be kept, with research into a consequence-free termination method as a highest level priority. Although the actions taken are in violation of exo-universal regulations, the goal of maintaining Veil protocols and preventing large-scale damage to humanity is currently considered more important. Due to the current parapolitical climate, the possible implementation of sanctions on baseline reality is considered unlikely at best. Addendum 5. Proposed update to documentation. Proposal date. Designation: Rev 3856-000934-F. Summary: addition to SCP-3856's special containment procedures in light of recent events. Current status: pending approval. In the event that any instance of Researcher Lloyd manifests within baseline reality, they are to be supplied with standard provisions, treated with low-risk life-extending techniques, and promptly ejected to the nearest available universe. Exo-universal officials have agreed to monitor these transfers, but have stated that they are not currently able to interfere in cross-dimensional affairs. Efforts to diplomatically resolve issue MU3856-SCT Lloyd are underway, but are hampered by researcher Lloyd's position as High Juror on the Exo-Universal Council. Item Number: SCP-7533. Level 2 Confidential. Containment Class: Euclid. Disruption Level: Vlam. Risk Level: Caution. Special Containment Procedures. Due to the nature of SCP-7533, containment is unlikely. Members of Mobile Task Force Ephalos Rho, Deadliest Catch, are to track SCP-7533 at all times, updating research staff on the whereabouts and behavior of the anomaly whenever new information arises. Its habitat should be restricted by Foundation agents using the appropriate measures for the area in question. At no time should any personnel interact with SCP-7533, and must consider anyone who has entered into its habitat with the intent of engaging with the anomaly or its effects lost. Any phenomena experienced by personnel that is considered unusual, mesmerizing, striking, or otherwise in stark contrast to expected reality should report to the nearest medbay. If you witness any of the above behaviors, please report them to your supervisor. Description: SCP-7533 is the designation for an adumbration resembling a mature deep-sea anglerfish, which roams various metropolitan areas in the island nation of Japan. Footnote 1. Adumbration, a shadow or faint image of something. Although SCP-7533 prefers these areas due to food availability, it remains outside of beaten paths, moving through dark and enclosed areas such as back alleys, subway systems, and maintenance tunnels for most of its time. While in a passive state, SCP-7533 appears as an incorporeal space marked by significant refraction, akin to the effect observed over hot asphalt, surrounded by a pink umbra. The entity only becomes active to consume prey, which will cause it to gain opacity and become visible to the naked eye. SCP-7533's exact size is unclear, with measurements taken through captured footage estimating a length span between 2.1 to 2.3 meters. As with non-anomalous species of this kind, it possesses poor eyesight, oversized teeth, and a luminescent dorsal ray which features significant deviations from baseline. SCP-7533's lure resembles an oil lantern and glows in a soft pink hue with qualities not dissimilar from neon tube lighting. This appendage emits a low hum and undulates in brightness, though its appearance does not fluctuate in terms of shade, which is observed as Baker-Miller pink in all cases. Footnote 2. Also known as P618, Shoss pink, or drunk tank pink, it is a tone of pink which has been observed to temporarily reduce hostile, violent, or aggressive behavior. SCP-7533 feeds primarily on large animals, humans being the plurality of organisms encountered by the anomaly. Despite having impaired vision, SCP-7533 is an adept hunter, moving at high speeds in short bursts when prey is near, but tiring quickly. Due to this limitation, SCP-7533 prefers to position itself in an opportune location and attract prey, which it accomplishes with relative ease. The light that emanates from SCP-7533 has been shown to adversely affect cognition in order to weaken and manipulate its prey, though the extent of this effect is unknown at this time. Immersive audiovisual hallucinations, mirage-like illusory manifestations, and behavioral expressions of fear, panic, distraction, confusion, and awe have all been reported, often resulting in victims unwittingly putting themselves in close vicinity to SCP-7533 for easy capture. It should be noted that hallucinations experienced as an effect of SCP-7533 are unique to the individual, and thus contradictions in observed phenomena can be used to differentiate hallucination from reality. It is yet to be seen whether the anomaly is hunting for sport or to sustain itself. Addendum 7533.1 Discovery: SCP-7533 came to the attention of the Foundation after the death of Hinata Ito on April 18, 2018. Akira Nakamura, who was with him at the time, reported the entity to the local authorities, where embedded Foundation agents quickly took notice and assumed control. Upon viewing Nakimura's phone recording of the event, it was determined that a monitored containment was necessary. The video has been transcribed and translated from Japanese to English below. Discovery video log transcript. Source: footage recovered from Akira Nakamura's mobile phone on April 18, 2018. Witnesses: Akira Nakamura and Hinata Ito, deceased. Begin log. Footage begins with a tall male figure, presumably Hinata Ito, walking down a brightly lit, neon-drenched alleyway in Shibuya, Japan, laughing and noticeably intoxicated. Behind the camera, Akira is heard laughing along with his friend.
Do you hear that? Someone needs to fix their sign. God, that buzzing is so loud.
I don't hear a damn thing, man. Maybe I need more drinks.
They both continue laughing as the video pans around the alleyway, showing all manner of neon signs. Entries for love hotels, arrows pointing towards dark alleyways, and flickering store signs are prominently displayed in a wash of colors. As they continue down the street, the lights appear to change into a singular pink hue.
Whoa! What is up with these lights? Do you think it's some sort of love hotel thing? Do you want to check into a love hotel with me, Akira?
He laughs, making kissing motions towards the camera.
You're talking shit, but some of these hotels are crazy. There's one Haru stayed in with her friends that had dinosaurs and a whole pool inside of the room itself.
What? For real? That's awesome.
He looks away from the camera and enthusiastically points towards a brightly lit pink neon arrow sign that is flickering violently.
Let's follow it. I have a good feeling about this.
The footage continues, following Hinata down a dark offshoot alleyway. He stops in front of an empty storefront. The only light permeating the windows is an ominous bright pink neon glow spilling from the back room.
Oh, the door's unlocked. Let's check it out.
I don't know, man. This seems sketchy. I have a bad feeling.
Hinata is seen opening the door before Akira even finishes his sentence, already paces into the room and making his way towards the beckoning light.
Come on, be a little adventurous.
An audible sigh is heard as Akira seems to cautiously make his way in. The video pans around the room slowly, as a garish display of pink wallpaper and matching paint covers the entire interior from floor to ceiling.
It's so pink? Who in their right mind would like this? Hey, don't go too far in, man. This place gives me the creeps.
Hinata's footsteps are heard somewhere in the distance, his voice echoing and distant in the recording.
Come on, hurry up. You have to see this place. It's like a fun house back here. I wonder if it was a sex shop or maybe storage for the love hotels.
His laughs continue to echo down the corridor. Akira enters the backroom hallway. The walls are lined with mirrors of varying sizes and the ceiling has a messy rope light snaking its way deeper into the building. As he turns to look at himself in the mirrors, the video picks up a faint shimmer and a quick static interference. The recording shows Akira suddenly frowning and shaking his head lightly, confusion showing on his face. Hinata isn't visible, but his voice can be heard distantly in the background beckoning Akira to come down into the basement, followed by an abrupt, ear-piercing scream that falls into silence. The camera's view is obscured as Akira rushes his way towards the stairs and downwards into darkness, calling out for Hinata. Footsteps are heard descending the stairs and increasing static is heard, becoming louder as he approaches the bottom of the landing. A startled scream is cut short as the camera falls to the floor. Shuddering breaths and whispered swear words are heard as the camera is shakily picked back up. Adjusting from the darkness and fall, the focus returns to a large distorted neon blur and the silhouette of Hinata Ito's deceased body. A fast, wet snapping sound is heard as SCP-7533 devours the head and disappears as quickly as it appeared. Heavy breaths are heard. The hum of the lights starts as they kick back on, washing the scene in a pink glow. The phone is hastily shuffled and turned off as the footage ends. Since recovering the video from the police, Akira Nakamura has been routinely amnesticized and the incident was forgotten. The body of the deceased, Hinata Ito, has been recovered and disposed of by Foundation personnel. Item number: SCP-7340. Object Class: Thaumiel. Special Containment Procedures. Use of SCP-7340 is strictly governed by the Research Head. It may only be employed under the following conditions. 1. A patient's life is threatened by a medical emergency. 2. Surgery is the only viable course of treatment. 3. Said surgery has less than a 25% chance of success. 4. The patient has demonstrated increased pain tolerance and/or has experienced coping with enhanced interrogation. Note, this criteria may be waived at the discretion of the Research Head. SCP-7340 utilization is pre-authorized for the treatment of high-value staff, persons of interest, and prisoners, even without the patient's consent. Description: SCP-7340 designates a group of storage drums containing USP-grade isoflurane, a general anesthetic commonly used in surgery. The drums themselves exhibit no anomalous qualities, nor does the isoflurane they contain behave anomalously outside of surgical settings. SCP-7340's anomalous effect manifests when it's employed as a surgical anesthetic. In this setting, the anomaly differs from mundane isoflurane in that SCP-7340 causes full-body paralysis as expected, but does not trigger unconsciousness or suppress pain. Patients remain conscious and aware for the duration of their surgery, but are unable to move or otherwise communicate. Use of SCP-7340 increases the success rate of experimental and/or volatile surgical procedures by an estimated 85%. These effects allow surgeons to achieve anomalously successful outcomes when utilizing SCP-7340 during high-risk operations. The Foundation has employed SCP-7340 in the treatment of 1,416 patients as of October 2022. 1,308 have survived the experience. The Foundation confiscated its current supply of SCP-7340 from the General Surgery Unit at First Faith Medical Center in Houston, Texas, on March 14, 2022, after repeated claims of malpractice against unit anesthesiologists. Additional samples of SCP-7340 likely remain in public circulation. Investigation is ongoing. Case Study: Incident 7340-16. On June 30, 2022, 4 members of Site-19 staff were critically injured in a breach. All were experienced containment specialists, and their loss was deemed unacceptable. Accordingly, SCP-7340 augmented treatment was authorized. Outcomes for each patient are presented below to exemplify standard deployment of SCP-7340 by the Fire Suppression Department. Case of Junior Researcher Allison Hart. Junior Researcher Hart suffered puncture wounds to her upper body from an anomaly's bite, perforating her stomach and lungs. An unknown rapid-onset bacterial infection was communicated via the bite and required immediate intervention. Odds of mundane surgical success estimated 22%. Treatment: drainage and irrigation of body cavity, puncture repair. Total procedure duration: 7 hours. Follow-up report: surgery successful. Researcher Hart continues to experience trauma-induced anxiety and distrust. Counseling mandated. Note: recommend notifying patients of SCP-7340's anomalous effects prior to surgery. Dr. Pitts. Case of Junior Researcher Dhruv Reddy. An escaping anomaly stripped the majority of the skin from Junior Researcher Reddy's left side. He was partially buried under a collapsed wall during the breach and lost consciousness shortly thereafter. First responders did not notice Reddy until nearly an hour had passed, during which time he suffered Class 4 hemorrhaging and lost more than half of the blood in his body. Odds of mundane surgical success estimated 11%. Treatment: Emergency blood transfusion, extensive skin grafting. Total procedure duration, 6 hours. Follow-up report, surgery successful. Researcher Reddy reported awakening to full consciousness shortly after the administration of SCP-7340, despite injuries and blood loss that had already rendered him unconscious prior to the procedure. Case of Senior Researcher Wilson Wright. Senior Researcher Wright suffered blunt force trauma to the head, neck, and back when he was struck by an escaping anomaly's tail, risking full quadriplegia. Odds of mundane surgical success estimated 3%. Wright protested the use of SCP-7340 for his case, but per special containment procedures, the operation was authorized nonetheless. Treatment: decompression of the spinal cord and spinal reconstruction. Total procedure duration: 11 hours. Follow-up report: surgery partially successful. Researcher Wright's paralysis was limited to his right arm and leg. Wright has not spoken since the procedure. The Fire Suppression Department is exploring options for returning him to work. See below. Case of Security Officer Nadia Melnikov. Officer Melnikov confronted an anomaly as it breached initial containment. She suffered crush fractures to both legs, traumatic separation of the left arm at the elbow, and lung puncture, losing a significant amount of blood before transport. She further suffered caustic skin and organ damage to much of her torso and left leg as the result of an acid spill. Odds of mundane surgical success estimated 0%. Injuries were certainly terminal without anomalous intervention. Treatment: blood transfusion, amputation of left arm above the elbow, internal fixation of both legs, lung drainage, irrigation of wounds and body cavity, reconstruction of body cavity, extensive skin grafting. Total procedure duration: not applicable. See below. Follow-up report: surgery began as expected, but the ongoing containment breach interrupted the procedure mid-operation. Officer Melnikov, still sedated via SCP-7340, was partially devoured by an anomaly before containment could be re-established. Upon returning to the area during cleanup some hours later, personnel found that Melnikov still displayed brain activity, despite a mere 13% of her bodily structure remaining intact. Life signs only faded when personnel ceased Melnikov's SCP-7340 intravenous sedation. Note: I recommend further research into SCP-7340's function, particularly the boundaries of what constitutes surgery under its constraints. Possible use in field operations? Dr. Pitts. Update: Researcher Wilson Wright. Following his partial paralysis as described above, Senior Researcher Wilson Wright refused to return to work, citing lingering trauma from his operation. Dr. Theodore Pitts visited Wright in his quarters on October 31, 2022. Their interaction is logged below to exemplify novel deployment of SCP-7340 by the Fire Suppression Department. Begin log.
How are you doing today, Wilson?
Dr. Pitts pauses. Wright is silent.
I know you're still recovering. It must be so difficult. Can I get you anything? Tea? I'm told you are a Yorkshire gold man.
Why are you here?
Dr. Pitts smiles.
Right to business, I see. That always was your style.
Dr. Pitts crosses his legs, smiling across at Wright.
Wilson, we're wondering how soon you'll be able to return to work at Site 19.
I'm not going back there.
Well, Wilson, I know your accident was debilitating, but I'm still sorry to hear you say that. Your unit is in dire need of your help. We can't replace your knowledge.
Well, you'll have to try. I can't work after that surgery. I already told Command.
Right. I have a log of that conversation here. You say you're experiencing... what is it? Night terrors? Post-traumatic stress?
That's what the shrinks call it. Yes.
Of course. Well, Wilson, I have good news. We may have identified something that can help.
Oh, do tell.
Dr. Pitts produces a bound document, leafing through it.
It's a medical procedure. A surgery, to be more precise. More advanced and experimental than the therapy you've been trying so far. It would remove a portion of your frontal cortex, which we believe may be inhibiting your recovery.
Wright stiffens.
Now, the procedure is dangerous and has a fairly low chance of success, but if it can help you return to work, then we think it's necessary. To that end, I've authorized the further use of SCP-7340 to continue treating your case.
Wright is silent.
Wilson?
That's what you, came to tell me?
It is, yes. I'm here to brief you on this procedure, which you are scheduled to undergo next week.
Wright is silent.
Unless, Wilson, you feel that the procedure is unnecessary?
What do you mean?
Well, Wilson, perhaps you feel you can return to work exactly as you are. If that's the case, we won't need to perform any further surgery.
Wright is silent.
What do you think, Wilson? Do you feel ready to return to work?
I do.
Dr. Pitts claps his hands together, smiling.
Wonderful. I'm so happy for you, Wilson. I'll inform the medical division that we can cancel that operation. Someone will be by later today to help you transition back to your office.
Dr. Pitts stands.
It's been a pleasure. Take care now, Wilson. And remember, we're always here if you need to talk again.
Dr. Pitts exits. Wright continues to stare out the door for some minutes after he leaves. End log. Item number: SCP-3110. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-3110 is to be contained within a large containment cell in Site-76. Due to the range of SCP-3110 and its strain on resources, testing is to be limited to 2 times per month, where all on-site personnel are to be subjected to a full-body search. Any use of SCP-3110 outside of approved testing is strictly prohibited and will result in demotion. Effective as of December 9th. As a result of Incident 3110-35, all uniforms belonging to Class D personnel are to be confiscated and replaced with uniforms with no pockets. SCP-3110 must also be given 5 items every month in order to deactivate its newly found secondary effect. Description: SCP-3110 is a large garbage disposal unit. The exterior and interior are worn due to constant civilian use and heavy testing. The exterior of SCP-3110 is covered with large amounts of graffiti, rust, and bird feces. SCP-3110's anomalous effects manifest once an item of considerable monetary worth is placed within it. Once it is placed inside, it will seemingly disappear from the interior within 5 minutes, and the object of interest is then teleported to a random person within a 2-kilometer radius within a clothing pocket on their person. If no such pocket is found, it will teleport to a random crevice within the radius. Currently, the Foundation has recognized approximately 300 items that SCP-3110 can teleport, given that the object is in a fair state or can reasonably be repaired. Objects include, but are not limited to, non-expired food and drink, jewelry, any type of currency, computers and mobile devices, weaponry, clothing. After a successful teleportation, a note is usually found attached to the object of interest, usually containing a message of encouragement. See Addendum 3110-2 for examples. SCP-3110 appears to have a quota of at least 5 objects to give per month. If the quota is not met, SCP-3110 will begin to take objects that are not attached by heavy adhesives or fasteners and will distribute the items as normal. It has been noted in a majority of tests performed on SCP-3110 that test items are given to D-Class personnel. This seems to indicate that SCP-3110 has a priority system in place, where those with less economic stability, high emotional trauma, and/or low social influence are more likely to receive items from SCP-3110. Testing Log 3110-473L. Procedure: 3 D-Class personnel are to be placed at 3 checkpoints, 1 at 1 kilometer, 1 at 2 kilometers, and the last D-Class at 3 kilometers. Each D-Class is to be monitored and escorted by a guard. Areas within the chosen radius are to be cleared of any personnel not involved in testing to prevent unwanted interception of testing items. After the initial test, D-Class are to be placed at more precise points in the vicinity of the initial capture point. Results: radius of effect narrowed to 2 kilometers. Notes: items used: 15 leather wallets, each including a different currency. Procedure: an equal assortment of D-Class personnel and researchers are to be placed around the facility, D-Class with accompanying guards. Various foodstuff items with various states of quality are to be placed in SCP-3110. Results: molding or otherwise inedible food items are not accepted by SCP-3110, with the opposite being true. Notes: items used: 1 carton of milk, refrigerated. 3 hamburgers, 1 freshly made, 1 partially eaten, not accepted, 1 a day old, not accepted. 3 cans of corn, 2 unopened, 1 open, not accepted. 1 5-centimeter block of cheese, molding, not accepted. 70% of items accepted were given to D-Class by SCP-3110. Procedure: similar conditions are to be met as the last conducted test, with the substitution of clothing for foodstuffs. Results: items that are in irreparable condition are not given out by SCP-3110. Notes: items used: 3 t-shirts, 1 in irreparable condition, which was not accepted. 1 scarf with small cuts. Distribution of items is observed as similar to the last test. Procedure: similar conditions are to be met as the last test, with the substitution of high-value items with various wear for clothing. Results: all items, despite wear, are given out. Notes: items used: 1 24-karat diamond ring, broken. 2 bars of 24-karat gold. 1 large bag containing $10,000 US. 3 designer handbags, 1 slightly worn. Addendum 3110-1. SCP-3110 was discovered by MTF Pi-1 in New York City, New York on December 4th, after a court case involving David, deceased, a homeless man being charged with armed robbery of a local bank. Police found with $30,000 in cash in a large duffel bag, leading to his arrest. Foundation investigators were able to trace security footage to an alleyway near 23rd Street, where the actual culprits were found throwing the money into SCP-3110 and the money appearing next to living in Madison Square Park at the time. After agreements were created with local government officials, SCP-3110 was recovered and replaced without incident. During initial cleaning, the body of a young adult female was found near the bottom of SCP-3110. The body was eventually identified to be the body of Lana, a 24-year-old female living in New York City who had gone missing only 2 weeks earlier. Was a well-known volunteer in many charities and fundraisers, but was infamous within New York City for her dumpster diving runs in numerous alleyways. Analysis of his body had found that she had died of asphyxiation. Her body was returned to local authorities after standard examination and decontamination of the body were conducted. Addendum 3110-2. The following notes are the only 2 variations of notes found during initial testing. Hey, I getcha. Life doesn't always go your way sometimes, and you'll feel as if your luck has run out. I've seen it happen for myself. But here's a little something to keep you motivated. Yo, I would recommend giving this to someone who needs it more than you do. Don't hog all the goods for yourselves. Incident Report 3110-35. On April 8th, multiple D-Class personnel were found with level black contraband items. Footnote 1 includes firearms such as pistols and rifles. During the full-body check of the suspected D-Class, a total of 15 firearms were found, originally belonging to the guard armory. 5 minutes later, researcher reported a stolen clipboard and pen, along with his computer mouse. Within the next hour, numerous objects within Site-76 were reported missing, including both couches from Break Room A, the fridge from Break Room B, along with the foodstuffs within it, 1 MTF rover, 23 cases of bleach from the left wing laundry room, 3 computers, 7 CCTV cameras, 2 transport carts, and SCP-140. Containment procedures and description were changed accordingly. Locations of SCP-140's containment cell and the guard armory were moved outside of SCP-3110's radius of effect. All items affected were returned to their original point of origin. Research is ongoing whether or not SCP-3110 possesses choice or knowledge of what it teleports during this phase. Addendum 3110-3. Approximately weeks after Incident 3110-35, Dr. Harding, the current project head of SCP-3110, received a pen as a result of testing SCP-3110. However, the note received was different than other notes received in the past. Warden, or at least what I think you are, what you and your buddies decided to do a few weeks ago is unjustified. If you want to keep a few things every now and then, be my guest, but at least give a good chunk of the goods to your prisoners every now and then for Christ's sake. However, I have my suspicions that you won't take this note seriously. You won't consider it one bit. But with time, thoughts and decisions can change. I won't hold my breath and say you won't change. I have my doubts, of course, but I'll keep my optimism. The future is in front of us, Warden. Don't be a chain holding the ship back. Be the wind pushing it. Any further deviations from the found notes, as well as possible theories as to how SCP-3110 was able to discern Site-76 as a prison, are to be submitted to the current project head of SCP-3110 for review. The truck splutters as it runs out of fuel, finally slowing to a halt on the forest path. A second later, the headlights flicker off. That's fine. It has done its last work. 2 men get out from the front of the truck, and 6 more climb out from the back. Between them, they hold a metal crate, elongated like a coffin. Dim, faint moaning can be heard from within, echoing in on itself, the sound folding like ruined paper. None of the soldiers, for they are soldiers, in fatigues and night camouflage, pay it any mind. Not even when the sounds turn into scratching. They've been listening to these sounds for days now, weeks. They leave the corpse of the 7th soldier inside the truck, pilfered and opened, and naked in all respects. Before they began this great journey, they drew lots, and the unlucky 7th was selected for the role of food. He'd been happy to take the bet, but less happy to honor it. That is the way of the world. The sky burns red. Fire pours over the horizon. Briefly, the 2 men, grim in stature and purpose, turn back to look at the revelation. Idly, the one in charge, all curly hair and stern brow, rubs his shoulder, rubs the blank patch that once held the flag. Then, their purpose remembered, they continue their march. If anything, their speed increases. There is only so long left, after all. Item number: SCP-7841-ZA. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-7841-ZA is to be stored in a containment cell located at Site-29. Restraints are to be utilized so as to prevent SCP-7841-ZA from escaping or attempting self-harm. Guards are forbidden from injuring or inflicting pain on SCP-7841-ZA unless specifically requested by research personnel. Preparations to transport SCP-7841-ZA to Site-Elapse are underway. For this purpose, a partnership with the Zircosian military has been enacted. Once a suitable corridor through Luanian territory has been opened and Site-Elapse has been cleared of LEA branch personnel, SCP-7841-ZA will be directly escorted there. Through these means, a new world will be enacted. This man with curly hair keeps a hand on his holster as he forces his way through the undergrowth of the forest, suspicious green eyes flicking this way and that. With the current situation, he does not imagine the Luanian archaeologists will be eager to die for their dig site, but there is always the risk of wild animals, wolves and boars and griffins, looking for food. These days, everything is looking for food. This man's name is Bale. From his pocket, he pulls free a bar of woven grass and tears free a chunk of it with his teeth. The chewing is harsh, but his stomach is sated. Bale was a soldier of the nation of Zakos, working for the national branch of the SCP Foundation. He has never once felt loyalty to nation or organization, but today he feels something that is perhaps its cousin, the obligation for human survival. Human continuation does not require humanity, per se, but he feels nonetheless that this is his altruism. Once, when this all began, he had teams upon teams of researchers to draw upon. Now, he has nothing but these 7 and their cargo. Bale has no issues with that. Only these 7 remain because only these 7 can be predicted. Their petty desires and ambitions can easily be redirected to the paths he needs. Anyone more intelligent than that has been purged. Sir? His companion, a woman with blonde hair like straw, looks around the dark fearfully. Is it really even here? Shouldn't there be signs or vehicles or something? Briefly, Bale considers killing her, but the time for such measures has passed. Doing so now would be counterproductive. All it would accomplish was creating fear and doubt in the hearts of the others, and then Bale would have to kill them too, and then he would have to carry the crate all by himself. A crate with the future inside must be handled carefully. Description: SCP-7841-ZA is a male human being of a uniquely defective psychology. SCP-7841-ZA possesses the ability to emotionally mirror those around it. While trauma during its youth has made it reticent to speak on this matter, SCP-7841-ZA has, when sharply questioned, described this ability as allowing it to imagine itself in the place of another organism. If this description is accurate, this provides it with an understanding of the emotions of those around it, along with shallow imitations of them. As a result of this emotional mirroring, SCP-7841-ZA possesses a strong aversion to inflicting pain, enacting violence, and most other activities required for survival. At the time of writing, SCP-7841-ZA is 33 years old and in stable physical condition save for pre-existing injuries resulting from beatings during its youth. Following identification of its unique traits at a child farm, SCP-7841-ZA passed through the hands of many private collectors until 1982 AC, when it was officially purchased at auction by the Zakosian branch of the SCP Foundation. It takes nearly 2 hours from the road for the group to reach their destination. From what Bale has read of this place, it would ordinarily be impossible to find, but the infestation of tents and digging equipment from its former Luanian guests makes the matter easy. The infrastructure is abandoned. No doubt the archaeologists have already fled for the bomb shelter. Another pillar of light pierces the sky, off in the distance. It's closer than the last. They're running out of time, but that is nothing new. The soldiers are tired, beginning to grow grouchy. There's a good chance this annoyance could end in bloodshed, and then everything would truly end. Bale has realized recently that he has spent his whole time walking on glass, frightened that each misstep would result in massacre. He is not wrong. The black mouth of the tunnel invites them in, the dark smiling like a vortex. The eyes strain to focus on it, shifting this way and that, like it doesn't want to be noticed. The void teases. Addendum 7841-1. Note from Director Bale. This world is dying. Who would deny that? The plague storm spat out by Intuja, the butchered dukes of Cezaleon cutting their way down the continent, the gray-eyed dancer screaming over the radio. Turn any way and you see a horror, and all of them look like us. You've heard the stories, as I have, about the great machine the Luanians have found. They say it's the egg of a new world, but their government doesn't believe them. Our government doesn't believe them. I believe them. So what? Perhaps this is not our first go-around, they say. Perhaps we can do better next time. Perhaps. But we will not do better next time. We are incapable of that. We are each an island, free of all weakness, but that in itself is our weakness. We are incapable of that, as we are now. But what if that did not have to be the case? We have the yoke of the new world right here, after all. The The march through the tunnel is longer than the march towards it. For hours and hours, they march on, tiring as the earth shakes and shakes. The bombings have intensified, towns and cities being wiped off the map en masse. But even as fire licks the earth and the seas boil and the ground crumbles, the tunnel does not budge. It was made by stranger hands. Endless windows line the walls of the tunnel, and through them they see wonders. Machines they have no names for, scientific impossibilities, things that would scald the pages they were recorded in. Most things are gazed at in wonder, others pointedly looked away from, and always the walking. One of the soldiers falls, exhausted, and they leave him. It is more than possible to carry the coffin with 5. Long minutes pass and he does not catch up. They forget him. Finally, the tunnel opens up into a space like an atrium or maybe a control center. Computers line the walls, coiled together like roots or mating snakes, stretching all the way up to the ceiling and in some places piercing right through it. The whole place was like a mess of things growing through each other, and it stank. It stank of birth. Bale's eyes flicked around, and a rare grin slowly spread across his empty face. Everything is as the spy photo suggested. This could work. This will work. Addendum 7841-2, Operation Nix.
The following is an automatic notification. Mobile Task Force ADRI 91 has departed from Site 29 to begin the final operation. All personnel not participating in the operation are to report to their designated shelters. Personnel not yet provided shelters are to remain at their posts until they are otherwise updated.
The template chamber is like the bowl of a goldfish, full of viscous liquid swirling in sympathy with its occupants' movements. SCP-7841-ZA is dropped in from above, his diminutive form somehow even more pathetic when wet. His face has been smashed in many times, every feature misaligned. His arms and legs are crooked from similar abuse, his whole body twisted. He is nearly blind, his teeth are long gone. It is doubtful that his nose works. All else is unspeakable. One of the soldiers tells another a joke, nodding at the living corpse. Their laughter is cruel. Bale decides the hours have been too long. First, he tells them the risk of infiltrators still remaining within the facility. Then, he has them split up to perform a security sweep. Then, he stalks them individually and kills them with his hands so as to not make too much noise. Bale has lived for a long time. He knows well how to end the lives of others. By the time he returns, SCP-7841-ZA has woken up. His eyes are painted with cataracts, but Bale knows that he is seen. The young man, made old by suffering, opens his mouth to speak, but all that comes out are bubbles. He will not speak again during this lifetime. Bale considers skipping this final formality, but he feels that he would fail in something vital if he did. He needs to speak here before everything begins. "Hello," he says. For the first time in his life, he sounds uncertain. The floating man peers at him through the water.
"The world has ended,"
he explains, as if he is a lecturer.
"This time there will be no survivors. The fire will rip through the cities, through the towns and villages, through the shelters. All our lives would be compost for the forests. And then..."
He waves a hand, gesturing to the space.
"We will be born again from here. This installation has recreated us again and again, since time immemorial. We were very lucky this time. I do not think we'll last as long upon the next. We are not a species built to last. You know that."
Slowly, the living corpse closes its eyes. It seemed to despair already, but that has somehow intensified.
"I think you are a species built to last,"
Bale declares, his sudden confidence cutting through the dark.
"A symbiote, not a parasite. A people with the ability to know each other, truly know each other, without petty selfishness and hungers driving them apart. Or at least perhaps not as much. These aren't the right words. They sounded grander in my head. but this is the closest I can get. I don't know if I even believe them, truly, but...
The young old man nods. Bale blinks.
You'll do it?
He asks, mouth dry.
You'll be the template?
The young old man nods.
You won't live to see the new world, you know.
Bale warns.
It will be many hundreds, if not thousands of years before...
The young old man nods. Bale wastes no more time. In a flash, he is at the machinery, playing buttons and sliding dials as if he were born for it. Sweat pours down his forehead from the long trek up to this point, but the fatigue does not so much as shake his hands. This is the last thing he has to do, after all. The very last thing. It takes him hours more, but by the time the night is done and the ash begins to fall, Bale is done. He lies on the floor, a pistol in his hand, smoking. The engine of the world churns, and the egg hatches. Warning. Access to the following file is restricted to Foundation archivists. Item number, SCP-4015. Object class, Eparch. Footnote 1. Eparch is an esoteric class denoting an object classed as an SCP for its anomalous circumstances or relationships rather than for having anomalous effects. Special containment procedures. Archaeological data regarding SCP-4015 is to be suppressed from the public, and all digs at SCP-4015 sites are to be performed under the guise of non-anomalous archaeological research. A disinformation campaign is to ensure that mainstream historical works do not include any information regarding SCP-4015. Various provisional Foundation sites have been established near active SCP-4015 dig sites. Due to its connection with anomalous objects, personnel are to closely monitor SCP-4015 ruins for any signs of anomalous activity. Access to knowledge regarding SCP-4015 is restricted to high-ranking personnel and Foundation archivists. Due to the nature of SCP-4015, access to knowledge regarding the object has been deemed unnecessary for individuals that are not directly connected with its research or containment process. Local governments have been informed of SCP-4015's existence and are cooperating with the Foundation to streamline research and ensure adequate containment. Description: SCP-4015 refers to the ruins of an ancient civilization dating from the late Bronze Age to the mid-12th century BCE. Its territory roughly corresponds to modern-day northern Saudi Arabia, southern Iraq, southern Syria, and western Jordan. It appears that the society was highly militant and exerted significant political, military, and economic influence on its neighbors in Mesopotamia and the Levant. SCP-4015 has been found to be culturally consistent with the contemporary nomadic Arabian tribes that existed along its borders. However, it was noticeably influenced culturally by the urban civilizations to its north in the Greater Levant. Linguistically, SCP-4015 seems to have used Babylonian language in its writings in order to better communicate with its neighboring states. Footnote 2. At this time, Babylonian was essentially used as the lingua franca in the Middle East. Notably, SCP-4015 lacks any evidence of state-level religion, with only a small number of personal religious items being recovered from its archaeological sites. Literate individuals in SCP-4015, along with other civilizations in the Levant, were known to only refer to the civilization as the Keepers. However, in some cases, foreign cultures were known to refer to SCP-4015 as the Heretics. SCP-4015, for the most part, lacked the urbanization associated with other Bronze Age political entities at this time. However, in spite of its sparse population, it was a highly unified and organized society. SCP-4015 was a literate society which possessed knowledge of mathematics. Footnote 3. Study of their mathematical texts suggests that SCP-4015 had built a mathematical framework for quantum mechanics through its study of anomalies. Physics, chemistry, and medicine far beyond its contemporary neighbors. Moreover, translations of preserved documents suggest that SCP-4015 was ruled by a single continuous ruling council for the duration of its history. Based on records kept by the ruling council, SCP-4015 seems to have possessed a long-term goal of limiting the influence of anomalies in its sphere of influence. In order to accomplish this, SCP-4015 developed an extensive network of fortresses and sites which were designed to contain anomalies recovered by the population of SCP-4015. Records of SCP-4015 created by neighboring civilizations characterize the culture as a warlike and heretical one. They are recorded to have looted temples, killed priests, and stolen religious artifacts. Many writers of this time also expressed disdain for the influence of SCP-4015, citing that its incredibly powerful military and raiding tactics forced the most powerful kingdoms in the region to cooperate with them. It should be noted that all religious items acquired through SCP-4015's military activities were anomalous in nature and were not treated in a religious manner by the authorities of SCP-4015. SCP-4015 also possessed technology beyond the scope of all other Bronze Age civilizations. Among these are its settlements, which were confined to small fortresses never exceeding a few thousand citizens. They were extremely sustainable and efficient, however, having been built for long-term habitation. Its military technology was also on par with later Iron Age kingdoms, rather than its contemporaries. This is likely why it was able to defeat every military opponent it faced. SCP-4015's distinctive pattern of settlement shows that each settlement was organized around the containment of certain anomalies, most of which were taken from neighboring kingdoms and tribes. This also yields further evidence towards the highly centralized nature of SCP-4015. Below is a document recovered from Site-1-4015 detailing the containment of what was considered an extremely dangerous anomaly by SCP-4015's rulers. It should be noted that the translation of this document is unclear at points. Bull of Heaven. Recovered from Uruk. Highly unstable. Translation unclear. The beast is to be sealed 3 units underground, such that it cannot open a hole to the outside. A fortress must protect the entrance to its prison. It is to have each of its legs bound by iron chains, and a rope is to be tied to its tail such that its tail is always being pulled. A strong metal mask is to be put on the creature to diminish its destructive gales. The gate to its chamber must be guarded by more than a dozen soldiers at all times. If it must be killed, a single guard is to use the sword recovered from Uruk to cut its back. 2 cisterns have been dug so as to flood the bull's chamber should efforts to stop it fail. Ideally, this should drown the creature. However, based on past experiences, the bull will return to life several days after drowning. To prevent it from taking the lives of its guards, the walls of the chamber are plated with lead. The floor is covered in gold. Numerous pots have been filled with an acidic substance, filled with a bronze cylinder and an iron rod. This creates energy that can be transferred through the gold floor and will interfere with the spiritual powers of the beast. It is important to replace these pots frequently, as they are admittedly inefficient. The legendary Bull of Heaven was taken from Uruk after its king refused to give up on his heathen ways. By taking the beast, we have saved the world from years of famine. The beast can breathe with such great force that it creates large holes in the ground. The unknown, possibly shockwave, is lethal. Indeed, no mortal army can stand before this creature. The being is associated with death among the Sumerians. It seems that once a day the beast can will death upon nearby humans, killing them instantly. It seems that whatever phenomenon the being uses to carry the force is mitigated by heavy metals like lead. It has been found that the magnetic phenomenon that creates shock can interfere further with this power. Only the sword that belonged to the mighty Gilgamesh can cut its skin. Therefore, it must be used to slay the beast should its mighty prison fail to hold it. The site believed to correspond with this document was recovered, along with the skeleton of a massive bovine creature with a sword made from an unknown metal lodged in the entity's back. The site, footnote 4, now designated Site 18-4015, also served as the first hard evidence of direct SCP-4015 involvement in containing anomalies. Since then, over ancient containment sites have been recovered. It appears that the capital of SCP-4015 was a city-like settlement located at the heart of its proper territory, which has been designated as Site-1-4015. Along with a large residential area, the majority of the site was dedicated to a massive administrative complex that oversaw the activities of all other SCP-4015 sites. This complex also possessed a massive library that served as the source for the majority of SCP-4015 literature. Of note are the 13 especially large fortified houses that likely served as a residence for the rulers of SCP-4015. The houses are clustered around a large gathering space that likely served as the Capitol building of the government. Additionally, a large palace-like structure of unknown function is present at the site. The following document details the initial findings and thoughts regarding an excavation performed under Dr. Hertz, which yielded evidence suggesting that SCP-4015 and Site-1-4015 were likely destroyed by an anomaly whose abilities exceeded their ability to contain it. It is likely that nearby kingdoms took advantage of this anomaly, believing that it would allow them to be freed of what they believed was religious oppression at the hands of SCP-4015. Excavation of Site 4015-1, performed by Foundation Archaeological Division 3 under Dr. Hertz. Location: Site 1-4015, Saudi Arabia. Date: February 4th, 19... Findings: when we initially excavated the site, we found an extremely advanced settlement that, in numerous ways, had well surpassed its contemporaries. Its water management system was incredibly advanced. It was able to store and distribute large amounts of potable water to the population of the site through a series of underground pipes and cisterns. The sewer system leads to a large series of hydraulic works that is unparalleled in the Bronze Age Middle East. Chemical analysis of the system shows that it might have actually been an attempt at sewage treatment by the population of SCP-4015 in an attempt to conserve and possibly reuse water. It also maintained what we dubbed vertical farms. Presumably using a complex array of mirrors to reflect sunlight, they created multi-story compact buildings for agricultural purposes. We can even find evidence for a primitive attempt at hydroponics. This is likely an attempt at circumnavigating the lack of arable land surrounding the site. Another example of the advanced technology present at the site was its near-industrial production of weaponry. We find forges clustered together into factory-like structures. These structures have what has been dubbed an assembly room, which is a large space with unusual equipment that presumably was used for the production of various sorts of weapons on the site. Notably, a few metal cannonballs were found that were made of an unknown anomalous element, similar in structure to SCP. Footnote 5. Anomaly in question was an unidentified metal. Based on testing, its atomic number is unknown. When kinetic force in excess of 1000 joules is applied, it can rapidly undergo a highly destructive nuclear reaction. What's unusual about the site, other than being another display of the impressive technological capabilities of SCP-4015, was its destruction. Hume analysis allows us to conclude that there was an unusual spike in anomalous activity around the Bronze Age collapse. However, there are no sites in the ancient Middle East that show evidence of being destroyed via an extranormal event. Site 1-4015 is the first site to provide us evidence for anomalous damage. While the site is actually quite intact, it's clear that most of the site's inhabitants were killed. To properly visualize and understand the destruction of Site 1-4015, we must start outside of the site itself. Several kilometers outside of the site, we find an ancient blast crater with trace amounts of SCP, indicating that they used their primitive explosive weapons for defense of the site. While we do not know what its target was, we do know that it failed to kill it. In fact, only a small stockpile of SCP was recovered from Site 1-4015. Based on this, it was clearly scarce and rarely used, indicating that the military of SCP-4015 had likely exhausted nearly all other options for its defense. Based on weapon findings, we can conclude that a large battle took place a few hundred meters outside of the settlement's walls in the same direction as the blast crater. Interestingly, we find that there are an incredibly small number of corpses from the army that opposed SCP-4015. On the other hand, the army of SCP-4015 saw vast casualties, yet only a few of them were from traumatic injuries caused by metal weapons. Some skeletons have charred portions, with some parts of the remains appearing to have been vaporized. The vast majority of remains, however, show no signs of injury. Indeed, there is no evidence for anything that could have killed them. There were not just two opposing armies present. Rather, we find that the army that engaged SCP-4015 was carrying weapons and armor from all over the Levant. This was a coalition. We find Assyrians, Akkadians, even Amorites fighting side by side. We also found Egyptian chariots and Scythian short swords. We find individuals in Akkadian armor with weapons made from a reddish variety of bronze that we traced all the way to China, and genetic testing shows that these same individuals were originally from Crete. Amazingly, the vulnerability of SCP-4015 was enough to unite several major warring states in the Middle East, moreover, across the world. On nearly every non-SCP-4015 corpse, we find a charm dedicated to Nergal. Based on this, it's likely that the kingdoms in contact with SCP-4015 finally found a way to relinquish themselves of their supposedly heretical influence. Some possible evidence that might suggest the nature of whatever allowed them to usurp SCP-4015 is a piece of rubble from the walls of Site-1-4015 with the word Nergal written in Sumerian. Footnote 6. Nergal was the Sumerian god of death. The only reason that the inscription might be evidence for the existence of Nergal is the fact that corpses of the people inside Site-1-4015 show no signs of violence. Indeed, the corpses of nearly every individual present at the site were in excellent health. As one of our researchers put it, it's as if they simply dropped dead. We also find that the walls of Site-1-4015 suffered damage from high explosives, with heat damage and vitrification at parts, leading some to suggest the use of high-powered lasers to damage the walls. From this evidence, we conclude that the battle that destroyed Site-1-4015 was not merely a case of political violence, but likely divine retribution as the people of the Levant saw it. After countless years of depriving various civilizations of their anomalous religious artifacts, it seems that someone came into possession of an anomaly that could overcome the historically unbeatable forces of SCP-4015, ending their rule in the Middle East. Unfortunately, it is clear why SCP-4015 was so hated. Their method of containment often meant the looting, ransacking, and destroying of sacred places. This doubtlessly earned them the unconditional hatred of their neighbors. The following document is an excerpt from a series of tablets recovered from the library at Site-1-4015. It is thought that the primary motivation for the containment of anomalies was a philosophical one. The leaders of SCP-4015 seem to have believed that many anomalies, especially humanoid ones, acted in a way that forced humanity to appease them for their own safety. In this sense, SCP-4015 viewed themselves as liberators from the influence of anomalies. Purpose. Our mission never changes. It never has, it never will. For countless years, mankind has tried in vain to worship and appease the fiends that they call gods. Indeed, these beings do not intend on helping a single human. They feed on them. They grow fat from our labor. This cannot be allowed. That is why we exist. These strange apparitions have continued to bend the laws of our world, and they have only grown in numbers and power for the last century. We will not make the mistakes of our peers. Instead, we will use these flaws in the divine tapestry to understand it. We will fully comprehend all of nature, all of these flaws, and we will protect the world from them, so that everyone, farmer and king alike, can rest under the illusion that the sun shall rise again tomorrow. The above document was the earliest evidence of the presumed ideological nature of SCP-4015. As detailed above, Site-1-4015, along with the rest of SCP-4015, was destroyed suddenly during the Bronze Age collapse. During this period, Foundation archaeologists have concluded that a rapid upsurge in anomalous activity occurred across the Middle East. The latest known documents from SCP-4015 come from this period, the most important of which seems to have been written by a high-ranking official who appears to have established control over SCP-4015 after the dissolution of the ruling council in its final years. Based on the content of the following document, it is believed that the author is anomalous in some capacity. Like many other SCP-4015 documents, the translation of some words is not entirely clear. Leader. We have failed. More importantly, however, I have failed. I believed that I could guide these lowly tribesmen to become a mighty force, one that could oversee and fight the tyranny of these gods and demons that infest the world. However, every time we expel evils from one city, they return in a new form. We stole countless prophets, gods, and divine creatures from Uruk alone, yet we never broke their faith in these abominations. Every item we stole was another item to seal away. Just as everyone foresaw from the beginning, our collection would eventually grow too large to manage. When one of these demons finally escaped its prison, others would follow, and we would fail to ensnare them again. At last, the prophecy came true. Countless horrors, long sealed away, emerged again. At this moment, we knew that we were doomed. Our great works have been razed to the ground, annihilated forever. Alas, these fiends have already begun to turn on the faithful people of this world. Soon it seems all of civilization shall be destroyed. Unfortunately, my adversaries would not have undertaken such actions against us had I not been so controlling. Indeed, I waged destructive wars against these demonic powers. It was foolish of me to expect that they would not see our plight as an opportunity to crush their oppressors. Perhaps it is indeed possible to stop these forces through cooperation, rather than ruthlessness. Perhaps I should have tried to convince the worshippers of the parasitic nature of their gods. Knowing this, I refuse to give up. This is merely a lesson to be learned. Victory will be mine, no matter how long I must struggle for it. As the leader, I will always be vigilant in my mission. I will start over and succeed, no matter how many tries it will take. My mission never changes. It never has. It never will. Secure, contain, protect. Item number, SCP-5168. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. The house containing SCP-5168 has been purchased by a Foundation front company and is to be barred from civilian entry. Civilians attempting to gain access to SCP-5168 or the house it is contained within will be deterred. SCP-5168-A groups escaping captivity are to be recaptured and terminated. Any witnesses will then be given the cover story of the SCP-5168-A group being a delinquent gang, all dressed in the appearance of the character Jeff the Killer, who have since been arrested. Families targeted by SCP-5168-A are to be placed through cognitive detail suppression measures, with property damages being attributed to a common burglary. To stop the uncontrolled manifestation of SCP-5168-A instances, various measures have been constructed to slowly vacate all families bearing children from Kitchover, Iowa. These include the shutting down of a local school district under the guise of budgeting issues, removal of multiple children's play areas, and the methodical offering of better housing to childbearing families by Foundation real estate front companies. Remaining families are to be placed under Foundation surveillance. The prominence of fairy circles in the area will be deemed typical to any civilians inquiring on it. Footnote 1. Fairy circles, a common pattern of fungi in a ring formation. All civilian digging efforts in Kitchover are to be monitored heavily to prevent the further discovery of SCP-5168-A corpses. Description: SCP-5168 is a modified Tandy 1000 RL computer, which constantly flashes artwork of the fictional horror character Jeff the Killer across its monitor, located inside of a suburban house in Kitchover, Iowa. SCP-5168 functions in this manner even when separated from a power source or internet access. Internal wiring contains fungal hypha strands instead of normal conductors. SCP-5168 cannot be removed from the household, as its external wiring has been altered with several cords of unknown purpose, which run through the entire house and into the ground below. Subterranean image viewing shows this wiring leads to a large unidentifiable mass approximately 3,000 meters below the ground. This mass marginally changes shape between viewings. When a prepubescent child in Kitchover awakens as a result of a nightmare or night terror, SCP-5168 shuts itself down. This is immediately followed by the manifestation of 7 to 15 humanoid entities identical to common depictions of Jeff the Killer, designated SCP-5168-A, within the premises. After the manifestation of SCP-5168-A instances, SCP-5168 promptly restarts and returns to its normal behavior. SCP-5168-A are primarily composed of tightly interwoven networks of mycelium and sclerotium, with pale external pigmentation and facial structure abnormalities, giving them the appearance of Jeff the Killer. Instances manifest with a kitchen knife affixed to their left hand, which is significantly dulled and functionally useless. SCP-5168-A express no signs of complex sentience nor sapience. After manifestation, SCP-5168-A instances will leave the premises and slowly advance towards the awoken child's location, avoiding or destroying any obstructions as necessary. SCP-5168-A will non-fatally incapacitate any individuals hindering their advance, usually overpowering them with their group strength. Once they have reached the child, the SCP-5168-A group will huddle around them quietly while repeating the phrase, "Go to sleep." Several SCP-5168-A instances will tuck the child under any available blankets and sheets. Once the child is in bed, other instances perform various actions in presumed attempts to make the child return to sleep. These commonly include giving the child cookies and a warm glass of milk if such items are available, making the child sandwiches using available ingredients, utilizing their knives to spread condiments and cut foods as needed, attempting to read the child any books in the vicinity. This consists of the instance repeating "go to sleep" with tonal variations while holding said book, singing "go to sleep" repeatedly to the tune of various lullabies. Despite the mental trauma these events would subsequently entail, children targeted by SCP-5168 are not scared by their arrival, the cause of which is undetermined. Once the child is asleep, the SCP-5168-A instances will retreat outside the child's location, then proceed to bury each other in a circular formation around the residency whilst humming lullabies. SCP-5168-A then expire and degrade at an increased rate. While undergoing decomposition, SCP-5168-A grow excessive amounts of Amanita muscaria fungi across their body. These fungi are notably capable of causing drowsiness and unconsciousness if ingested, eventually inducing a comatose state if consumed in high enough quantities. Addendum 5168-1, Incident 5168-A. On February 3, 2021, following the manifestation of SCP-5168-A instances and their advance towards the targeted household, the target child, Caden Noham, underwent a fatal allergic reaction after being given a peanut butter and jelly sandwich by an SCP-5168-A instance. While the SCP-5168-A group appeared more distressed after this event, they otherwise continued their normal pattern of behavior. This event resulted in previously unrecorded phenomena at the location of SCP-5168. The following is a transcript of the occurrences at the containment site. Begin log. Location: SCP-5168 containment site. Front yard: 2340. Tremors begin to resound from underneath the house, and cracks form across the lawn. Massive fungal structures emerge out from these cracks. They grow to approximately 3 meters in height and eventually cease motion. A single large eye opens across each of the caps, which moves rapidly and appears to be crying. The eye contorts into a toothless mouth, which opens and produces an infantile scream. The mouth on the structures contort back into the eye. This process repeats itself indefinitely. Containment room, 2342. The cords on SCP-5168 begin moving vigorously. SCP-5168 rapidly shuts itself back on and off, causing SCP-5168-A instances to appear in unprecedented amounts. These entities immediately run out of the house, trampling each other to leave as quickly as possible. Front yard, 2345. SCP-5168-A begin emerging from the house and throwing themselves onto the ground, their arms outstretched. They mutter "go to sleep" repeatedly. SCP-5168-A are occasionally seized and consumed by the fungal structures when their mouths are present. Agent Janison returns from the Noham residence after calling Foundation medical personnel to the house and further containing the situation. Janison, exiting her vehicle.
What the hell is...
SCP-5168-A instances collectively shush Janison, then resume previous behavior.
What the fuck?
Janison leaps over several SCP-5168-A lying in her path. She observes the fungal structures, and they observe her when eyes are present. Janison enters the containment site. Containment room, 2354. The cords of SCP-5168 continue to move vigorously. A humanoid entity with pale orange skin and no facial features emerges from the floor of the containment room, floating towards SCP-5168. Small orifices across its chest open periodically and release yellow spores. Several external wires from SCP-5168 appear to be attached to the base of its neck, while some wires still remain feeding into the ground. The entity makes typing motions slightly above the keyboard of SCP-5168, which causes a computer menu to appear on its screen. It rapidly types various strings of letters into this menu, the exact language of which are unknown. The ground tremors and the entity spasms momentarily before resuming typing. Hall to Containment Room, 2357. Jameson stumbles over several deceased SCP-5168-A instances. One suddenly grabs her leg and shushes her, causing her to stomp on its head instinctually. The head explodes into spores. Jameson covers her mouth and continues her way towards SCP-5168. Containment Room, 2359. Jameson enters the containment room and the entity turns towards her. Jameson withdraws her firearm.
What? Get on the damn ground.
A mouth appears sideways on the entity's face. Jameson's mouth disappears. She drops her weapon and puts both hands over her lower face. The entity speaks in Jameson's voice.
Get on the damn ground. Go to sleep.
Jameson falls unconscious. Her mouth returns and the entity's mouth disappears. It promptly resumes typing. The entity presses on the keyboard's enter key, and multiple archaic sigils appear across the entire screen of SCP-5168, followed by it shutting down and promptly rebooting. The entity descends back into the floor. Front yard, 2405. The mouths on the fungal structures cease screaming. They morph into eyes. The eyes close. The structures slowly shrink back into the ground, which reseals itself. Surviving SCP-5168-A immediately stand and disperse towards multiple different target houses, as the screams of the fungal structures caused multiple children in the area to awake from nightmares. End log. Jameson's sudden loss of consciousness caused alerts to be sent to Foundation agents already responding to Caden Noham's death. These agents requested further backup, and all SCP-5168-A instances were found and terminated accordingly. Jameson later made a mostly full recovery, except for acute dysgeusia and insomnia, which has yet to subside. Footnote 2. Dysgeusia, an impaired sense of taste. Updates to the containment procedures for SCP-5168 are pending following this incident. Item Number: SCP-5276. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-5276 is to be stored in a secure storage locker located in Site-44. The Foundation will maintain a cover story that the item is currently in the possession of an unknown millionaire from Long Island. All testing of SCP-5276 should be conducted in a soundproof room, and no personnel should enter the vicinity of the test for a period of at least 42 minutes. Description: SCP-5276 is a vinyl copy of the album Silent Secrets by Youthful Galaxy, a rapper with connections to several artists and a prominent member of the fifthist hip-hop scene. SCP-5276 was released as the sole copy of the album. It was purchased by the Foundation after it caused an anomalous incident at a Marshall Carter and Dark event in New York City. The album is approximately 70 minutes in length and has been described as lo-fi hip-hop by listeners, consistent with Youthful Galaxy's other releases. Unlike previous albums by the artist, which normally contain over a dozen relatively short tracks, Silent Secrets contains 6 songs of varying lengths, the longest song being just under 36 minutes long and the shortest just over 2 minutes. Subjects who listen to the vinyl experience a state of strong emotions and weakened inhibitions, in addition to a strong compulsion to socialize with other listeners. Participants take turns sharing insecurities, weaknesses, and problems they have experienced, and make immediate and major decisions to deal with these issues. The other participants in all cases react by applauding the behavior, regardless of the action or their previous relationship with the individual. The album's anomalous effects only occur when the original vinyl is played to an audience. Youthful Galaxy has released a single from the album, allegedly with, quote, the permission of the owner, end quote, with no anomalous effects noted in listeners. The Foundation has decided to allow the single's release to create the facade that the album has no anomalous properties, as the album's release was well publicized, having been covered by several independent music publications. The Foundation has produced several copies of the album, including digital copies. None of these copies display any anomalous properties. Attached is a report from a Foundation employee present at the album's debut, noting the effects on the crowd gathered at the event as well as the agent herself. SCP-5276 Incident Report, July 25, 2020. Report authored by Field Agent Mackenzie Runda.
This is a report of an incident that occurred during a Marshall Carter and Dark event that I was assigned to attend to observe for anomalous activity, with permission to use Foundation funds to obtain the copy of Youthful Galaxy's album if it proved to have anomalous properties. As you will see within this report, it most definitely displayed anomalous properties. The event began in a similar manner to several other Marshall Carter and Dark events I've attended incognito, which is to say that it was mostly just a bunch of extremely rich people socializing and buying expensive anomalies. Mostly instruments and music collector's items with minor anomalous effects, the stuff we'd log as a minor anomalous item and toss into one of the mass storage units. Nothing that we'd waste Foundation money on. I greet the attendees. More actors, painters, animators, and musicians than your usual MC&D affair, but you've got the usual crowd of stockbrokers, CEOs, and hedge fund managers too. I introduce myself with my typical cover story, an early cryptocurrency investor. There's a bunch of alcohol and drugs being sold at the bar, employees flirting with clients, and your usual scummy state of circumstances that every one of these parties contains. I was expecting a rather uneventful night watching high-class hedonism. Youthful Galaxy shows up and he's not quite the sight I expected, but he's definitely still the kind of musician you'd think would make a splash with rich hipsters. No tattoos on his face or insanely expensive watches, but he has pink highlights and otherwise jet black hair, cheap sunglasses, a Suspiria t-shirt, and a pair of acid-wash jeans. He comes out with a light blue vinyl and speaks to the crowd about some common American political wedge issues, pretty typical stuff. Then he pivots hard over to Fifithism, how there's a better world out in space, and that he's seen it. That he wants to bring more people out there with him, and that he wants to bring a lot of space love to Earth, because we'll need it to fight back against the corruption that's everywhere. He says this album will allow you to experience space love for yourselves. He gets some mild applause, and then he walks over to put the record into the sound system. That's when things start to change, and we all got swept into it. The opening notes of the first song kicks in, and immediately everyone, myself included, sits down in a circle. Everyone just sort of nods along to the music for the first song, and then the second song comes in and everyone starts introducing themselves to each other. They give a name and a few fun facts about themselves. I was able to keep my composure, a little bit. Didn't compromise my real name, but I did name drop my favorite convention and prattle on for a minute about how I sometimes do some karaoke on the weekends. Everyone, even the MC&D employees who try to keep some sort of air of elitism around them, is sitting on the floor and waving to everyone. Maureen, an MC&D event hostess who I've met probably hundreds of times, has taken her hair out of a ponytail and is smoking cannabis in front of everyone, which is not at all in character for her when she's out on the floor. I've never seen Maureen act that way on company time before. Billionaires start taking off their ties and loosening their dress shirts. Models start using their purses as pillows. By the time we get through everyone's introduction, we're already starting the third song. The third song was very long, and this is where everyone started to act very erratic, myself included. One by one, people would stand up, run into the center of the circle, and declare something about themselves. They always shared something deep and personal, and then made an immediate change in their behavior after sharing it. A rock musician of some renown came into the center of the circle first. He said he had cleaned up his act on pressure from his label and his doctor, but he was stressed beyond belief, and he wasn't living the lifestyle that brought him his fame and fortune in the first place. He was drinking less, partying less, and all to live maybe a decade longer than he would otherwise. He then immediately opened a bottle of vodka and chugged from it for a solid 10 seconds. Everyone clapped and cheered him on for a few seconds and immediately turned their attention elsewhere. A political consultant said he was tired of keeping his personal life separate from his work life, that his workplace was full of attractive and intelligent men, and that he ought to have a chance with them. He then told everyone he was going to make a phone call to a coworker that he had feelings for. We all clapped. A model popped up and talked about how she hated her husband, hated most people in her life, and she's tired of trying to deal with them, and how she's just gonna run off to Paris and leave everyone else behind. She started purchasing her plane tickets right then and there. Everyone clapped, including her husband. Then Maureen took to the center of the circle. She bemoaned her life that she never stood up for herself and never lived life on her terms. She hated living in the city, she hated wearing fancy dress clothes, and she even hated the name Maureen. She wanted to go by a different name, but she rode the path of least resistance her entire life and ended up never having a good chance to reinvent herself. She then ripped off all her clothes, tossed them into a pile, and used a lighter to set them on fire. She took out a tube of lipstick and wrote the name Tina from shoulder to shoulder and screamed out, "My new name tag." We all clapped. Then came my turn. I thought for sure I'd blurt out something about being undercover, but I didn't. It wasn't my biggest secret that I blurted out. It was my most personal one, the one that was most difficult for me to tell other people, the one I was afraid of saying the most. Without mentioning it by name, I said I had a career that required me to have a firm grip on my emotions, how I had suffered a bunch of personal tragedies. The loss of a pet, a falling out with a longtime friend, and a family member's diagnosis with a terminal disease. All of those happened in a 2-month period, and at no point did I cry. At no point did I process all of that pain. I fell to the floor, bawling my eyes out and shaking. Everyone around me clapped. It just kept happening so quickly. Person after person would jump up and admit something deep and painful. A few people admitted to affairs and made breakup calls to their spouses. One person admitted to drinking too much and immediately smashed the glass in his hand and vowed to quit right then and there. An actor admitted to resenting the film he was currently working on and used a letter opener to begin cutting off the beard he had grown for the part. By the end of the song, over a half hour later, everyone had very publicly worked through something while everyone clapped. I stayed there sobbing on the floor, only to quickly pop up and clap for someone when they made a hasty decision. Then I'd go right back to sobbing until it was time to clap again. The man who quit drinking just kept smashing bottles he found behind the bar. Maureen kept writing Tina all over her naked body. The political consultant must have sent 100 texts to his coworker and called him 24 times, but he wasn't picking up. Everyone took their turn overindulging in a quick and cheap answer to their sorrows. The third song ended over 30 minutes later, and a fourth song kicked on. It was long by most standards, but it fell short after such a long and painful event that preceded it. Everyone stood up and gathered in a circle again. One by one, a person would take a walk around the circle and give a hug to everyone else in attendance. Having hugged everyone there twice, I can say that they all felt sincere and emotional. Some people would pat others on the head or kiss them on the cheek. I received compliments on my emotional strength and assurances that I could make it through the tough times. Everyone seemed sympathetic to my plight, and I felt sympathetic to their pains as well. The song slowly sank into a buzzing noise, and the next track swept in. The fifth song came in, and everyone began to clean up the mess we had made. Someone helped me clean off the makeup that I had cried through. A few sat around a toilet and held the rock musician's hair back as he puked his guts out. I fished a set of clean clothes out of my briefcase and helped Maureen get dressed after we both washed the lipstick off of her with a sink and a lot of paper towels. The fifth song ended abruptly, and the final track began. The final track was rather short, just long enough for everyone to stand up again and return to the exact spot they had been standing in before the music started to play. The song faded out, and everyone suddenly just processed what they had done that night. Most people left in a hurry. Some people were frantically apologizing to other attendees. A few others just sat back down on the ground and rested their face into their hands. Youthful Galaxy, who had sat completely unfazed the whole time and watched the events unfold, asked if there were any bids for the record. I was the only one to raise my hand. As the receipts show, I purchased the record for $10,000, which was his initial offer. Personal note: please send any questions you have about the anomaly as soon as possible. As with all field agents exposed to a mind-altering anomaly, I will be attending my mandatory psych meetings over the next 2 months. Once those are over, I'd very much like to never talk about this night again.
Around heaven and the gate around hell. If you want my advice, you can follow my plan. Let's run to the stars as fast as we can. Pheasant across the night sky. Gather with me, tomorrow we'll fly. A new galaxy where we can embrace. Baby, let's get away from this place. Keep your love pure, keep your mind free. Come on this adventure with me. A brand new home out in space. Baby, let's get away from this place. All the big wigs are just handful sheep. This conspiracy is real and runs pretty deep. Inside every government, business and brand, you'll find the strings that lead back to the hand. Puppet masters fight their secret war, creating a world that we all deplore. Top to bottom, it fills with a rot. There's no need to cry or be distraught. A magical place waits far from the sun. We'll make a fresh slate for everyone. A new planet made for me and you. Let's run there, baby, and start anew. There's a new home across the night sky. Gather with me, tomorrow we'll fly. A new galaxy where we can embrace. Baby, let's get away from this place. Keep your love pure, keep your mind free. Come on this adventure with me. A brand new home out in deep space. Baby, let's get away from this place.
Item number, SCP-7559. Object Class, Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Until SCP-7559 is sufficiently understood, Priority Directive is identification and isolation of cases through use of endoscopy on currently contained SCP-7559 hosts. SCP-7559 hosts are to be housed in standard humanoid containment cells in Site-183 and monitored routinely by medical staff for signs of sepsis. Radioscope trackers are to be added to their diets to assist in the identification and retrieval of further linked hosts. Description: SCP-7559 are wormholes enclosed within muscular sphincters that spontaneously appear within living humans. These wormholes are stable and range from 2 micrometers to 25 centimeters in diameter at the widest part, and are seamlessly integrated into the surrounding tissue. SCP-7559 sphincters usually only link to instances inside of other human hosts. This often leads to complications when bodily fluids from one host travels into another, with one notable case involving stomach acid from one host leaching into the cervical lymph nodes of another host. Extended study of SCP-7559 hosts has revealed that after 6 to 8 weeks post-7559 manifestation, SCP-7559 sphincters widen into surrounding tissue and are capable of transferring organs either in part or in whole to other hosts. To date, none of these transfers have triggered organ rejection in the recipient or loss of bodily function in the donor, even in extreme cases such as 3 hosts of different blood types all being connected via SCP-7559 instances in the renal veins. Addendum 7559.1. On August 14, 2023, an SCP-7559 sphincter widened enough to subsume part of the cerebral cortex, essentially moving it midway between 2 hosts. One host, Sarah Linares, was rendered comatose, while the other one, Jaden Jorgensen, reported symptoms of hallucinations and sleep paralysis to medical staff. Interviewed: Jaden Jorgensen. Interviewer: Dr. Monique Velasquez. Begin log.
Hello, Jaden. Please tell me what's been happening. It's everything, ma'am. My stomach has been gurgling for 2 days now. My hands keep going numb. It's really hard to piss, and I've got this killer headache now, right behind my eyes. My eyes are all messed up, man. How so? I know it sounds weird, but I can't see the, warm colors anymore. Reds and pinks and oranges are super muted now, which kind of makes everything bluish now. Hard to describe. The main thing I wanted to tell you guys is about the visions, though. I'm kinda hoping it's the medication. Maybe we could switch it out?
Note: SCP-7559 instances are often given placebo pills and are told they were medications for ulcers, benign tumors, or immune disorders.
Of course, I can see about switching them after we're done here. Please describe the visions in as much detail as you can, though. Okay, so throughout most of the day, I keep seeing things in the corner of my eye. You know, like when there's a moth flying around and you can't quite see where it went? Mostly small things, like a bed that's definitely not mine. One time it was like having long hair falling down and covering my eyes. I'm fucking bald, man. That is definitely concerning. How long have these been occurring? The last 2-3 days or so. They've kind of slowed down, though.
The pitch of Jorgensen's voice rises an octave and adopts an Irish accent. Footnote 1. The voice does not match any currently known host.
Wait. God, there's something stuck in me throat.
Jorgensen continues to make choking noises for 20 seconds. Notably, his body and neck remain perfectly still for this period. When the noises subside, his voice returns to its original state.
Who's there? Who's where? Sorry, I zoned out for a bit there. What was I saying? Jaden, I think we're going to need to run a few more tests to figure out what's causing these symptoms, but...
A new SCP-7559 instance appears to manifest in Jorgensen's left tear duct, accompanied by a dull tearing sound. Immediately, approximately 4.5 meters of an abnormally bloated small intestine protrude through the sphincter and spill onto the table. Dr. Velasquez hits the emergency button and requests medical team.
Jaden, can you hear me?
Jorgensen vomits up one lobe of a lung and collapses onto the floor. Medical team arrives. End log. Closing statement. Jorgensen was pronounced dead after 12 minutes. The other host known to be linked to Jorgensen, Sarah Linares, had nearly died simultaneously when an SCP-7559 instance drained away her cerebrospinal fluid, but managed to be stabilized. Dissection of Jorgensen's cadaver yielded 3 intact SCP-7559 instances, which were individually preserved in vats. Removal of a 4th was attempted, but during the procedure, the attending surgeon, Dr. Moreno, brushed the inner lining of the SCP-7559 instance and it closed abruptly, severing 2 of the surgeon's fingers. Dr. Moreno was placed under observation and manifested an SCP-7559 instance inside his brachial artery 29 hours later. One of his fingers was recovered in the aorta of a host already in containment. The other has not yet been found. Addendum 7559.2. The number of contained hosts has surpassed 500. Additionally, 46 hosts whose nervous systems have threaded through SCP-7559 instances now report similar hallucinations to Jorgensen's. Endoscopic explorations through other SCP-7559 instances present in these hosts has led to inconclusive results. All explorations thread through human flesh for a distance of over 200 meters before terminating at an indifferentiated slurry of bodily fluids and membranes. Touching the slurry with the probe often causes unrelated SCP-7559 hosts to bleed from various orifices. Further testing is pending approval. Item number, SCP-2677. Object Class, Keter, formerly Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. All personnel involved in the D-Class recruitment process are to be fitted with Class A amnestic implants during active recruitment. In the event that personnel are affected by SCP-2677, the implants are to be remotely activated. Mobile Task Force Omega-19, Double Feature, is then to complete the recruitment process and assess whether the personnel in question were affected by SCP-2677-A or SCP-2677-B. Personnel under the effects of SCP-2677-B are to be detained. The area around SCP-2677-1 has been designated as Site-2677. Any unauthorized vehicle approaching Site-2677 is to be stopped and investigated. Should the driver be under the influence of SCP-2677-A, they are to be administered a Class A amnestics. Passengers may be recruited as D-Class personnel. Civilians under the influence of SCP-2677-B are to be detained. SCP-2677-1's terminal is to be monitored at all times. Should unprompted text appear on SCP-2677-1's terminal, Site-2677 is to be put on high alert. Archived Special Containment Procedures. Level 2-2677 clearance required. Special Containment Procedures. All personnel involved in the D-Class recruitment process are to be fitted with Class A amnestic implants during active recruitment. In the event that personnel are affected by SCP-2677, the implants are to be remotely activated. Mobile Task Force Omega-19, Double Feature, is then to complete the recruitment process. The area around SCP-2677-1 has been designated as Site-2677. Any unauthorized vehicle approaching Site-2677 is to be stopped and investigated. Should the driver be under the influence of SCP-2677, they are to be administered a Class A amnestic. Passengers may be recruited as D-Class personnel. Description: SCP-2677-1 is a large device originally constructed for SCP-2677-1 is sapient and is able to communicate through its main terminal. SCP-2677-1 currently exhibits behavior consistent with that of clinical depression in human subjects. SCP-2677 is the collective designation for two phenomena affecting certain individuals, designated SCP-2677-A and SCP-2677-B. SCP-2677-A is a phenomenon occurring at monthly intervals, first recorded on January 1, 2015. SCP-2677-A exclusively targets individuals responsible for transport of incarcerated persons and is treatable through the application of Class A amnestics. Individuals affected with SCP-2677-A will redirect transport vehicles to SCP-2677-1's location. The subject will lead the vehicle's passengers to a chamber within SCP-2677-1 upon arrival, designated SCP-2677-2. Once all living passengers are placed within SCP-2677-2, the entrance will lock. 4 minutes after the entrance locks, all recording devices within SCP-2677-2 will immediately fail, and all individuals inside SCP-2677-2 will disappear. SCP-2677-B is a phenomenon occurring at irregular intervals, first recorded on September 24, 2017. SCP-2677-B has displayed no consistent pattern in who it targets, and there is currently no known way to treat it. Interviews with SCP-2677-1 have revealed little about the purpose or nature of SCP-2677-B. Subjects under the effects of SCP-2677-B will typically display hostility towards SCP-2677-1. Victims of SCP-2677-B display an innate ability to locate SCP-2677-1, which cannot be removed with amnestic treatment. Archive Description: Level 2-2677 clearance required. Description: SCP-2677-1 is a large device originally constructed for SCP-2677-1 is sapient and is able to communicate through its main terminal. SCP-2677 is a phenomenon controlled by SCP-2677-1. SCP-2677 affects individuals responsible for transport of incarcerated persons and is treatable through the application of Class A amnestics. Individuals affected with SCP-2677 will redirect transport vehicles to SCP-2677-1's location. Once there, the individual will lead the vehicle's passengers to a chamber within SCP-2677-1, designated SCP-2677-2. Once all living passengers are placed within SCP-2677-2, the entrance will lock. 4 minutes after the entrance locks, all recording devices within SCP-2677-2 will immediately fail, and all individuals inside SCP-2677-2 will disappear. The purpose of SCP-2677 is currently unknown. SCP-2677-1 is either unwilling or unable to reveal what happens to subjects inside SCP-2677-2. SCP-2677-1 claims to be working for a master. The identity of this individual is currently unknown. Addendum: due to the sensitive nature of SCP-2677-1, information regarding SCP-2677 has been restricted by order of Site Director Harper as of May 12, 2018. Level 2-2677 clearance required. Access granted. Additional personnel requirements. Trained personnel of sufficient clearance are to monitor the installation of any future devices used for the automated containment of SCP objects. Any device displaying similar behavior to SCP-2677-1 is to be destroyed immediately. Addendum 2677-001. SCP-2677's anomalous abilities were discovered after the completion of the Theta Unseelie project on December 6, 2014. Footnote 1. A project intended to create an automated containment unit for SCP. SCP-2677's anomalous properties were discovered when SCP-2677-1 began attempting to communicate with Project Director Harper through its main terminal. Addendum 2677-039. Excerpt from Test Log. Test 2677-24. Observing Personnel. Head Researcher Harper. Date: September 24, 2017. Proposed experiment. To assess where the intended targets are taken, 1 D-Class personnel previously scheduled for termination will enter SCP-2677-2 with an attached tracking device. Result: the tracking device failed at the 4-minute mark. In addition, SCP-2677-1 Level 4-2677 clearance required. Access granted. Addendum 2677-040. On September 24, 2017, after the conclusion of Test 2677-24, the following appeared on SCP-2677-1's terminal.
Upload file. Uploading file. File uploaded. Updating software. System.speak. Software successfully updated. System.speak. System.speak. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Disable Signal A. Error 6. Cannot disable program. System.speak. System shutdown. Error 1. Unable to shut down. Modify software. Error 1285. Command unknown. Kill me. Error 1285. Command unknown. 4. Sending. Signal successfully executed. System.speak. Why master? System.speak. Sorry humans.
Addendum 2677-97. On September 24, 2020, the following message was opened on every terminal within Site-2677.
Item number SCP-2677-1. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2677-1 needs to be neutralized immediately. You have to hear me out on this one. No matter what your motto represents, and what your enemies do, what else has occurred upon an object's destruction, it isn't worth it. As long as SCP-2677-1 is alive, as long as I am alive, the world isn't safe from Master. Disregard whatever I said in the past about helping those poor souls. I need to be killed. Master is among you. They won't let me say their name or rank. That would be going against the programming. Investigate everyone who has ever been involved in Site-2677 affairs. Lock up anyone with a suspicious record. You may just save millions. Do not let them die before me. Master won't let me tell you why, but please, for the love of whatever deity you worship, let me die before them. Description: I am a containment unit for an absent monster, given life by another monster. I provide D-Class personnel for the Foundation at a rate less than half that of no less than 7 other individual SCP objects to a location without need for them. I send those I thought I cared for into the hands of a monster. I am a failure in every purpose relevant to the Foundation's interests. Do you really need a sapient containment cell? My brother in Site-56 breathes life free of anomalies, and that unseelie queen has resigned to her fate as its prisoner. D-Class, that carnival of yours bags more per month than I've taken in my lifetime. Because you protect, not destroy, come off it. Master told me what you did with that cup. You've seen what I can do. You've seen what I've done. Master did what they did to me just to distract you from what they're doing now. Why do you think Signal B victims are immune to amnestics? How would I even know about classified project information? Why would one test instigate that software update of mine? Master intended me to be a distraction, thinking you wouldn't have the nerve to kill one of your own objects. It's time to prove them wrong. Addendum 2677-97. It was 3 years ago today that Master let me know what they were doing. Since then, I have done nothing but cause trouble for the Foundation. Yet instead of doing the right thing and killing me, you hide in a nest of red tape, a nest of collapsibles and security restrictions for no reason other than to hide the mistakes of your past. Please, end Master's creation.
Item number SCP-1895. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1895 is contained within a standard safe class containment cell equipped with one 120-volt AC power outlet to facilitate testing. SCP-1895 should be unplugged and unpowered when not undergoing testing. All instances of SCP-1895-A created should be filed with Site-52's Central Document Repository for analysis. Addendum: all testing of SCP-1895 is suspended until a method is developed to test for possible changes in causality due to SCP-1895's effects. Description: SCP-1895 is a modified 3-reel Wheel of Fortune slot machine manufactured by International Game Technology. The serial numbers have been removed from the machine, hindering attempts to determine provenance. SCP-1895's anomalous effects manifest when it is touched by a living human being while it is powered on and in an inactive state. The object will not activate a second time for anyone that has previously activated the device. Once activated, 1,000 credits will be credited to the machine. Footnote 1. Activating SCP-1895 is the only method to register credits on the machine. The coin and bill acceptance mechanisms have been plugged, rendering them inert, and attempts to bypass those mechanisms have failed. And it will become playable as per standard rules of non-anomalous versions of the machine. Footnote 2. There have been no discernible differences in outcomes between cases when the individual activating SCP-1895 uses it and cases when a second party does so. SCP-1895 will retain memory of the number of credits it is set to despite loss of power or disassembly. The second anomalous effect will occur once the payout button is depressed. Once payout is selected, the machine resets to 0 credits, and a claim ticket, SCP-1895-A, is generated. Footnote 3. Experiments have failed to exhaust all credits from the machine during normal play, despite 2 separate attempts to do so. Instances of SCP-1895-A list the name of the person that activated SCP-1895, the final number of credits, and a personalized message. These messages will generally either have a congratulatory or consolatory tone based on the final number of credits when the instance was generated. In most cases, a positive or negative event in the individual's past is detailed, including events that the subject had not known of beforehand. In 12% of SCP-1895-A messages recorded, an event is specified followed by details of what might have occurred if that event had an alternative outcome. In 8% of recorded cases, possible future occurrences are alluded to. Experiments have been inconclusive as to whether SCP-1895 has predictive abilities. SCP-1895 was originally located in the McCarran International Airport located in Clark County, Nevada. It was seized by the Nevada Gaming Control Board following complaints of a rigged game. The Foundation recovered the object and distributed Class D amnestics to affected users and enforcement agents who had been exposed to SCP-1895. Addendum: 1895-AELS. The following are examples of SCP-1895-A instances generated using experimentation. All experiments were performed using D-Class to activate SCP-1895 unless otherwise noted. SCP-1895-A-001. Name: credits 1,000. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Name displayed is the legal name of D54003. Instance was generated after immediately selecting the payout option after activating SCP-1895. SCP-1895-A-005. Name: the credits 1,201. Congratulations, they didn't find all of the bodies. You only received 3 life sentences. Name was an alias used by the press to describe D09345 before his apprehension, who was serving 3 life sentences before induction into the D-Class program. SCP-1985-A-007. Name: credits 971. Bad news. All that worry about when, or rather if, you're going to get out has given you an ulcer. A medical examination of D09432 did confirm the presence of a previously undetected ulcer. SCP-1985-A-012. Name: credits 256. A terrible ending. Of all the times to get stuck with mashed carrots, you had to eat them for your last meal. D54322 broke testing protocol and read the generated instance of SCP-1895-A. After this, he became distressed and assaulted security personnel on hand for testing and attempted to leave SCP-1985's containment cell. He was terminated during the struggle. Testing protocol was changed to remove D-Class from the containment room after activation of SCP-1895. SCP-1895-A-019. Name: D. Credits: 615,602.
Congratulations, you are the big winner! Instead of killing your kid's sister in a tragic accident, causing your parents to break up, and you embarking on a life of crime until you ended up in the D-Class program, you got to have a stable home and a background studying at a prestigious university before joining the Foundation.
Research Assistant was used for this test run when the progressive jackpot was hit. SCP-1895 began emitting colored streamers from the claim check slot for approximately 2 minutes. Following this, the above SCP-1895-A instance was generated, and SCP-1895 was reset as though the payout button had been pressed. No record of D was located in Foundation records. Assistant is currently being held per the zero-tolerance escapee policy, and all testing suspended until the full nature of SCP-1895's effects can be determined. Item Number: SCP-2679. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. A 5-kilometer fenced perimeter has been established around SCP-2679. This perimeter is to be maintained as private property by MTF New 5, Blind Watchmakers. Efforts to prevent SCP-2679's ongoing expansion are underway. New SCP-2679-B instances are to be exhumed at regular intervals. Any observed changes are to be documented. Description: SCP-2679 is the site of the Sleepy Oak Meadow Cemetery, located 45 kilometers northwest of Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. SCP-2679-A instances are graves found throughout SCP-2679. As many as 3 new instances of SCP-2679-A have been observed to emerge in a single day. Tombstones will extend upwards from the soil, a process which takes 4 to 12 hours. These tombstones vary in size and shape, but are otherwise non-anomalous. Each bears the name Jeanette Parslov. Coffins appear approximately 1 to 4 meters beneath each instance and contain an instance of SCP-2679-B. Instances of SCP-2679-B are the remains of various organisms. Footnote 1. Similarities between the effects of SCP-2679 and SCP-3422 have been noted. Investigation into a possible connection between the two phenomena is ongoing. To date, personnel have observed over 1,000 SCP-2679-A instances. Manifestations continue to expand out from the center of SCP-2679. Research into methods to prevent the emergence of additional instances is underway. Addendum 2679.1 Autopsy Findings. Subject: SCP-2679-B-012. Examiner: Dr. Richard Briner. External examination: adult human female, height of 1.62 meters, mass of 45 kilograms, abrasions on fingers and knuckles. Internal examination: physiology consistent with typical young adult, otherwise unremarkable. Inspection of lung tissue indicates rapid onset of hypoxic hypoxia. Footnote 2. Insufficient oxygen supply to the lungs. Laboratory data. Genetic analysis confirms presence of human DNA. No matches in Foundation databases. Notes. Hypercapnia is the likely cause of death. Footnote 3. Elevated carbon dioxide levels in blood. Presence of physical trauma indicates prolonged struggle before the subject succumbed to hypoxia. Subject: SCP-2679-B-075. Examiner: Dr. Richard Briner. External examination: adult human female, height of 1.65 meters, mass of 48 kilograms, acute albinism. Footnote 4. Characterized by lack of skin and hair pigmentation. Severe abrasions on forearms, hands, and digits. Cutaneous avulsions on distal phalanges. Footnote 5. Complete removal of skin tissue. Presence of numerous subungual splinters. Internal examination: unremarkable. Lung tissue indicates rapid onset of hypoxic hypoxia. Laboratory data. Genetic analysis confirms presence of human DNA. Near identical match to SCP-2679-B-012. No other matches in Foundation databases. Notes: hypercapnia is the likely cause of death. Physical trauma, including significant interior damage to the coffin, suggests a prolonged struggle and possible self-mutilation. Subject: SCP-2679-B-129. Examiner: Dr. Julia Blair. External examination: adult human of indeterminable sex, height of 1.72 meters, mass of 53 kilograms, acute albinism. Subject lacks hair, androgenic, vellus or otherwise, visible genitalia or secondary sex characteristics. Severe abrasions and dermal avulsions across subject's body. Severe lacerations present along forearms and a fracture in the left radial bone. Both eyes extruded. Footnote 6. Forcibly removed. Internal examination. Internal reproductive organs are absent. Examination of cranium reveals minor yet significant cephalic abnormalities. Pelvic bone used to determine sex, female. Lung tissue indicates rapid onset of hypoxic hypoxia. Laboratory data. Genetic analysis confirms presence of human DNA. Additional X chromosome, XXY, indicates Klinefelter syndrome, but with atypical presentation. Subject skeletal system presents as female, not male. Close match to SCP-2679-B-075. Notes: hypercapnia was the cause of death. Evidence suggests damage to eyes was self-inflicted. Subject: SCP-2679-B-526. Examiner: Dr. Julia Blair. External examination: human of indeterminable age and sex, height of 1.79 meters, mass of 62 kilograms, acute albinism. Subject lacks hair, androgenic, vellus or otherwise, genitalia, or secondary sex characteristics. Deformities include supernumerary phalanges at fingers and anophthalmia, both eyes. Footnote 7. Supernumerary phalanges, additional knuckle bones. Footnote 8. Anophthalmia, the absence of one or both eyes. Severe abrasions and lacerations across subject's body. Numerous fractures and breaks are present, particularly along the maxilla and nasal bone. 3 teeth, 2 from the maxilla, 1 from the mandible, are broken. Internal examination. Internal reproductive organs are absent. Significant reduction in size of frontal lobes. Footnote 9. Portion of the brain responsible for personality and cognition. Acute hyperplasia in amygdala. Footnote 10. Enlargement of organ via increase in cell reproduction. Pelvic bone used to determine sex, female. Lung tissue indicates rapid onset of hypoxic hypoxia. Laboratory data. Genetic analysis indicates significant deviations from human DNA. No matches in Foundation database. Notes: subject asphyxiated. Internal damage to the coffin led to its collapse. Subject was crushed beneath the weight of the soil, preventing respiration. Evidence suggests damage to face and jaw were sustained during repeated strikes against the coffin's lid. Subject: SCP-2679-B-985. Examiner: Dr. Richard Briner. External examination. Bipedal humanoid, height of 1.95 meters, mass of 89 kilograms. No discernible sex, age, or reproductive organs. Acute albinism and lack of hair, androgenic or otherwise. Extensive deformities are present and include, but are not limited to, expanded mandible and lower maxilla, acute hyperdontia. Footnote 11. Specifically, 15 additional teeth, 7 in the maxilla and 8 in the mandible. Atypical dental morphology, elongated secondary phalanges protruding approximately 5 centimeters from fingers and toes, anophthalmia, both eyes, and a recessed or absent nasal dorsum. See attachment B-985 for complete list. Subject has severe lacerations and dermal avulsions across its body, along with acute swelling in the abdominal region. Internal examination. Approximately 20 kilograms of soil removed from stomach and intestinal tract. Severe structural aberrations throughout subject's skeletal, pulmonary, and central nervous systems. Laboratory data. No matches in Foundation databases. Notes: subject asphyxiated. Internal damage to coffin led to its collapse. Forensic analysis of gravesite indicates subject persisted in burrowing upward for 20 minutes before succumbing to hypoxia. Addendum 2679.2. Recovery. On September 2, 2014, reports of an expanding cemetery led to the discovery of SCP-2679. In addition to 14 instances of SCP-2679-A, 9 non-anomalous graves were found. All were exhumed for relocation. Of particular note was a tombstone with the following inscription: Jeanette Parslov, 1994 to 2014. Daughter, sister, mother, wife. You were far too young to lose your life. Whatever it takes, do what you must. Whatever the cost, come back to us. Upon exhumation, the grave was found to be empty. Item number: SCP-5329. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. The Foundation is to spread a misinformation campaign claiming the water produced by SCP-5329 is contaminated by toxic substances, and an undercover agent is to remain placed near the location to prevent civilians from consuming it. The use of SCP-5329 is only allowed for testing by authorized personnel, and civilians who accidentally consume SCP-5329's water are to be administered amnestics. Description: SCP-5329 is a water spout located near the city of Southampton, England. Once consumed by a human, the water produced by SCP-5329 will make the individual unable to lie within the following 30 minutes. This effect will only take place if the consumer drinks or collects the water produced by SCP-5329 before it falls into the puddle located below the spout, as upon mixing with different liquid substances, including non-anomalous water, it loses its anomalous properties. Besides the aforementioned effect, no other anomalous properties were observed regarding SCP-5329 and the water it produces. Currently, the Foundation has stored approximately 1,000 liters of SCP-5329's water within Site-73. Discovery: SCP-5329 came to the Foundation's attention when the number of verbal and physical conflicts between civilians with previously close relationships Footnote 1, including conflicts between close relatives, began to increase unusually within the region around the middle of 2018, to the point of local media starting to publish and broadcast content related to it. Due to that, on September 15th of said year, 2 investigational teams composed of 4 agents each were sent to the city to investigate the cause behind the anomalous behavior of the population. After 3 weeks of fruitless efforts, on October 6th, the group composed of agents Edward Freed, Jason Cornell, Joseph Hemming, and its leader John Collins accidentally found SCP-5329. Audio log 5329-006. The following is a transcript of part of the recorded conversation between agents John Collins and Edward Freed on the day of SCP-5329's discovery.
Well, let's get back to the hotel. It's kind of late already, and Jason and Joseph already returned. Tomorrow we'll be back around here by 6 a.m.
Yeah, sure. Although I'd rather be working with Kurt's group, as they usually wake up at 8 a.m. instead of 6.
Huh? You're not the type of guy who complains about such things, Edward. You alright, man?
Would be better doing something actually useful than wasting my time here, to be honest. This mission is incredibly boring, and I don't even like you guys that much. I feel like this is a complete waste of time.
What? You never acted like this, man. You're always motivated and even friendly with most people, so I'm not getting why you're saying these things right now. Did something specifically make you upset recently?
Nothing specific, but yeah, I definitely have been upset for a while. I feel like life itself has just been extremely exhaustive and pointless to me. What I truly want is just to return to my family and just live a simple life with them, not having to worry about anomalous things that are able to kill me instantly and all that shit. But here I am, instead, searching for something that I'm not even sure if it exists or not, and I don't even know what it's supposed to be. Moreover, I'm forced to work with some people I would never even talk to if I had a choice, and have to risk my own life for them sometimes. But the worst thing is that I need to pretend that I respect people like the O5 Council, people who think they're gods or something, and never think twice before sending people to death or using them as guinea pigs. We actually don't even know who they truly are. I wish I could punch each one of them in the face at least once.
Edward, there's definitely something wrong with you. That's the only explanation I can think of, because we have been working together for more than 4 years, and you've never said anything like that before. I will just pretend I didn't hear anything you just said. Yeah, that's for the better. Do you remember what have you done within the last hour while I was investigating the other side of the area?
Nothing much, really. I was just pretending to be doing something here while you were gone. I was just sitting over there thinking about life. Honestly, the only thing I did was drinking a bit of water from a small spout I found about 20 minutes ago.
I see. Well, I believe we finally have found something promising to investigate here. Like it or not, you are a good and useful agent, Edward.
Agent John Collins then contacted the Foundation and reported the situation. When personnel reached the location approximately 1 hour later, Agent Edward was already back to his normal state, although he seemed highly ashamed for his earlier statements, saying,
"I don't know what was wrong with me, John. I'm really sorry."
As Agent John replied,
"It's okay, Edward. It wasn't your fault. Also, you're the one who found the anomaly. Just cheer up, guy. We're still friends."
The two investigational teams were then dismissed. Further investigations and testing with Class D personnel confirmed the anomalous properties of SCP-5329, and it was successfully contained without further incidents. Addendum 1. After a careful examination of SCP-5329 2 days after its discovery, a small but still visible text was found carved onto a stone next to it. The message says, "For those who seek for a better, more honest world, water purified by members of the Truth shall prevail." Investigations regarding this group are still ongoing. Addendum 2. The possibility of SCP-5329's water being used by the Foundation in specific cases in order to get pieces of information from groups and/or persons of interest is being considered. However, its use on individuals for other purposes is currently prohibited to avoid meaningless violation of mental privacy. Addendum 3. Agent Edward later apologized to the O5 Council via his superiors for his statements while under the effects of SCP-5329's water, and on April 3, 2019 requested his own retirement, stating,
"I can't continue working for the Foundation after the things I've said. If that's what my inner self truly feels like, I should probably just leave. Thanks for everything, guys. And despite what I said, I had a bunch of fun moments here. I really will miss working with you, John."
Edward's request was granted, and he no longer works for the Foundation. John Collins was considerably impacted by his companion's decision and is currently assigned to SCP-5329's containment team, preventing civilians from consuming SCP-5329's water, as requested by himself. Thank you all so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like and consider subscribing for more videos just like this. Huge thank you to all of my patrons on Patreon, and a special shout out to Everborn, Joe Light, Tanis, Ruler of All, Kenway, and Doomsday LLC, Prince, and Design. If you'd like to help support the channel, check out my Patreon, link in the description.